capture your image in City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining the life of mankind. Of cancerous, how we breathe vapors. Greek got us blinking in streets like cheap paper. A sip of the masses, melt the plastic carbine. Realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the system's unmasked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Divide with the power with Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes to back the atlas. Bring the madness. Capture your image in City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind. The cancerous, how we breathe vapors. Greek got us blinking in the streets like cheap paper. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image in City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining the life of mankind. Of cancerous, how we breathe vapors. Greek got us blinking in the streets like cheap paper. A sip with the masses, melt the plastic carbine. Realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the system's unmasked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Divide with the power with Charles Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes to back the atlas. Bring the madness. Capture your image in City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind. The cancerous, how we breathe vapors. Greek got us blinking in the streets like cheap paper.
Good morning, all. Good morning, good morning. Okay, alright, it's working now. God, technical issues, boys. I'm just trying, while I was trying to figure that out, I'm trying to, Alt is hold. Okay. Alright, it's alright. I wanted to see if I could solve that issue from yesterday. Do you know when I lost access to the radial menu? We couldn't figure out why. I've got an idea. I have a most cunning plan, my lord. Rusty, hello on YouTube. It's not showing in my chat, but I saw you on the YouTube feed, dude. Is it Rusty? Yeah, it was. Good morning, Rusty. You've got a little number 1 next to you. What does that mean, bro? Oh my god, you're our top fan, Rusty, on YouTube, dude. You've got 25 experience points. God damn, dude. Since when has that been a thing? I really should read emails from YouTube, should I, dude? Congratulations on the number 1 spot, mate. Alright, let's go get some drinky peas. We're in the verse, boys. We're in the verse. So let me just try this. So if I do that and then do that. Okay, so there's the cursor. Yeah. Let me go back and let's see if we can repeat the problem. Oh, hang on. Sorry, that's my bad. That's my bad. Sorry, that's my... Let me move. Sorry, I'm pressing buttons I shouldn't be pressing. So let's try that again. So in here, we can do that, yeah. And then we've got the cursor. We click back, right? But what we should be able to do is go there and... Oh! Alright, I was going to say. So, I don't know then. And I need to find a way to repeat that issue, don't I? Let's try again. Let's just go in there. Blah, blah, blah. Go back. I don't know then. It's definitely there. It's annoying me, that is. It's annoying me. Because it's happened a few times, hasn't it? I know we used to get a similar issue when we used to get in the cockpit of the Gladius. Where like free look got locked in, didn't it? And no matter what you did, you kind of couldn't escape it. But, we'll keep looking. We'll keep looking. I've added a couple of notes. Some things that I, you know, that lead up to how it happened, having got into the radial menu. We'll see if we can figure it out. I'm pretty sure turning it on and off again would fix it, so it's not like it's a major bug, is it? Alison and Petey, good morning, good morning, good morning. How are you? What should we do today? First of all, let's go and get... Oh! I know what we need to do. I'll tell you what, we got the laser gun yesterday, didn't we? I don't know whether to use the laser gun or not, you know. It's a bit... I don't know, I mean, it's a cool weapon, but I have to say, I really enjoyed using the F8. Sorry, not the F8. What was it we used yesterday? The P8. The P8 and the P4, wasn't it? It's a nice combo. If I could get a better sight rather than the iron sight on that P8, because the P8's a really good rifle, right? Isn't that the one that like all the pro PvPers were using for ages? Apparently, it's got some really good alpha damage, hasn't it, or whatever they call it. Right, let's take the helmet off. Let's buy ourselves a nice juice. A glass or a bottle of... I bet this stuff tastes gorgeous. I always think of this as been like a lemony version of the orange Lucozade. I bet it's freaking delicious, man. I like that orange Lucozade. Well, I used to. Bloody expensive, isn't it? The coffee's good, boys. The coffee is good. Character drinks, I drink. Chat exp. Oh, has it been around on? Has it been around for a while? Has it, Rusty? Yeah. I've never seen it before, dude. I've just never noticed it. So you're our top chatter, bro. Hey, how does it feel, mate? Hey, basking in the glory of the #1 status, my friend. God damn, what a trooper, dude. What a trooper. Now, what we need to do is we need to find one of those inventory places, don't we? Yeah, I was going to say, I seem to remember one being down here. The only trouble with this is my inventory. It's very... Oh. Oh, no, that isn't one. Okay. Is there one around here? I think these should show on the map. I really feel like they should add inventory units to the map. So I can never bloody find one when I want to. Look, there's none here on this whole level. It just like makes no sense, does it? Like, it's literally the place you buy things. They really should have some here. Is that a couple down there? Ah, I've just spotted them. I know where they are now. So just to the left of the lifts as you exit. Excellent. Good morning, Mr. Ilarion. Ilarion! How are we doing, sir? How are we doing? Look at all this junk I got yesterday, mate. It's shocking, bro, how much crap we picked up yesterday. Look at all this, dude. Loot for freaking days, mate. They're fast and adventurous. I remember, right? You won't know this, Alarian, right? Back in 317 when I started playing it, you see what I'm doing here? I'm not even sure you could shift click back then. But I'm not kidding you, dude. But the act of what I'm doing here, yeah, would probably have taken half an hour, dude. And what I mean by that is, that's assuming it worked. There could very well be problems. Like, for example, you'd think you put it all away, you get your spaceship, and then all of a sudden it'll be back in your backpack again, dude. And I'm not even exaggerating, dude, honestly. It's very easy to forget how bad this game was, man. But even back then, there was nothing like it, dude. Like, nothing like it at all, dude. And let's be fair, there still isn't, is there? Alright, so have I actually got... I've got a pyro tool, I've got that. So and I've got a med gun as well, haven't I? So I suppose it's really ammo that I need to sort out. I don't know whether to... I think I'm going to have a day using my P8. I've actually quite enjoyed having that P8. So what we'll do is we'll go for like... Let's have a look. We'll go for like 5 slots. 5 slots of P4. And then 3 slots of P8, because the P8s are only 15 rounds, aren't they? And if I toggle on my item helpers, so P8, 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 P4, 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 yeah, that's all good. So I've got a ton of P4 mags there, so I think I'll throw them in there. I have got a Paramed refill, which I'll throw in there. What's the highest capacity? I think what we should do, right? We should use the core armor to throw in, like, the ammo. Oh, it won't fit. Shit. So how much ammo can I fit in there? Let's split that. You know what? Because it's... You know when I start picking up goodies? It makes it ever so hard to, transfer to these slots, I find. Can I fit 20 in there? Already at 31%. Let's split that by, say, 10 then. That's not enough rounds, is it? Whoa! Oh, wrong button. What happened then? What happened then, boys? Hey there, bruh! Did I time out or something? Or did I actually misclick something? Split that. So I can take 10 and 6. And it's at 82%. What about if I try and get sneaking in another 5? No. What about... really? Oh, you actually have to click it. Split. What about 4? No. Get fuck's sake. Really? See? I can get 2 in there. But I'm not sneaking another one. Hang on, what's going on here? B4, see? B4. So I go 13, 16. Hang on, what's that? That's a P4, that's a P4. Why are they not stacking? Oh, because it's only 8 rounds. Can you just drop? Oh, that's nice. Alright, okay, so that's a little bit better, and then I've got some backups if I need it, right? Let's put the helmet back on then. So for some reason closing inventory wasn't working. Helmet back on. Helmet back on. Helmet back on. Okay, my helmet doesn't seem to be going back on. Now is that because... Why is my helmet not working? Armor. Oh dear. Alright, so we've got an actual glitch then. Because I took my helmet off to drink, and now my helmet isn't here. Oh. Well, that's a problem. Okay, that is actually a problem. We could try going in there. Actions, maybe? Personal inventory. No, don't want that. Actions, item actions. Normally it would put the helmet option in there, wouldn't it? Shit. I've lost my helmet, boys. Oh my bloody Jesus balls, bro. Bloody Jesus balls. I've never tried that. I assumed it was buggy and just slowly dragged and dropped. What, the drop thing? Yeah, to be honest, mate, I don't think it's ever worked for me before. Right, we want helmets. And I want my... I think I can buy it here, right? My Morozov, sorry. Morozov, quick buy. Shit, I should have transferred it to my own. Should have transferred it to my own what section? Alright, I'm suited and booted, right? Is anybody on? Does anyone want to go on a space adventure? Is it around there? Yeah, isn't it gorgeous, man? Something weird about it, isn't it? You get that, you know, like, you can imagine like playing a multiplayer cyberpunk. Like, how cool would that be? You know? But I kind of get that vibe of like, there's a lot of detail in cyberpunk. There's a lot of detail in this game. Let's throw that on. Yeah. Can't believe like we went down to Daymar twice yesterday, and twice some knobhead PvP wannabe player. Let's be honest, it's not even PvP, is it? Nuked ass shit. That was kind of like, You're right, Peters. You've had too many jelly beans, or do those look like adult massagers? I'm trying to think. I did see it. I can't think of what you'd have been looking at when you said that, dude. All I've been using is... I don't know what you mean. The filters. What filters? You've got me wondering now. I want to see what you saw. Hang on a minute as well. Why are these on my bandolier, look? Quartz Energy SMG battery. Why are they on there? Hang on a minute. What's going on there? Oh no. Oh no, yeah, I don't want that. What the hell, dude? And I don't bloody want that either. Well, that would have been a disaster, wouldn't it? P4. And a P4. Okay. And then we'll drop item. Drop item. Ah, there you go. Look, there you go, Alarian. A classic example. Yeah, that ain't working, bro. Yeah, none of it's working. Alright, let's move. Come back over here. I wonder if it's because I've just moved it from one inventory to another. Yeah. So you got to come out, come back in again before it registers it. The jelly beans on the leg armor. What are you looking at, bro? Hang on. Oh, it's saying slot 1's got an arc-light pistol battery. Where? Dude, they've got to come up with a better system than this, man. P4, and now I've got an empty slot. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is going on, dudes? I bet I can't drop that. Yeah, you can't drop it. If I do that, and then do that, I bet it'll let me do it. P4. P8, correct. P4, P8. Perfect. Alright, let's drink some coffee. I think we're ready. Now, here's an interesting thing. You see what all that stuff I've just done, right? Imagine every time you died, you'd have to do all that again. Because you didn't have it. And not only that, you'd have to pay for it all again as well. So, like, literally just a few months back, yeah, if you died, you woke up with a medigown or in a medical bag. No armor, no inventory, no bandolier equipment, no attachments on your guns, nothing. If you died, that was it. Start again, bro. I kind of miss the good old days. So yesterday was all about saving people. So yesterday I logged in to save you because my ship had been blown up. But you ended up in space. So I came over to get you out. And then Tomb had to come and get us off the planet because they blew up my ship a second time. It was. And you know what? I have to say, Larry, and I did think about this after the stream. Isn't it cool? I felt like I had more, I don't know, organic gameplay in that like 45 minutes than I did in like 8 hours of Dune Awakening, which is basically just do the same things over and over and over and over again. And I'm not trying to criticise Dune Awakening. I'm certainly not trying to imply that Star Citizen is an amazing game in its current format. But you can see why. You know what I mean? You can see why when people say bad things about Star Citizen or like, oh, well, I'm just not going to play it for whatever reason. It's because they've never tasted the freedom of something like that. There is no other game like it. I mean, for all its flaws, there is something truly organic about the Star Citizen experience. Now, I'll be the first to admit, largely because of things going wrong. You know, I'm not trying to make it out like this is some sort of, you know, Defense Force excuse. But almost in it's uncertainty. There is this kind of, I don't know, you're all in it together. You never know what's going to happen. Again, maybe for all the wrong reasons. And there's nothing else out there that gives you that sense of like, I spent 6 hours in Dune, and again, this isn't about Dune versus Star Citizen, it's just about experiences, right? In Dune, I did the same things. I literally went from A to B, B to A, A to B, B to A, A to B, literally just getting rocks for 6 fucking hours, right? Now, admittedly, I got so bored and started having a chat about quantum mechanics, but probably says it all, really. In 45 minutes of Star Citizen, I got a load of combat action. I got some space flight. I got some immersive like simulation. You know, we did an EVA pickup of the player in space. You know, we had one of our mates swoop down in his badass. What's it called? What's that ship that Tomb's got? It's a really nice ship, isn't it? It's not an anvil, is it? What's it called? Shit, it's because it's a new ship. I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, you know, swoops down, lands, and we jump on and take off. You know, while getting shot. You know, it's easy to forget. You know, we were getting shot by another ship, and one of those beams, one of those laser beams, we think got in through the back door, or a ballistic shot got in through the back door, because it nearly took me down, didn't it? Because the cargo hatch was open. You know, and then we sweep off, we land back on the station and gather our loot. You know, it's a tough one, man. I say it 1,000 times, man. You cannot talk about Star Citizen in any meaningful way until you've played it. It's one of those games, isn't it? You have to have experienced it. You have to go through the baptism of nightmare-fueled bug fuckery to come out the other side. There's no excuse in it. You know, there's no excuse in it, but to try and imply, let's get this Pisces sort of. This poor thing's been shot down twice now, just for being landed on Daymar. I feel sorry for my Pisces. Where is it? Pisces Rescue, expedite.
Your insurance claim.
Pay the expedited fee, $2,000 down the people up. You know, I was like having your wallet empty. What do you mean, dude? But do you mean like in Star Citizen? But you don't have to spend anything on Star Citizen. And that's the point, isn't it? You know, that's like that would be like saying, you know, if you play Fortnite, it's going to cost you £1,000 in skins. Well, it's not, is it? You don't have to spend £1,000 on skins. In Star Citizen, right now you can fly completely for free, can't you? There's a free fly event. I mean, how many games even do that these days? I think that's nice. I think it's one of the few things I fully support the mod, actually. I'm sure there were a lot of internal battles about free fly events. But yeah, I mean, even if you just want, oh hang on, what's this show? Oh right, okay. So I've got messages coming through. Right, I'm gonna jump in the Pisces. I tell you what about we try a bunker mission? Because the last bunker mission, I didn't realise security could actually be on the surface, on the elevator level, did I? So I made a bit of a boo-boo, didn't I? And I thought I was just shooting NPCs, and it wasn't NPC, but it was a friendly NPC, and I got put in jail, didn't I? Well, I've never actually had that happen before. So the game's very smooth today. We're on one of them magical servers, boys. We'll jump on some Dune later. You're all starting to worry me immensely about Dune. It sounds like we're going to be doing a lot of repetition for, I don't know, tier 6 gear that isn't going to be any different, is it? There was something about World of Warcraft grinding dungeons in a team that I can't get out of my head, man. But I think if Dune was more, I don't know, like team focused. But I think it is at the end game, isn't it? Like the very, very end game. Isn't that where it all comes alive a bit more? You know, with your thumpers and your, what's it called? The what are they? The spice harvesters and things. I just don't know how much more. Just I don't know, boys. I just don't know about Dune. I really like it. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't be playing it today if I didn't like it. But I don't know. Am I coming already to the end? I'm starting to feel like I am, to be honest. Okay, so I haven't done any inputs there apart from pure vertical thrust. I've just rotated very small amount to the left and the right again there. But look at it. Look at this wobble on it. That's just mad, that is, man. I have no idea what the plans are. It just adds something like, I don't know, it's such a subtle thing, but it just adds so much to the game. It's like really weird. Oh wow, that was gorgeous tonight. Oh, look at that. Very nice, boys. Okay, let's head out into the vastness of space, my friends. Come around, let's pop a ping. Make sure we're not about to crash into anything particularly dangerous. Let's set a course to... Where did we say we were going to go? Oh, well, let's head to Daymar, because it's an easy jump, and then we'll see if we can get any mercenary missions or whatever they're called.
Shields offline.
Turn. Quantum Spondylix. And off we go, lads. You're right, Buck. You're right, Fubar. You played any of this recent? What are you playing these days, Buck? You were playing a lot of Baldur's Gate, weren't you? You still playing that, or been solo? No. If you want to join, dude, I'm up for anything, mate. So I try a bunker. We've done a bit of RAC mining. We've done the platform alignment facility. I've done a little bit of PvE ship-to-ship bounties. What else? And we've only played like for a few hours really since that. Oh, I've done a big cargo haul. That actually works really well. But bunker, like, we've done a prison-ish run, not the escape run, but. Right, contracts, bounty hunter, or is it mercenary? We're always going to do all these scenarios again. These are the space combat ones, aren't they? So we definitely want mercenary, but I'm not seeing anything that is bunker related there. So what's this? How do I know what this is? Oh, an Outlaw Origin 135. So we know that's a ship, don't we? What's this? Again, this is probably ship combat, isn't it? How am I going to get a bunker mission then? Because they used to be ever so easy to get, didn't they? Security contract, evaluation, yellow contract, ambush and amateur, unauthorized surveillance, which is the comms array. We might have to jump to another planet then. I should have come in the Gladius, shouldn't I? Because then we could. Yeah, that actually I should have, and or whatever. Because then we could have mixed in ship to ship with. Shit, yeah, that's my bad, isn't it? With ground combat. I should bump to Yale, see if we unlock any security missions. Finish the main story in Dune. It's really worth it for me personally. Reignited the fire a bit after I knew what was going on. Yeah, that's where the game shines for me. I'm going to be honest. I have thoroughly enjoyed. Oh shit, I'm going back. I've thoroughly enjoyed it's the combat, dude. I love flying around in an ornithopter doing quests. Just love it, dude. And then go back to the base, you know, with a bit of treasure, a bit of loot, you know, mine a bit of farming or grinding. Really enjoy it, dude. But you know, once you're in the grind, it's like, oh, you know, I don't dislike it. I mean, like I said, I like a grind, but I do need a fun grind. You know, there's a difference between driving around in a buggy zapping rocks, or farming, you know, a combat-focused dungeon, you know, 1,000 times over, isn't there? You know, I know what I'd rather be doing. Let me put it that way. All right, contracts, mercenary. Nope, nothing. I'm in the right section, yeah? Yeah, I am. So, why no? That's actually that's a bit shit. Shall I try a combat mission in a C8R? I've already mastered flying bases, so it's like, if you start, so is this like an obstacle course? Oh, single targets. Does the Spices here even have any guns? Like, I think it does, but they're probably like about as powerful as my pyro multi-tool, right? Mostly Dune, but how you get? Whereabouts are you, dude? I mean, if you managed to get past where I am, like, shit. So hang on a minute, this sucks balls. So there's no freaking bunker missions. That can't be right, lads. There's not a lot else I could do in a bloody Pisces, is there? Let's hop back to Daymar. Daymar's always had some good quests for me. Maybe someone's already taken them. Because there's loads of security stations on Daymar, right? Yeah, I need it in a rice and sort of area. Contracts, bounty hunter. Oh, hang on, this looks a bit more promising. Yeah, I've got one. Provide backup. Excellent, boys. Security post Prashad. To Prashad we go, my friends. To Prashad we go. Even the map seems to be working quite well at the moment, guys. Not gonna lie. Seems to be pretty good. The course tracking, so the heads-up display elements are all on point, aren't they? How you been getting on with it, Furbo? Morning on YouTube, Shades. What? How's the game been for you recently, Phoebe? You been playing it every day, dude? Do you think so? I don't know, man. Warframe's a pretty big game, right? Do you think Dune? See, this is my discussion yesterday. I see what you're saying, but I don't think people are going to jump back to Dune, dude. I think that's the difference. This is what I was trying to say yesterday. I probably did a bad job. I was so tired yesterday. I think Warframe you can pick up any day. You can take a week off, you can take 6 months off, you just pick up Warframe, yeah? You might be a bit rusty, but you just pick up where you left off, don't you? You can't with Dune, dude. I think that's the problem. I think it's going to be a huge problem for them. I'm not saying they've made a bad decision. I'm not saying it makes it a bad game. I just think sometimes, you know, that the construct of your own game doesn't work in your favour. I think once someone's lost the base, you know, due to inactivity, because it's going to happen. All this, oh, but you can pack up your base. No, I'm sorry, but you're talking bollocks. The vast majority of people stop playing a game, almost unaware that they've stopped playing a game. You know, you don't think about it. Just something else comes along, and before you know it, you're off playing it, right? And then you think, oh shit, oh, I forgot about that guy. You know, oh, I'll give that another bash. Oh, I've not played Division for ages. I'll pick that up. Yeah, it's not going to happen in June. It just isn't. You know, no matter how people want to spin it. And like I said, I'm not saying they've made a bad call, but I still think that, you know, it's something that is going to ultimately affect them. And I don't think in a good way. I'm going to be a sitting duck coming out of here, but I want to see if doesn't something weird happen? Don't our ships get destroyed very easily now? I've got a helmet on, right? Okay. Well, already then, let's get a little. I was heading towards the shadows then. I was thinking about Dune. I was like, shit, I need to stay in the shadows, don't I? No, you don't, bro. That's that other game, my dude. Why the hell? What the fuck? What is with these, dude? I swear something weird's going on with my bandoliers, man. It's the first time back today since 4.2. Been in June the whole time. Really, Fubar, yeah. How's it gone? I mean, how's your first impressions been, dude? Oh, yeah, no, well, Larry, no, I agree with you. No, yeah, so sorry, yeah, I didn't want to, like, micro compartmentalise the discussion there. I'm totally with you, dude. They really are bloody good shots, aren't they? Now, I'm definitely hitting him, so either he's not where I think he is, or... There's just no way I'm missing that shot, is there? Maybe I shouldn't go for headshots when it's laggy like this. There's just no way those shots are missing. That reticle is on point, dude. Yeah, look at this, man. We better just check around here, make sure there's no one going around my side, dude. Now, is that a good guy or a bad guy? Does he look like he's got light in the... Getting ammo any from his... Alright, boys. Not a terrible stuff. God, if only there wasn't this weird lag, latency, judder, desync bullshit going on. This would be fucking cool as fuck, wouldn't it, dude? It really would, man. Alright, let's switch out. What have you got me on, mucker? Can I search you? Alright, I'll definitely wear that, I think. I don't think we need anything else there. So swap. I don't want to. Store. Put that in there, yeah. Just trying to get a bit of muscle memory with this looting. For some reason, I'm having to overthink it, and I don't understand why. I think because so often there's lag there, so I think I've misclicked it. You know, in the heat of combat, I feel like, oh, I've done the wrong. Oh, hang on, what was that? Was that? What's it? It was, wasn't it? So store that. Yeah, so I am clicking it. It's just really hit and miss, I think. It leads me to think I'm pressing the wrong key. So what happens is I press the other key, you know? but then it does it because it catches up, even though I've actually now pressed the wrong key. I just need to slow down so I can get the confidence on pressing the right freaking mouse button. Really should have checked those corners, man. 46% of hostiles remaining. Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it, Alarian? I think. I suppose the way I see it, right, Dune to me is more than a good enough game, right, to keep players like me coming back, regardless of how many updates there are. A bit like I did with Coden. So I suppose that is the parameter that I'm setting as the core foundation for this discussion. It is, as a game, good enough to bring me back when there's new content, no matter what. Yeah, I do enjoy the basic setup of the game. And I think also the game is solid enough to keep new players coming in. I think a new player that joins today is going to have a great time. You know, they're not going to have felt like they're left behind, you know, behind the curve, blah, 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 blah. Like in a classic MMO where you feel like you're behind everyone else and your mates are all level 60 and all that. I think... So I think returning players will come back, and I think new players will come in. And I think a game that offers both of that is in a pretty good place, right? I fear that returning players for Dune with the current systems, I think returning players may not come back. I think that's the problem. Even though the game is good enough, I think the barrier to actually doing so may be a barrier a little bit too much. I'd really like to try lobbing a grenade, but gotta be careful here, because we could easily get caught in a crossfire. Now that is definitely security, right? Alright, well that did go hard, planned it. I think I was shooting his backpack. Oh, there's still a hostile remaining. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Okay. In the elevator. So we still have an issue with elevator spawns then, which is a shame all these years later. They're just not activating. Oh, my God. I was actually shooting where I thought, oh, Jesus Christ, I thought that was his helmet. Yeah, it's just one of those. Right, let's drop that item. We'll throw that over there, throw that over there. There's something weird going on with this. I don't know. It feels to me like it's shunting. Because look. There's no way. If I drop that. Oh, it's just a clusterfuck, really. What a fucking train wreck. The whole fucking inventory system just... And now this is... Oh my God, Star Citizen. You really do need to start getting your basic shit together. P8 is down there, isn't it? Store that up there. Meg pen can go down there, which it's not going to store, even though there's plenty of room for it. Oh, it's just a fucking joke, isn't it, dude? The whole inventory thing is still just an absolute monstrous clusterfuck of fucking it just don't work, right? Look at it. Now I've got a fucking hell, dude. I'm just going to ignore it. I'm going to so end up dying because of that. I just don't bother. There's just no point, killer. This is what I'm saying. The chances of, like, it actually working, let's be honest, is probably fucking zero, right? It's just quicker just to fucking stick new fucking mags in. It's not like they cost anything. I can't even do the basic shuttle around and gear, killer. You know, it's shunting along. You know, it's like replacing one and then shunting slot 3 across. It's like my slot 3's like bugged or something. If you take something off a bandolier and put it in your inventory, you then can't drop it. You've got to quit in the inventory and go back into the inventory. So yeah, I know I can repack magazines. I've done it, and you know what I came to the conclusion of? It's a total waste of fucking time, dude. It's another one of those things that's in Star Citizen. It's a wonderful thing, but until it actually fucking works reliably and quickly, you might as well just ignore it, dude. See, all this as well, you know, like, well, I'm getting blues. And what it used to mean was blue meant it was, like, in a transitional period, didn't it? Or was that grey? I think that was grey, wasn't it? And when it went blue, it meant it was there. So we're still getting all these, like, silhouetted icons, which really don't, I don't know, don't inspire me with any confidence at all that things are getting tracked properly. Kind of weird, because I mean, I was just saying to Alara, it's a lot better than it used to be. I mean, I remember, like, leaving stations and like being halfway to Daymar, you know, before we knew something was up. And you know, we'd check our, what the hell is that? A Kana Valor rifle. Is that any good? I don't know what it is. It looks a bit fancy, doesn't it? It's quite nice. Look at the modelling on that. You've got this like really nice metallic blue paint on the stock, and then it's all like weathered. That actually looks really cool. Their attention to detail at times is stunning, isn't it? Now all we need is if it's a fucking work, and we'll all be happy, won't we? We'll all be happy little campers. Back to Dune. Did a protect site. Shot the first guy I saw. Wrong guy. Crime stat 3. Lol. In jail for a while. Hey, at least you tried, mate. The way I see it, at least we tried, yeah? How you doing, killer ass things, man? I still don't know whether to, like, go single fire a bit more on that. I do kind of like his P8 P4 combo. It's kind of quite good fun, actually. Well, I haven't died yet, for you, Ball. And let's see. I think last time I did make it as far as getting out. And let me just try something. Alright, okay, so oh yeah, okay. Oh, that's cool. I left the back of my ship, hey, but that was a bit naughty of me. Nothing special, killer. How's the famil doing, dude? You been playing any Star Citizen, dude? She's playing well. Like the core game's playing well. You know, like frame rates, things like that. They seem to be having a huge problem with NPCs. Like more so than I remember. Nearly every NPC I've seen since this 4 point whatever it is that we're currently playing, dude. They seem to be doing this like constant phasing. You know, like before, like sometimes they'd move okay, but they weren't where they were, and then they'd suddenly like warp around. I've noticed today and yesterday, every NPC outside of a certain range jumps. You know, like in VR. You ever played a VR game where you put your footprints on the ground and then click a button and you teleport there? It's like every single one of them does this like VR teleport movement. So I'm never sure. I mean, are they actually, you know, like, say I know the teleport, because it's always a perfectly equidistant jump as well. So, like, let's say at a 40-meter range, yeah, or whatever, so say 20-meter range, it's like each phase is like, say, a 4-meter distance. So, like, you can time it, can't you? You can sort of like say, okay, well, it's just vanished, and I've got a split second before he re-vanishes. But does he exist in the intermediary moment? Or is this some sort of like bullshit, you know, I don't know, CPU overhead saving system they've come up with? You know, like a lot of games have a 30 FPS cap on animations on NPCs outside of a certain range. So, like, up close, you know, in melee combat or even short range, mid-range combat, you know, your enemies have got no real frame rate cap. Well, they probably have got a frame rate cap, but let's just say it's, you know, 60 or, you know, 120, whatever it's going to be. That's the animation cycles, yeah, per tick. A lot of them cap it at 30 FPS, don't they? And that's why things in the distance always look a little bit jerky in, like, you know, certain games. I don't know if they're coming up with some weird shit in this or not. Oh, that's nice, Killer. Well, that sounds good, mate. That sounds good, dude. You got a nice weekend planned, dude? You know how they said in June they reimbursed all the stuff that people lost? Yep. Oh, well, they were trying to. I didn't assume they could, but I know they were trying to. You were pretty excited to get my stuff back. Well, apparently not, since they will only do it for people that had issues between the 7th and the 10th. Ah, right. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you know, I don't know when you lost yours, but... yeah, I suppose therein lies the problem, doesn't it? When a dev says we're going to try and resolve the issue, we all know it's never going to work out well, is it? You know, there's still going to be people that they can't help out, even if they fell in that time zone, I'm sure. And then you've got the people that were just at that time zone. Or people will say that they didn't know about it and lose, you know, the opportunity to send the ticket in, and then they say, oh, we were only doing it for a 2-week period. There's no pleasing anyone, is there? You know, sometimes I get it hurts, but sometimes I think when a dev says, like, look, we're sorry, but, you know, we've got to move on. I don't know, dude. I think they're struggling, dude. I really do. The amount of downtime on that game is weirdly high, isn't it? I can't think of any other games that have had, you know, all these weeks later are still getting an hour and a half regularly. I mean, it doesn't bother me, don't get me wrong. You know, I'm glad they're fixing things, but... I got another provide backup there. Let's try that one. Security post WAN on Yayla. Track, and off we go. Okay, Yayla it is. Oh, my bad, my bad, my bad. Didn't actually mean to do that. Where are you? Can we actually click it from the other side of the moon? We can. Very nice. Apparently there's some new planetary tech coming on board, isn't there, for this? I think everything seems to be going well, apart from the melee combat, right? Or let's say the on-foot combat with this desync. But I have to say, even though it is bad, at least I can get some fun out of it. Obviously, I'm never going to turn around and say it plays like a bloody Call of Duty game, but... what I mean by that, I mean, don't mean actually Call of Duty, but I mean, like, you know, look, there's one thing you got to admit about Call of Duty, right? It's pretty slick, isn't it? Whether like you like the gameplay, Luke, but you know the animations, the tightness of it is pretty good, right? But when you press a button, shit happens, doesn't it? You know what I mean? So you've lost that. What would you have got back, Larry? I mean, what did you actually lose, dude? I think I've been quite lucky, haven't I? I can't think of any major issues I've had. I mean, I lost that ceiling piece in my hangar, didn't I? Which was, I'm going to be honest, exceptionally annoying. But you know, they obviously made some change to, I guess, how structural integrity is calculated. Shields online. Security post 1. Look at that gorgeous, dude. Yeah, apparently the new planetary tech's looking really, really good. Alright, where should we put it down then, boys? Looks like, what is the name of that shit? That one on the left there. This new thing. The one that Team picked us up in yesterday. It's driving me mad that I can't think of the name of it. Oh shit, there's dudes all around there, look. Begins with an A, doesn't it? Okay, boys, we're down. Look at that, that's gorgeous, man. Very nice. All right, let's get out. Let's go and shoot some bad dudes, boys. Now before we go though, let's just check. Let's make sure. Why has he got his med pen out? Now he's T-posing. Okay. Things are not looking good, lads. Right, yeah, look, slot 3. There's something going on with my slot 3, dude. There is no doubt about it, man. Every time, innit? It's always that same slot. Bit chilly down here, boys. Minus 28 degrees. The front's down there, isn't it? Should we take this high ground? Come round. Is that what it is? The Anvil Asgard. Thanks, Fubar. I think you're right, dude. Thank you. Yeah, the Anvil Asgard. It's one of those names that I really should remember, but last couple of days we played, I just cannot remember it for some reason. Oh shit. Not in a very good position here. Now, how do I know if that's a good guy or a bad guy? That's the problem. There's just no way for me to know, is there? Like, literally, how do I make that call, man? Right, so he's got to be a bad guy. Oh my god. Oh god. Well, that's not good, is it? What's my, is my med pen that one? It is, isn't it? So if I do that and that. I mean, he's looking at me. What do you think? Should we take a... Oh, aggravated assault. Fuck's sake, dude. This game, dude. There's got to be a way for us to fucking do this shit, right? Without never knowing who's a good guy and who's a bad guy at that sort of range. I just don't have a scope. So we need binoculars. And so you don't have to use a scope all the time. You know, like where is binoculars? I mean, that dude literally was sitting there staring straight at me. I mean, he looked extremely hostile to me, dude. I've got a crime stat, but I don't think it's a bad one at this point. But there ain't no way I'm getting in there now, is there? So I think I'm just going to have to abandon that. And I've got a crime stat 2. Crime stat 2 I can... Oh no, it's destroyed my ship, hasn't it? Oh, for fuck's sake. My ship gets insta-gibbed, doesn't it? Oh. We put in an hour. Fucking game sucks ass, dude. It just sucks fucking ass. What's it called? Dune, innit? Alright, let me do all this, dudes. Today we made it 1 hour. Before we just hit a I mean, it's like, you know, it's my fault, don't get me wrong. It is my fault. I shouldn't have shot the dude, but I think, you know, it highlights how... But the trouble is, you can't get close enough without a scope to be able to tell, can you? So you're forced into almost like, I don't know. I just don't like it. We're supposed to have like little pips, aren't we? If I remember, there are supposed to be like little triangles, I do believe, that will show friendlies from enemies. Yeah. But I have a feeling, you've got to bear with me because I've got to change all these fucking stream titles, dude. Right, I think everything's in the right direction, I think. Right, escape. Oh, I'm actually, so I'm in a med bed. I'll tell you what, hang on. Morning, Mr. Caskell. Morning, Mr. Caskell. I think let me just get out of my med bed at least. I've got another. I'm gonna have another half hour sorting out my inventory again. Now I'm ready for tomorrow. Morning, Miss Baked Bean. How are we doing? You right, Dick? How's things, Dick? You right? Alright, June. Let's go and see how we feel about this today. I have a bad feeling about this as well. Is there any other games out, guys? June Awakening play. Right, here we go, lads. Oh, blimey. My hamstring's fucked, dude. My left hamstring, man. You've done a remodel, Dick. Expanded and remodeled my place in June. Just needs some organising and a bit of decorating. Are you happy with it, Dick? Don't break the law, don't go to prison. Yeah, I think I'll be alright, because I think I can just pay off my tier 2 crime stat. It's my own fault, but the point is, you know... it's supposed to be mercy if you don't know who the good guy... Fuck off. Go literally shove a fucking saucepan up your arse. You know, it's literally a fucking space game where I can fly around in quantum fucking speeds, yeah? You think when the security forces send you a fucking can you come and help us, right? They'd also send some sort of like algorithmic code to your fucking space iPod, right? Which will let me know who the fuck the good guys are, right? So get off your fucking high horse with that bullshit excuse about it being realistic, you know what I mean? You can fucking suck my fucking chuffer, dude. Could play Pete. I could, but, you know, I'm not a sad fucking no-life fucking wannabe. You know what I mean? Have some rooms to build and such, but happy with overall structure. Good. Well, I'm glad it's always... Is it the same base, Dick? Or have you been somewhere else, mate? Just pulled them outside work and it's way too hot. I've got to put up fencing all day in this heat. Oh, you be careful, Rusty. Drink lots, mate. Stay hydrated and protect the head and the back of the neck, bro. You'll be alright. Yeah, my hamstring's shame. Started the stream yesterday. I was in a lot of pain yesterday. I don't think it's major, but it is aching a lot more today. I definitely, hopefully it's nothing that needs any attention, but we'll see how it goes the next couple of days, I think. Right, inventory. So, I think I just built... Oh, yeah. Okay. So I just built some rather delicious storage over here, haven't I? So I think I'd already put some in there, hadn't I? And we did check out the ornithopter. There we go, boy. I like that. I like having some storage. That's excellent. Right, so if we also just go and check... let's make some filters as well. Let's make a batch of filters every day, even though we only use... I think 12 lasts 2 days, doesn't it? That's not what I want, is it? So, into here. Standard filters. After them out, we're going to make 12. I think we get some basic infrastructure done today. I'm gonna do a flower sand run, guys. Now, we smelted up a whole bunch of aluminium, I thought, yesterday. Yeah, 241 aluminium. So, I should be able to make a load of duraluminium ingots now, yeah? 198 duraluminium. And working on 200. Yeah, so I think if we go and get some... Obviously, I'm out of water. We were going to make a death... Oh! Did I make the steel? Shit. Does that require water? Shit. I should probably stop making that then. Let me... Oh, what the hell? Did I not make the iron? Oh, shit, I didn't make the iron yet. Alright, let's make the iron. And fuck it, we'll start making that one. Okay, okay. That's gonna slow me down a bit, isn't it? God damn it. How much area do the extenders give you? Same, basically doubles. So you can. So basically, I think you can have 5 in total. Is that right? So you're talking about a state claim spot. So 1 horizontal state claim it essentially doubles the size of the cubic area you can build in. Yeah, and you can put it wherever you want around the 4 original sides of your base. Yeah, but you can only do 1 vertical upgrade, and the 1 vertical upgrade upgrades all of your horizontal upgrades. If that helps any bit. Right, vehicle in there, vehicle in there. You playing anything, Casper? You just enjoying your racing at the minute? Hopefully, I can start thinking about doing some actual inventory management there, because everything's a bit hodgepodgey at the minute, isn't it? I'm gonna do a little flower sand run. Fuel cells. So the fuel cells, I think I was putting in a fuel box, wasn't I? Which was this one. Bumbity bum bum bumbity bum 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 bum. See, look, you know, like when I move something in an inventory in this game, look. Now I know Star Citizen's doing a lot more, but you know when I move it, it just moves, doesn't it? There's no sense of doubt or hesitation. Yeah. The fuck can't Star Citizen do that? You know, I don't think it's a complicated thing to work out, right? Why is it always so janky and buggy? Just moving one object from one container to another. Why? I demand answers. Oh, you don't know what hamstring is? Oh, is that like an English word? Sorry, Shades. Actually, shit, hang on. I've just suddenly thought, where's my fucking phone? Hang on, give me 1 second. I just need to pop my phone on a quick charge, actually. Yeah, it's alright, thank you. It's alright, just suddenly remembered it was getting a bit low earlier. Not so I did 3 vertical, then on horizontal from the top to the cliffside. Not so I did 3 vertical, then on horizontal. You don't need to. I'm sure you don't. I'm sure... What? So you need to do a vertical on each horizontal then? Oh, that's not what we were told. I was under the impression once you did a vertical, it extended all of your horizontals. Is that not the case then? No. Let me check on mine then, because it'll be easy to check, won't it? No, that's that myth busted, isn't it? No. Proven wrong, dude. So I've got an extension to the right there, an extension to the left there, an extension to the left there, and I've only ever done 1 vertical. So there you go. So it is what we were told. Oh no, I've got that bug, look. I'm gonna have to log out, man. So and you know what? It's the same thing, isn't it? It's when I use one of these tools. I'm gonna have to log out. Exit to main menu. You do only do 1 vertical, Dick, as I've just proven. Continue. I've got 4 zones with 1 vertical, and all 4 are vertical. Proof's in the pudding. You've literally just seen it, dude. You can extend higher. I never said that you can't go higher. I just said you don't need to, for each 1 horizontal, add a vertical. I can't just make things up I didn't say. But you don't need to do like 1 horizontal and then add a vertical to it, and then another horizontal and another vertical to it. That's what I just said. Yeah, which is exactly what I said for you, Bar. Now, if we pop in... Let's have a look. So we've got everything we need there, don't we? Shall I take... I'm getting flower sand, aren't I? And to be honest, flower sand... I mean, it's not... You don't really need a lot of it, do you? I don't know if you just take, like, the thruster to get there faster. I think it's probably the easier way of doing it, innit? It's not like... I don't know why you all play with storage. The storage sucks ass, dude. I want to get rid of the... I want to remove that, don't I? Detach the scout ornithopter storage. And then assemble the thruster, yeah? I'll keep it with me, right? As long as I don't get eaten by a worm. Which obviously is always a chance that's going to happen. Oh, hang on, shit, hang on. We should probably check the repairs. Let's do. What am I doing? Oh, repairs. So I need to get some. What's it? So I grab that. Oh yeah, I really want to take all that down inside. There's no way to like choose a box here, is there? You can't like choose a drop down. Like if you name your boxes, that would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? Like say you could name that storage box 1. Yeah. So in the same way, like you can also select the backpack, the buggy, the ornithopter, whatever here. Yeah? Imagine if you could name your storage. So you can name your storage like iron. Yeah. So let's say we call this box storage as iron. Yeah. And then let's say why is it not escaping? Why can I not press escape? What the fuck, dude? I can't do anything. Whoa, what the hell, bruh? Yeah, so imagine we've got that. Let's just say it's called storage box iron, yeah? And let's say I opened another box here, yeah? And let's just show the interface as if it's this box here, yeah? So now we're seeing that box on the left's inventory here. Wouldn't it be kind of cool if instead of seeing my backpack here, I could choose box, storage box iron? That'd be kind of neat, wouldn't it? That would actually be really cool, wouldn't it? There's something wrong, guys. When you click these things here, it stops the escape button working. I found another bug. That don't click those little areas. Completely cock blocks you, dude. Construction tool. Oh no, sorry, not construction tool. We want the welding tool, don't we? And we want to repair. So that's 2 out of 4. Most of this damage is from that storm yesterday, isn't it, I think? I got caught out in a sandstorm. I'm gonna be honest, right? It's hard to play a game like this when you just come from Star Citizen. Even in its fucking horrendously broken state, right? Reckon that's everything all done. If I come out of that, go in there, have a look at that. So yeah, all looking good. The scan module I don't really care about. Fuel's obviously low. Let's go and sort that out. We'll throw you back in there. It's just a lot of fucking fanning about in boxes, isn't it? There's a lot of fucking around in boxes, man. Let me throw that up there, that up there, that up there. There we're gonna take those down. This is my kind of what even is this? Storm Rider boost module Mark 4. Okay. So I've got no fucking fuel. God, that'd be so good, wouldn't it? So I've got this box's storage here. I could click this, drop down, Grum's fuel box. Yeah, on this drop down. I'm not gonna click it. And I could open it up and just magically teleport it up here. That would be so fucking cool, right? That would be like, the inventory management would just be like, oh. And it would be really nice as well, you know, like for OCD people, just have like a flick through all their inventories and like just quickly organise it all as well. We should add that to the wish list, I think. Let's have a check on this as well. Paid taxes 4 days on fuel. So I know I've got the weekend then, yeah. So as long as we hit it. Oh shit, I keep getting the wrong one, don't I? We'll take that. We'll take that. We'll take that. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do is I will take some of these up top, right? Why not? It makes sense, doesn't it? The inventory management kills you. Yeah, I mean, at least it works. You know, coming from Star Citizen, at least it works and it's snappy. But they could really make it, to be honest, a showcase for how to do good inventory in computer games. They've got a good foundation, haven't they? To be fair to them, they've got a really, really good foundation. I can think of loads of little things that they can add that would really make it a showcase. You know, it's like everything we say about this game. All the hard work is done, isn't it? You know, the bulk of the coding is done, right? You know, I know they've got issues with PvP, but I think they just abandoned PvP, to be honest. I think they just set up full PvP servers and change the PvE servers. I just think they're fighting an impossible battle. I think they're fucked if they play that game any longer. I just don't think the vast majority of people that are going to stick around in this game give a flying fuck about PvP, to be honest. So why cater for? I know it's going to hurt because it was their lifelong dream. but it should be just down here, shouldn't it? All goes well. I don't know whose base this is, but I bet I bet there's a lot of noise here throughout the day. Oh, I didn't bring my sexy pants, did I? Not my pants. I didn't bring my sexy what's-its. My sexy shoes, boys. I forgot. Morning, Doc. Morning, Joshua. You still playing Dune, Doc? I hear you joined the Harkonnen. A day out on Arrakis. It's about the same temperature in the UK at the minute. Getting a little bit toasty, sir. No, I was just saying how you getting on in June, Doc. So I'm trying to listen out. I didn't put the sexy boots on. I actually am really surprised that this hasn't been nerfed. The first time we came across this on our travels, I genuinely thought, well, that won't be there, you know, in the next Coriolis event. You know what I mean? This sort of almost makes a mockery of gathering flower sand, doesn't it? And I can't imagine anyone else hasn't figured out where this is now. I mean, we were coming across here on our sandbite long before this base was built, weren't we? And I thought, fucking hell, that looks really close. You alright, Dr. Nasus? I think that's our lot, boys. I think that's our lot. Let's throw that in there. Easy peasy, boys. Easy peasy. Now, I'm going to assume the other thing I will need some of, which I haven't gathered, is the erythrite, isn't it? I think I'm getting quite low on erythrite. I think you know what? I think without the ornithopter, yeah, I wouldn't have played this game beyond that middle period. I just think I would have done. I enjoyed the living off the land, but now knowing how much grinding there is to do. Although I haven't felt the grind yet. I don't think I've even. I would still say in my playthrough I've not actually ground out any particular commodity at all yet. You know, even if we take into account jasmine, we did it like for what, I don't know, what, a couple of hours yesterday, an hour yesterday? Might not even have been that one. So I can only call that a grind, can I? But I am starting to feel from what you're saying that isn't going to be the case for much longer. You're like, I always need a bit of all the resources, don't I? Let's see what I'll do actually. Let me take, if I can take a little bit of this down with me. Oh, I won't be able to, will I? Right, forget it. So we come back with about 1,000 flower sand from a really? Yeah, 1,000 flower sand from a run. So what else did I need? I mean, a death still for a start. I mean, can I put corpses in a box? Let's go and kill a dude. I'm gonna go and kill someone and see if we can pick up a body. Because I assume the bodies are quite heavy, but I mean, like, can I just like take the ornithopter with some storage on and just like fill it up with bodies? It sounds a little bit strange, but or can you only like carry one at a time or something? What was I going to do? Flower sand. I'll tell you what. Let's go and put that upstairs as well. You can put corpses in storage. So if we just go and see what I need for a basic death still, which is the steel variant, isn't it? Let me throw the flower sand in there. And then we'll start making some more silicon. But I think I'm going to need water for that, aren't I? Silicon block. Yeah, water again. Look. So, should I be making bigger water storage, do you think? I'm not sure what to do here. Let's have a look at a death still. How do I make a death still? I'm going to assume it's classed as a refinery. So I need 60 steel ingots. Which I probably haven't got going yet. If I cancel those out and make some steel while we go out and grab some bodies then, yeah? Is there anything else I need to get bodies? Oh, hang on, let me put that away. Tier 5 and lower resources get easier and easier to grind since you get better benches. Yeah, you know what it is, dude? I think what's going to happen is people are going to start misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the grind itself is... It's the grind is just boring. You know what I mean? There's a huge difference between like grinding a boss, yeah? Grinding a dungeon, grinding the same mob in a village fucking 1,000 times over, right? So I'm just checking everything's actually alright on my Steam controller. To just fucking clicking a button and clicking another button, clicking a button and clicking. Do you see my point? You know? I just don't see how I'm going to enjoy that when that's all I'm fucking doing. I'm starting to deeply worry that the bulk of the fun is done. I'm extremely concerned, dude. So let me have a think. What was I going to get next? I could go and get the rest of the jasmium over, right? From that base. Or did I bring it all over? I can't remember. Do you think I brought it all over? I think I did, didn't I? Yeah, we did. And we did an aluminium run yesterday. And the steel... Yeah, let's go and kill a couple of dudes. Let's just go and get a couple of, like, bodies. So shall I take... Shall I take the... Because they're quite heavy, right? So if I take the ornithopter with storage for this, that would make sense. How you doing, Andy? You alright, mate? That's why I've managed to stay away from the game. I never got to the ornithopter stage. I was just starting that stage, playing my rift runs and getting a buggy. If I had a thopter, I would be itching to get back. Yeah, the ornithopter is the single... It's the one thing that still makes the game feel like it's even remotely playable, to be honest. These things are... And the things, they're actually really good fun. I actually do like the flight one. It's a pain in the ass. It's quirky, but I actually quite like it. But I'm going to be honest, dude. I fucking hate not having the boost. No boost sucks ass, dude. It just makes it so fucking boring to fly, dude. You know, it literally is just like there's nothing to it. There's no fun. Yeah, it'd be like playing Mario Kart with like no boosts at all. Oh shit, hang on, no, don't take the bug. I can shit off in this, can't I? Just fill her up with some what's-its. I need a few corpses, don't I? Hang on, what the hell is that? Pipe cleaner. Let's throw that in there then. So if I detach... The thing is, I hate the buggy. I find the buggy so fucking boring, dude. They need to do something with the buggy, I think. The buggy needs like a bit of, I don't know, just like a bit of fun involved with it. It's so slow and dull. Like just nothing happens in it, right? I don't think there's a solution, to be fair to them. I'm genuinely not sure what they could do to make it better, but... The buggy is... It's painful, man. I'm going to assume, like a death still takes one body, does it? And obviously I'm only going to be able to make like what? I'll probably start with 2, maybe 3 death stills to start. How does this? Oh shit. Alright, let's take that and then F to pick up body, yeah? Okay. And how so that's full. Alright, okay, so there's someone else here. If I leave my Orny up there, maybe then, yeah. What the hell? I've actually started noticing this has been really problematic since the patch, you know. I was able to place ornithopters just about anywhere, dude. Why is it not letting me place it? Is it because it's in a no-place zone? Because I've noticed that even like, you know, when I pick it up, it miles away from... What the fuck? Am I doing this right? The fuck, yeah, look, even here, man. They're getting really awkward, dude. Take it, that's... Right, so... Oh shit, my bad. In there. Body, yeah? So I'll be able to take more than I need. Right. Pick up body. I got to the deep desert. The long travel time to get to place after my 2 times doing it. I'm over it. Hang on, what's that? I got to the deep desert. The long travel time to get to the place after my 2 times doing it. I'm over it. I'm not sure what you mean. I don't know what that means. I'm going to assume you've been to the deep desert, but in order to get to the place where you're getting your things from the deep desert, it takes too long to get there. Is that what you mean? Like, even once you're in the deep desert, there's too much travel time, perhaps? Well, I've got to remember, actually, the corpses might... Man, the corpses don't despawn that fast, do they? I mean, I've got enough for the fast... bad guys anyway? Why are there no bad guys anyway? Is that because someone else has killed them all?
I see someone. Enemy sighted.
Right, that'll do. Very nice. Oh shit, was that another dude there? Oh, it's a player. Place in the deep desert can be 10 to 15 kilometers away. But aren't you in an ornithopter? 10 to 15 kilometers away in an ornithopter is like what? Like 10 seconds, right? Your least favourite thing in video games? What? Travelling in the deep desert? I don't know. I've never been there physical. I don't know, man. I think I got the wrong idea of the deep desert. I'm trying to stay positive, but I thought we were going to be like, you know, in the deep desert. You know, just a little bit later we'd be. Like putting, I had this idea that we were going to be harvesting spice using harvesters, like quite early on. That was the whole point in the deep desert. Was that's how PvP would be. That, you know, fairly early on in the deep desert, you know, you'd go in there a bit like all the other zones here, a bit of manual gathering of stuff, but fairly early on, in my head, I thought we'd have a harvester, and we'd have a transport ship. And we would go in and we would, you know, drop our harvester off. And then the PvP would take the sort of like the role of everyone else is doing the same. But someone killed all my dudes, man. Oh shit, what was that? That fucking hurt. Yeah, I kind of had this impression that like there'd be like multiple groups all with harvesters, like, you know, that kind of like stalemate where everyone's sort of like protecting their harvester. You know, you leave us alone and we'll leave you alone. But then you'd have like mixed into that, like the actual PvPers that would just be out there to come and try and disrupt your spice gathering, you know, that would try and, you know, attack you. But in the meantime, you've got this PvE gameplay loop where the thumper, I just assumed thumpers were going to be like, there'd be this like mini game of like having to like have two people in scouts, you know, sweeping down, placing thumpers, trying to lead the worms away. But other people might be doing that to lead them away from them, which means they're leading the worms to you. And, you know, so sometimes you're just like, nah, man, the worm's had enough. It's coming for your harvester. And now you've got to, like, somehow, like, I don't know, like, do something with the harvester to get it off the ground with its spice load. I thought it was going to be quite... That was the whole point. The deep desert, as soon as we got there, was going to be this quite elaborate PvE focused, but with a VP element. And I don't think it's anything like that, is it? I thought it sounds like there's a lot of work to be done once you get to the deep desert before you even get a harvester or anything, you know what I mean? So I don't know, dude. It's not the game's fault, you know. I just had this idea in my head and it kind of made sense, you know. Instead, it seems like we're going to be spending a lot of time, presumably grinding something in the deep desert, in order to get the materials to get a harvester. So yeah, I don't know, man. I just, you know, I have no idea what to expect when we get there, I think. Oh, you meant like 10,000? Well, it can't be 10,000 kilometers, can it? Because it's only 500 kilometers squared, so... Let's not just make up fucking numbers. It's a large map. Some stuff is fast to get to. Other things like take forever to get to in flight. Right, got it. Got it. Is that why the ornithopter feels so fast on this map? But in the deep desert it doesn't feel quite the same, yeah? 10 folks with rocket thopters to... Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it would be like... I thought the deep desert was about the harvesters and the carriers, man. But it sounds like that is the very end game, right? Like the very end game. That's someone with that's an NPC taking pot shots at me, isn't it? Speed upgrades. I don't have the speed upgrades, sadly. Any way to get them physical? or have you got to the point where you just don't really care, bro? Where did I leave this shit? I think that'll do us, right? We've got 4 or 5 corpses. But there'll be way more efficient places to drop in. I just wanted to do some combat, but someone's killing them all. Have I not made a shield yet? I've got a shield, yeah. I just don't like playing with it always on. It feels super cheesy to me. So I tend to use it only if I need to. I think they made a major mistake with shields. I think shields, if they're on, should be draining your energy, your batteries all the time, dude. I think that was a catastrophic fucking mistake. I think there should be a much more interactive element in the game. And instead it's just a click it and that's it, dude. I prefer a more role-play vibe to it. It just seems wrong, man. It just seems wrong that you leave base, stick a shield on and that's it. It's this infinite power. Personal choice, obviously. Complete personal choice. Quite enjoyed that, actually. That was the first new thing I've done. Gone and got some corpses. That was actually pretty neat. I think in their vision, they've set up the progression based on large groups of 20 people. If that many people do the grind, it would be grinder trolls. Again, though, you see where we're deviating from. You're right. I see what you're saying. That's another topic of conversation, which we'll hit in a minute. The thing is, right, it's deviating from what I'm saying about grind being interesting. I don't mind a grind. If a grind is something that is designed for 20 people to do, yeah, in terms of longevity, let's say they have set a parameter, you know, an integer for which they assume is the integrational steps for progress. Right? Let's just say they want this period of the game for 20 players to last 5 hours. Yeah. And so it's 100 hours worth of game time for a solo player. Yeah. I have no fucking issues if I choose to do that solo because it's my choice. You know, if they were up front and said like it's designed for 20 players. If not, you know, it's going to take you know, X amount of hours longer. I have no concerns with that. As long as it's interesting, Hilarion. That's the pivotal point of my discussion. As long as that grind is interesting. So in other words, I'm engaged with the game. I am moving a reticle round. I am shooting things. I'm popping my shields on. I'm sugar wiring about. I'm crouching behind cover. I'm reloading. All these things, you know, inventory management of my gear and what loot I can take out. Fundamental difference between that and going around and just using a fucking compactor to pick up shit on the floor. I don't want to do 100 hours of that, bro. You know what I mean? That's a grind, but it's not a fun grind. You know what I mean? It's the fun factor that I'm concerned about. Now, let's put it this way, right? If I had an option in the game to either go out and farm the flower sand like I just did, yeah? So just literally a nothing burger. I just land in a 100% safe spot, land, gather it, and come home with it. If I could get the same amount of flower sand But even in like 4 times the time it takes, because I'm getting the flower standard from a dungeon, yeah, with enemies in it, I personally would do the dungeon. Because at least it feels like I'm playing a computer game, right? Once in the deep desert, that shield... I don't know if that makes sense. You're right, morning too. Once in the deep desert, that shield will drop from one shot of enemies. Yeah, again, not what I'm talking about. Oh, I couldn't give a fuck. Makes no difference to me, dude. Right, let's grab that. What did we just get? We just got some corpses, didn't we? Which I should be able to... Yeah, I should be able to move them out of storage. So let's go and pop them. We should be able to make our first death still now then, yeah? Yeah. Well, it's not, yeah, because it's a brain dead grind, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Mind you, to be honest, I think it's an interesting topic of conversation. I think I think that I think it's an interesting topic because I think the word, we were talking about definitions yesterday, Larry, like how people like say MMO, but yet they don't sometimes even know what they're talking about. I think that whole discussion around theme park MMOs, the amount of people I see just throw out theme park MMO. But what they're really saying is it's shit. Oh, it's just another theme park MMO. But if you actually ask them what's a theme park MMO, they've got no fucking idea. They've got no personal definition of what a theme park MMO is. It's the same with woke. What the fuck does woke mean? That they don't know. They just know that they hate something and therefore it's woke, right? And I think it's the same with grind. I think grind inherently is not a negative thing. I mean, you can't say you hate grind and play Path of Exile, can you? It's the very definition of a game where you do nothing but fucking grind. But the point is, you probably enjoy the grind, right? But there's also brain dead grind, like Path of Exile and Diablo, where you literally sit there watching YouTube, clicking the same rotations in the corner of your eye, seeing if any loot drops. Yeah, I think there's so many flippant comments in gaming at times. I just don't think there's any discussion around games anymore, is there? But people either love it or fucking hate it, and most of the time they get it wrong, don't they? Yeah, I know you were wrong. I think, isn't it supposed to be 500 kilometers squared? Is that right, Strix? I don't know if I pulled that figure out of my ass, mate. Is it 500 square kilometers? The deep desert. Does that make sense? So it can take about 5 to 10 minutes to get somewhere. What, really? So you can actually be in an ornithopter for like just 10 minutes just flying to get there? That does seem like a long time, dude. That does seem like a, I enjoy flying the ornithopter. But I don't know if I can have a boost on it, and I don't know if I'd still enjoy it if it was 10-minute runs everywhere, Does seem like a long time, doesn't it? Is that what you were saying, Physical? You kind of lost interest in the... just the sheer amount of flight time that you're having to experience. Okay, so that's all the bodies in there. So we should now have... Where are we going to put the death stills? I mean, I'd like them in the main base, to be honest. Let's have a look. I love a grind. I'm going to be... I think this is just a really interesting discussion. I love a grind. I really do love a grind. And the definition of a grind is simply just doing the same thing in many ways over and over and over again, isn't it? But I love that if there's a chance of getting some rare loot. That's why, a lot of people say they don't like Borderlands 3, but they can never back it up with any substantive discussion around why they don't like Borderlands 3. For me, Borderlands 3, in a nutshell, again, because I don't play Borderlands for the fucking story. I couldn't give a fuck about the story in Borderlands. Get over your fucking self. Whatever. It's a fucking computer game. Whatever. Borderlands 2 story also wasn't that great if you actually think about it, but it's alright, they're all okay. But the real reason I didn't like Borderlands 3 was I never felt like I had to work for the loot. You know, I've said it so many times. One of the reasons I found WoW so compelling as a player was because when I walked into Ironforge, I liked looking up at my heroes, my digital heroes. And these were the players in guilds that at the time, there was no fucking YouTube videos telling you how to do it. No one button click fucking mega macros to maximize your DPS. These were boys and girls in a community of players working their fucking ass off to try and figure out Molten Core, right? Or whatever it was at the time that I was playing. And when I saw them wearing those giant freaking suits of armor, you know, I knew that they achieved something that I had at the time only dreams and aspirations of achieving. To me, it was like, I've used it as an example, almost like a military badge of honor. They've been through hell and back, and this is what they've got out of it. This is the fat loot that I'm gonna one day maybe get to own, but not just from spending time in a computer game, not just from literally existing in the game. I'm gonna have to work at it. I'm gonna have to make some friends. I'm gonna have to work as a team. There's gonna have to be coordination and discussion. This isn't just spending time or spending cash to get it, right? That's what I fucking loved, man. That is when gaming was fucking like setting my synapses on fire on a daily basis, man. That's why I wanted to play WoW. I wanted to be like my digital fucking heroes, dude. I wanted to be the dude wearing that crazy armor because I knew the stories I'd be able to tell about how I got it, you know? None of it seems to exist anywhere these days. It's just a case of brain dead fucking farming dumbass shit. You get it in the end as long as you spend time in the game, right? Back 570 is 570 square kilometers, Strix. Yeah, thanks, dude. Islands in Diddy can be far apart for all they are closer, but a spice blow could happen on the other side of the map. Yeah, I've got. I think I'm starting to, you know, because obviously I didn't want any spoilers really, Strix, so I haven't really looked into it at all, obviously. But I think from just general discussions, now I'm getting a little bit closer to it. I started paying a bit more attention to the deep desert. For example, I love the grinding games like Warframe or the first and second. Yeah, because Warframe combat's fun. Yeah. In a way, it's like I know it's going to be a really bad analogy for some people, but you know, some people really like running. Yeah, that, you know, it's like it turns them off from the world. You know, the brain shuts down and they just focus on their breathing, their running, and it's almost like a trance-like state. Yeah, but also it just also happens to be making you quite fit. It's like the bonus, right? You start looking good. You know, you lost a bit of body fat. You're starting to look a bit healthier. You know, you're not getting out of breath going up the stairs. You know, it's amazing, right? It's a bit of a bonus, right? And that's what I call a grind. One of the ways I think I'm coming closer to having a really nice definition for myself about a good grind. If the grind itself is good enough, I don't even care about getting a reward. The reward is important, but it really is the cherry on the cake. You know, I've already got the cake because I'm enjoying playing the computer game, yeah? The fact I'm going to get some fat loot out of it eventually is really the icing on the cake, the cherry on the cake, the extra gift, isn't it? I guess DD from entrance to the other end is about 28,000 kilometers. There's some really wrong information here, isn't there? It can't be 570 kilometers square. the maths ain't mathing, bro. Finally got a 100% on God of Weapons. I've been 100%ing these vampires. Oh, in meters. Oh, kilometers. I don't know. It's still. I was gonna say the maths ain't mathing. Are we getting our sort of like metric system? You know, kilometers versus meters here. There is a difference, boys. Finally got 100% on God of Weapons. I've been 100% in these Vampire Survivors. I don't like Vampire Survivor style games. I think I could play them at a push, but they're not the kind of thing I go and look at. But they're supposed to be a really popular game, isn't it? So is God of Weapons the same kind of vibe, is it? Same feeling here. Always had the reaction when I grew up. I want to be like this guy. Yeah. It was like, oh my god, these guys are amazing. You know, You know, they were the spearhead on, you know, on that server. You know, I'm sure they were nowhere near world firsts and things. Morning in Ireland. Proper harvesting in the deep desert is like how you want someone flying carriers, someone driving harvesters, sometimes 3 to 6 patrol scouts and rockets. Yeah, and see, that sounds like fun. That actually does sound like a lot of fun, to be honest. I like the idea of, you know, it's like I said, you know, right at the start, if you're going to play Dune and you're never going to get to see a harvester, you know, like, is there any point in starting to play Dune, really? I mean, it's such an iconic part of the lore, isn't it? Those, so hang on then, so let's just have a look at storage. So I've only got 3 steel ingots. But we are on the steel production now, yeah? I take it that's steel. Doesn't actually tell me. No, is that steel? Is that steel? What's this? I don't know what this is. How do I know what that is? Iron. So that's iron. And that's the steel. So we've got quite a ways to wait. I'll tell you what, let's start making that iron then. Because I can still make 130 steel. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Stop making that. Oh, that's actually really neat. Alright, so we've still got to wait a little bit in order to make the death stills, because the death stills require steel ingots, which we are producing there, right? So, what about water storage? Is it worth me increasing my water storage, do you think? I'm currently using these, the medium water cisterns. There are large ones, but that's going to use my duraluminum, so I'm a bit reluctant to do that. These also require steel ingots. Okay, so what I'm going to do, today's the day for just getting resources. I'm going to bite the bullet. I'm going to go and get some more iron. That wasn't the discussion, DJ. Yeah, well, we know what 28,000 meters and 28 kilometers is. We're talking about you can't have a 500 square kilometer map and yet have a distance between A and B being 28,000 kilometers. I think there's just some decimal places missing in the discussion. It's right. It started, DJ, because people were saying, like, physical, and a couple of us were saying, like, they were finding traveling the deep desert a little bit laborious. Like you know, it's taking like anywhere between 5 and 10 minutes to get from A to B, dude. So we're just trying to like figure out, like, you know, well, how big are these zones? And a tomb was saying, you know, about 570 kilometers, I think. 570 square kilometers or whatever. Yeah. I don't know, dude. I've never been there, mate. So you know, I'm just feeding off chat, really, dude. Do I drop a load of stuff on the floor when I drop that? Oh, I don't know. Did I? Put to chat. Why would it drop a load of stuff on the floor? Just out of interest. If I stop a job, it shouldn't drop stuff. It has. You're absolutely fucking right, dude. Why would it do that? Why has it done that? Surely it would just put it back in the inventory, right? Dude, thanks for spotting that, too. Well spotted, dude. When you cancel stuff, resources go to your oh, they go to my local backpack inventory. Fucking hell. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jesus. I mean, alright, it's not the most expensive mistake to make now, but it could be, couldn't it? Thank you. That's excellent, thank you. Cheers, mateys. About 3.5 clicks square. 3.5 square kilometers per, like the grid squares, is it? How big's the grid? I assume it's using like alphabetic with numeric values, like A1, A2, A3, A4, A5. Like how big a grid is it? 9 by 9. Okay, cool. Just gives me some ideas when I get there. Yeah, cancelled. Yeah, I didn't realise it went on the floor, DJ. Yeah, thanks for that, guys. Better to make the mistake now with a bit of iron than than later on with God knows what, right? Yeah, it could give it a spice melange. Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine that if I come over to the guild house, lads? After all your hard work, and I thought, all right, boys, I'll help out, right? I'll sort out these bloody crafting stations, mate. 50,000 spice melange up in smoke, mate. Grub, you're evicted, out the guild, banned. I quite like the base, dude. I've got no plans of moving either, dude, or even upgrading it in terms of cosmetics. I'm quite happy with it, dude. It's like my home. You know what I mean? It might not be the greatest home. It might not be the prettiest home by any stretch of the imagination, but it's mine, and I've enjoyed it, and I haven't done anything to it for ages, dude. You know, I thoroughly enjoyed just getting a home. Once I've got a home, I'm happy, dude. I very rarely go back and put all the finishing touches on them. I end up with what I call the canvas, and then I go. Because the thing is, right, if I'm enjoying the game enough to go and make a canvas of a base, yeah, the beginnings of a base, then the chances are I'm enjoying the game. So I make the base because it's important to have something that's at least reasonably. It's not about being efficient for me. I've never been into efficient bases. That's not the way I play. I totally understand some people do like really efficient bases, and I know I used to play games like that. For me, it's just about having something that is role-play adequate, if that makes sense. But the thing is, if I'm enjoying the game, I want to get out and play the game, not be stuck up home all day playing Lawrence Llewellyn Bowen. Pretty curtain gameplay, if that makes sense. See, this is where I'm in my happy place, man. Just shooting shit, dude. I really like the combat in this game. Now, don't get me wrong. Just because I like it doesn't mean that I would ever agree with anyone. Why am I full already? Oh, yeah, because I'm getting the iron on it. Yeah, I would never try and sell someone on the combat in the game to say it's the greatest combat that's ever been made. But I really like it. It's in the same way I really like Conan Exiles. You know, Conan Exiles combat is fucking janky as fuck. But you know what? In the genre at the time, and even probably to this day, it was way better than most games that I played. That were survivally crafty games. So yeah, I like my Dune combat, man. Well, PvE combat. Yeah, melee. Yeah, I actually said the other day, actually, DJ. One of the reasons I do melee. If anything's got close enough, instead of I've tried to switch out to the old sword a little bit instead of like always relying on the old shotgun. I do like that, and you know, the old parries and things. But what if I'm still enjoying the game in many hours? I will probably like try a full melee build. You know, dedicated melee build. You know, high maneuverability and all that. So that would give the almost like playing an actual class, because there aren't really classes in the game, but. That will definitely add some legs to the experience for me, because I do really like Dune. You know, I think this game is an absolute. Well, what are the games that come out this year? I mean, is this my game of the year so far? I don't know what else we've played, lads. I just can't think what else we've played that's actually new this year. You know, I'm sure there's loads of things they can do as we've spent many hours discussing to make this game better, but is it in a highly playable state? You know, up to this point, I haven't been in the deep desert. You know, my attitude might change there, and I am very aware that I'm not hearing the best things about the deep desert. Backpack full already, dude. Trouble is with Melee, the reason I played this game is because, I'm going to be honest, the melee in this game is never going to be great. In the same way that the shooting things is never going to be great. And one of the things that I've tired of in my MMOs, and I still consider this to some degree an MMO light, I haven't played a game with vehicles. Oh, I got both with the explosion. Look. I haven't played like an MMO-esque multiplayer game with guns. So there was no way I was going melee. If I want to play melee, I can go and play fucking any elven, dwarven, magic-faring MMO out there, right? Now, this might not be an MMO, but at least I can use guns and fly around in the sky on something that isn't a dragon. And it's such a breath of fresh air, man. So, melee was definitely my second choice. Definitely my second choice. Sure, where's my base? Is my base over there? Where is my base? This is, let's just run it down. Oi! Cheeky. Triple node. I was going to say, I knew there was one around there. We saw it yesterday, didn't we? Ready now. Strange render on that there, then. That's a very similar design to mine, actually. I like his ramp access. That's quite nice. Yeah, that's a nice base, actually. I like that. You went full melee, now you're one. Hey, what level am I? I didn't know what level I am, dude. Level 169. Rimworld game spaceships. I don't play Rimworld, dude. Yeah, no, never. You know, we've always had a bit of a laughing, a running commentary, a bit of a giggle about Rimworld in this community here. But I have played Rimworld, and I played Rimworld.stream, and I think it's a very, very, very good game. But don't ever catch anyone clipping that one. But yeah, I've never really like hardballed it. They're just not my sort of game. But yeah, I can certainly see the allure there. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. We've got everything, haven't we? Is there anything else coming out this week? Anything that you know we could have a look at, or? Well, we pretty much, obviously Rimworld ain't happening. I can say that for a fact. You're right, Pants. It's been a hot minute, and by that I mean it's been over a year. How you been, dude? Has it been that long, Pants? Did you find your pants, dude? Or are you still pantsless? Yeah, alright, thanks, mate. How are you, dude? Deep Desert's fine if you keep away from the dung beetles, players that want to kill anything that moves. Oh, is that what this community calls the no life of PvP, as the dung beetles? I don't know if that works for me, because like dung beetles like literally roll poop around. So in this sort of like analogy, maybe like one could argue that the PvEers are the dung. So the PvEers that call the PvPers dung beetles are sort of calling themselves shit. And let's be honest, PvEs are a bit shit, aren't they? I suppose it works. I think long ago I came to the conclusion there is no such thing as PvP in modern day computer gaming. It's more like PvP versus P. likes to be the way it goes. I think there's very few games where it's actually player versus player. I think most of the time it's like, we outnumber you, therefore you're fucked. Ha ha. I don't worry about PvP. I really don't, mate. It is what it is. I saw that, so someone clipped that one where some freaking insane gaggle of PvPers have come to the PvE zone of the Haga Basin and had somehow created like an ornithopter umbrella above a carrier, I think it was, or something, and like forced it to the ground. And then somehow managed to coordinate someone slapping a thumper down and a worm coming along and eating it. Jesus Christ, it's amazing what they'll get up to, isn't it, man? Oh yeah, I remember someone saying they were adding like ground combat vehicles, DJ. What's that going to be used for? I mean, do you think they'll add content to the game, like PvE, where we need, like, combat ground vehicles? Or do you think it's just going to be another addition for the PvP side of things? You're right, Ireland. A very lengthy game. Yeah, there's a ton of content here, mate. I still haven't even finished the story yet. You're right, Pants. I'm sorry to say, but I came to the conclusion my pants never existed at all. My mum assured me I was born without. Can you imagine? Oh, mate. Did this shatter your understanding of reality, dude? You should have been here yesterday for our discussion on quantum mechanics and quantum physics. And quantum computing, dude. Oh, I'm sure we could have fitted your pants in there. PvP basically died in MMOs after Ultima Online. Couldn't agree more. We spent ages talking about Ultima Online yesterday, DJ. Oh, I was recanting the tales of like the PK hunter groups that had a code of honor that would refuse to allow PKs to just hunt lowly noobs that were new to the game because it was detrimental long term to the success of PvP. Because like if you know, the way we saw it was if you got a brand new player, you know, he's sitting there, he's found himself at whatever it was, cemetery, and he's poking a couple of rats. You know, he's got his first one singular point in swordsmanship, whatever it was back then. And a PKer, you know, with 120 legendary magery comes along and, what was it, paws them to death. Like, dude, you know, that player might not come back now. You know, that player's like fucking, you spent hours, right? It's built up the vast sum of 6 gold. You know what I mean? So we hunted them down mercilessly, man. It was either like, play reasonably fair, or stick to Feluca, you know what I mean? There apparently was a tank already in the game that took it out for some reason, I guess balancing. Yeah, well, you just said the blueprint exists, right? The blueprint's actually in the game, but you can't buy it or something. It's really funny when you're rolling up a large spice field in I8, and then someone in chat goes, spice field in I8 is empty. Like, guess I'm not getting spice here, as that's the dung beetles ready to fight you. Spent 30 minutes just messing with them, because with thruster they can't really get you. Oh, I see what you're saying. Got you. Fun team, or getting a little bit I feel like the war of assassins going on, etc. You've got to probably end in war between Hark and... Well, they're adding a third faction, right? There is a third faction coming, isn't there? Yeah, that was it. I'll tell you what, DJ, it's really scary when I remember and start getting a bit nostalgic about Ultima Online. There are so many things I can't picture. You know, like my visual memory of the game as fate, because it's been so long since I played it, dude. So long since I played it. You know, some things really stand out, like Vaz Flam. I can remember the you know, the graphic from Vaz Flam, Court Poor, and all that sort of stuff. But you know, when I really think about what I got up to in the game, I find it I find it really hard to remember some of the dungeons and things, you know? Getting on a bit now, pants. You're right, Daxos. I was a duelist at 100 challenges and we PK'd it as well, but you didn't get... Yeah, I know what you mean, yeah. God, I did. I think for me it's like Elite Star Citizen, I think is the closest we'll get to it. Where you like you've got the fuel rats in Elite Dangerous helping people refuel. I think there will be whole syndicates and corporations in Star Citizen that will exist purely to, well, hopefully make people's lives a little bit better. Because I think the vast majority of the player base are just completely lost. I know I have, but this is why it resonates with me so much. I think so many people have lost the long vision of Star Citizen, and I think so many players that want to play it as a PvE game have spent thousands of dollars on ships. I don't think they're going to survive the first month. I really don't, mate. The game is going to be a completely different kettle of fish when it goes live, and things matter. You know, those PvPers have been honing their skills for freaking years now, man. You know, and once there's a reason now to get even more coordinated, the PvE player base are fucked, dude. They won't know what's hit them. And yeah, I'm not saying you then can't play the game, but I think so many people just are not up for it. You know, the amount of people I know that hate PvP but are heavily invested in Star Citizen. Oh my god, are they going to have a wake-up call, mate? I think it's going to be their worst fucking nightmare, bro. Right, now, let's go and take out that iron. Yeah, that's assuming it does go live, Pedaxis. Exactly. But by which point, I think my my point remains even further validated then, because I think by the point that does happen, they'll have spent even more money on it. They really will realise, oh shit, I've made a terrible fucking mistake here, haven't I? Yeah, definitely did. Right, backpack, scout ornithopter we want, don't we? What's that? That's jasmine. Iron. Alright. So, what else would I... what would be another thing that's worth me doing? Aluminium? Shall I do another aluminium run while we're here? Makes sense too, right? Playing 7 days. I played a lot of 7 days, mate. I mean, I have a duality conversation with someone. It's a great game, dude. Honestly, fantastic. I couldn't recommend it enough. But it's a very different game now to what it was. I've always said I feel like I've been through like 3 iterations of that game. You know, that's a good thing, right? For the value of whatever I paid for it, which I don't think was a huge amount. I've had like 3 games in one. I actually quite like the vanilla game of 7 days. A lot of people disagree with that. I actually do quite enjoy it. It's just that there's nothing new for me, to be honest, mate. And I think the upper tiers of the dev team have shown, wow, they're not able to defend themselves, but a deep adolescent attitude, you know, man-children if ever there were. And I think no one could ever debate the other side of a comment I'll make, where I genuinely feel that dev team has been hell-bent on doing nothing but forcing us to play a game the way they want us to play it. I think every incremental change in that game has been built around them seeing it as a them versus us scenario. They do not like it when we play the game in a way that we find enjoyable. If they feel like it's a cheesy tactic or something they don't agree with, I'd like to say philosophical level, but they're not that intelligent. They just nerf things into the ground, dude. That they constantly change things that don't need changing. They constantly just cock block and compartmentalize advancement. They've almost ruined the game, to be honest. Strangely, for a player like me, because I see the bigger picture, I quite enjoy it because it always keeps it fresh, even if it's not as much fun as it used to be. It's still a solid, you know, basis for a game. If you've never played it, I would highly recommend you go and buy it. I think you'll have a great time with it. But Yeah, they reek now. They're like the old boys trying to get in the nightclub to chat up 18-year-old girls. That's how it comes across to me. You know, it's time to move on, lads. They're supposed to be doing a big event, aren't they? Aren't they doing this blood moon thing soon? Has anyone heard anything about it? It's like their new game. I know nothing about it. My immediate gut instinct is it will be absolute dog shit. Like absolute dog shit. You know, I think they were just lucky to get a player base. Let's be honest, I think without the modders, the game was fucked. They've done nothing but steal mods. And, you know, like, I don't hold a grudge against them for that, you know, but it's like they never went out of their way to say, like, thank you, meaningfully to the player base. Saying, this is fucking amazing, dude. Let's hire you. You know, come and join us. Would you be interested in, you know, working for a few hours at the weekend with us? You know, we'll pay you a pot of gold, mate. There was none of that. It's all like us. Pure egotist, egos, narcissism, man-children. Yeah, they're not a good team, man. They're not a good team. They're only going to end up with a hardcore backers if they go full PvP route, since normal players and so-called casual Andes don't want to spend time being content for a PvP. They're only going to end up with the hardcore backers if they go full PvP route, since normal players and so-called casual Andes don't want to spend time on content. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying there. They're only going to end up with the hardcore backers if they go... Oh, right, yeah, so sorry, yeah. Yeah, I think PvP was a mistake, to be honest. I think they should have just separated the servers out. And the reason I say that is not because necessarily it will be a better game. I just think we just made life easy for them. If you want a PvP, go on a PvP server. If you want a PvE, go on a PvE server. Right. Super simple, mate. You know, I know what they tried to do. I admire them for thinking that they were going to be the team that made this magical game. But I'm sorry, but you've got to be a little bit delusional if you think you're going to have a game that is like 100 hours of PvE, because it is, with like less than 1% PvP, and then suddenly turn into a PvP game at the end. Like it's never going to work, guys. You know, I admire the effort. I admire the, you know, strength of character it probably takes to stand by your guns, but it ain't never going to work, bro. All the best will in the world, sometimes things ain't going to happen, are they? Have I got enough cobalt to make steel? Do I need cobalt to make steel? Oh shit, probably not then, dude. Do I need cobalt for steel? At some point, I'm probably going to have to... I thought I just needed iron and more water. In that case, no, dude. So that's erythrite then, is it? At some point, I'm going to have to bite the bullet and admit Star Citizen isn't the game I originally backed, and I'll need to properly think about trying to sell off some of your investment and making some money back. I honestly like to know this. Day one launch of Star Citizen, mate. Oh, dude. You know, if you honestly think you're going to be trundling around in your little cargo ship, doing little delivery missions all day long, fucking no chance, bro. Absolutely fucking no chance, mate. It's game on then. It's hunting season. That's the whole point in Star Citizen. It's what CIG want it to be, dude. You know? Star Citizen launches and it's stable and whatnot, and all the griefers type shows up, it's going to be glorious. Oh, it's not going to be griefers. It's going to be skilled, coordinated PvPers. Not griefers. Just actual good PvPers that now have a reason to fucking stop you and murder you and salvage your ship. At the moment, anyone can make money however they want. Once that big reset button goes, mate, those PvPers, that's it, you know? They go hunting because they need the food, and that food is you. I think it's much easier to fight back and be a pain in the ass in that game than Dune. Oh, I don't know. That's two completely different games, man. And that is why I've given up on 7 days. The play our way just got out of hand. Yeah, it's like locking everything behind the books, man. Like, what the fuck are they thinking? And I could be wrong, but apparently you can't even go into one of the new zones. You literally die, don't you? If you start, I don't know what the zone hierarchy is in terms of, you know, which zones at the bottom and where you start. But apparently with these storm changes, right, you literally cannot go from the starting zone into another zone. You just can't do it. You literally die, right? Until you do something that gives you permission to go into that zone. Like, so it created a real sense of linearity. Like, what the fuck, dude? Maybe I'm wrong. In which case, please correct me. I don't mind, you know, a correction on that front. But that's what I've been hearing. But I just haven't played it myself, so. That's the problem with Dune. Well, they had a vision for PvP, but forgot the humans will be humans. Yeah, yeah, and exactly. Have you ever you've played Ultima Online, right, DJ? You ever watched the interview with Richard Garriott where he talks about the ecosystem, the digital ecosystem they created? They spent months working on it, had it working. It was glorious. The perfect ebb and flow of predator and prey. And the minute, literally, they were so proud of it, dude. It was like glorious, mate. They were like, fucking hell, we've actually created a digital recreation of the ebb and flow of life in a digital ecosystem. And this is amazing. And they put it into playtesters' hands. It immediately collapsed. Immediately. And they scrapped it. There was no point. There was just no point having that system in the game. They forgot that players don't just hunt rabbits when they need rabbit meat. They kill fucking anything they can fucking find. If they can murder it, stab it, splat it, or set it on fire, they will. They don't need an excuse. They don't need a reason, a quest, or any form of advancement. If it's in the game, the players will kill it. So there was no point. There was no point having a life cycle for rabbits and foxes and wolves and things like that. It was completely superfluous to the needs of the game. And I don't think there's a better summing up of actual evidence in a digital scenario than, you know, that, and then taken into context of the infamous words of the Matrix, that humans are simply a virus, a plague upon the planet, right? Richard Garriott proved it in, you know, the precursor to Ultima Online, didn't he? You're right, Wookie. How are you, mate? How's Mrs. Wookie, dude? I'm playing 7 days to update my mods. Maybe you could comment then, Wookie. Is it heavily gated on zones then? Like you know, again, I don't know. You know what I call, like, say, the forest biome and the burnt biome and the desert biome, yeah. So presumably you start in like the green biome, yeah. But so day one, I can't just drive to the adjacent biome, yeah. I can't just drive into the desert biome on day one. I'm gonna die, yeah. The game is just gonna say, no, you can't survive here and you die, yeah. Now again, I can appreciate that, you know, obviously in 7 days you can change things and. You know, zombie difficulty and turn off zombies and change day-night cycle, and I'm sure all this kind of stuff is, how can I put it, optional. It's optional, right? But the point is, they still added it, right? They still added another tier of linearity to what was. Imagine doing that to Minecraft. Because that's what the game was, right? It was fucking Minecraft with fucking zombies, yeah? Imagine if Minecraft did that. It's like, well, why the fuck would they do? Why would it even be an option, right? And that's my point. I think that perfectly sums up what I'm saying. They're just a bunch of old fucks. Just bleeding it dry now. And guys, I don't hold a grudge for that. Go for it, mate. You're making a fortune out of the game. I just don't play it anymore. You ain't 7 days. Dude, no. Hang on. I have said 7 days is a great game, dude, pants. It's a fucking great game. If you've not played it for years, go and play it. It's fucking amazing, dude. We might get a new DLC to Cyberpunk 27%. What, really? What, another one after Phantom Liberty? Really, dude? I thought they were done with it. That's interesting. You're not going to get Dark Age of Camelot again. I never played Dayok, dude. No, I never played Dayok. Oh, Carbon! Dude! I was gonna say, dude, I thought something was off when you said Cobalt. I thought Cobalt was for lubricant, dude. Yeah, got it. Fucking hell, you did have me wondering, but to be honest, mate, I just assume, yeah, that I'm wrong. Thank you. Carbon, not. What did you say? Cobalt, right? So, mate, oh, you know, whatever it was, yeah. I was sort of right then. CD Projekt Red are extremely dedicated to their games. The world building they do is nothing short of amazing. Even Cyberpunk started off rocky. Imagine they invested in over 60 songs made specifically for the game. Yeah, I really should do a playthrough of Cyberpunk. I really should do. One of the best games ever now. Yeah, yeah. I would actually mention that literally like 3-4 days ago, maybe last weekend now. I actually looked into single consolidated mod overhauls through Wabberjack. Now, I'm not a fan of Wabberjack, but sometimes it's a way to find synergies amongst mods, if that makes sense. Rather than scrolling through the Nexus yourself, you know, because I'm out of date. I've never used the Nexus for CP2077, so, you know, by looking at Wabberjack, I can say, oh, right, okay, I like the look of that mod, I like the look of that mod, you know, this one's got a lot, you know what I mean? I was literally looking at it, I'm gonna full disclosure. I'm not gonna lie. You know me. I'm not here to bullshit you. I also looked at tip mods. I wanted to see if there's any good jiggly tip mods. So instead of having like an ugly ass V like I did last time we started playing, I could have a seriously hot, sexy mama. But unfortunately, I was on my phone at the time, and I couldn't log into the Nexus because I couldn't remember my password, and I can't do not safe for work on my phone. So trust me. I need to get on Cyberpunk 2077 Titty Watch this weekend. Because there's got to be some good stuff for that one, right? The problem is, I'm not ashamed to say it, mate. You know what I mean? The problem is the balance of risk is skewed. People put a lot of time and effort into their carrier and sandcrawler, but can be attacked with little or no risk. You make a setup like that, griefers will come. It's like catnip. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Pad, yeah. You're an old death jester from Europe. Oh, I did! I used to play on Europa. Yeah, Felipe Care Bear, like, that's it, yeah. People say Care Bear, don't they, all the time. And I've asked a few people, like, why'd you call it Care Bear? And they just talk about the Care Bears. But I'm pretty sure that that's where that was first deemed... That was the first game I understood the term Care Bear was used. Yeah, Trammel. Yeah, we were talking about this, like, it's a shame you weren't here yesterday, DJ. We were banging on about Felipe and Trammel yesterday, mate. It's really high. Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it, Wookie? Yeah, 7 days is heavily gated, but you can... Yeah, Tony. Oh, yeah. So it is optional. But you see what my point, though, Wookie? Like, what a weird thing to do, though, right? It's really strange, isn't it? Like to have something... How does that in any way make the game better? I don't know, dude. It is odd, though. They add storms and weather effects, but they remove player temperature, so all storms do is damage the player. Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, it says it all, mate. I've given up on it, to be honest, mate. Don't diss the lubricant. Yeah, well, especially if you've got no pants, right? A good 10-person group could wreck Zergs. What's that? In this tight churro? You still use Vortex? Oh, I don't use Vortex. I haven't used Vortex for years. I use Mod Organizer too, man. Lots of body mods with CP, yeah. I assume there would be. You would DJ Grandma used to Whoopna, Svensk, Morka, see. Oh, I don't know. Dude, what time's like? What sort of time of day did you play, DJ? Control freaks, Joshua. Yeah. You will play our way. You must play our way. Our way's the way. No other way shall see you today. Play our way. Our way. It's like I said. I think the stuff with Cardinals in was the final straw for me. You know, it's and obviously some personal issues with some of the community over there. You know, it soured it. Some of them, again, I will one day speak about it. You know, we go out with a nice big bang. Some of the corruption with some of the modders as well. So some of the skullduggery that went on behind the scenes. It was both a wonderful journey, and I owe the game a lot, and I'll never forget that. But there's a very dark side to things over there, sadly. And you know, it is what it is, right? I chose to move on. So let's just check this. So we've got spare fuel on here. We have fueled as best as we can. Is there anything else I need? Should we just go for it? I know something looks very red in there. What's looking so red? Actually, it's easier to do that, isn't it? The engine. Okay. So I'm gonna need a little bit. Have I got any wire? I've got no wire down here. God damn it, dude. Oh, shall I go and make some? We better make some anyway. Starfield has a Star Wars mod fighting stormtroopers and bounty hunters. It has, and it's fucking awful. And I wish I could say it was actually any better, but it actually, you know what it does is it highlights how bad the game is. I think it's it really shatters everything. You know, it's one of those things. It's a bit like Thomas the Tank Engine Dragons in Skyrim. It's like one of those things that is like funny, like the first time you see it, but you'd never actually play it like that. Well, unless you're on drugs, obviously, in which case, you know, each to their own. But yeah, it don't work, man. It really doesn't work well. It goes to show how much Star Wars is Star Wars. You can't just make something look like Star Wars and hey, oh presto, it becomes Star Wars. Do you know what I mean? In fact, quite the opposite. It actually makes it like awful, to be honest. What do we want to make? Can we make it in here? Can we make wire in here? I have no idea how to make wire. Welding wire. Is there only one sort of welding wire? Shall I make like 3 spools? 24/7. I was sort of, yeah, well, yeah, it was good, man. It was a very special game, innit? We'll never see that. You remember when we were talking about Albion Online as well yesterday, DJ? Which was, I remember when, oh, it's not 3 spools. It's just 300. Ah, shit. That's my bad. We were talking about Albion Online. Now, Albion Online, when it was first being touted to get us all to go and buy it, it was like, this is it. This is the spiritual successor to Ultima Online. It was like, oh my god, what, really, dude? Fucking hell, boys. Sign me up now. And yeah, nothing like Ultima Online at all. Not even vaguely like Ultima Online. Which is a shame, but, yeah, you know, it's its own game, so... Where's the engine then? At the front. How do I get at it? Do I have to sort of like... It won't let me actually repair it. Oh, I got an angle on it at all. Very nice, boy. Oh, I got better repair all these as well. Same, the stuff with Zin was just evil. Never touch that game again after that. What's that? Sorry, Dr. Gnosis. What was that? 7 days was some great times. Time to move on, though, for sure. 7 days was the greatest during the era when I genuinely thought the Fun Pimps had let the game just do its own thing in the community. And I think the last meaningful thing they added... You'd have to like maybe... I think it was when they added traps. I think everything since they added traps. And I'm just trying to think what those traps were. Spinning blades, for example. Dart traps, which were a bit shit. You know, turrets. I think that was the last real meaningful addition that the Fun Pimps ever made to that game. Everything else was more... It was like the modders, just poking around in XML files most of the time. You know, alright, they've added some assets and things, but... In terms of meaningful content on the toolbox it gave us in a sandbox game, I think Traps was the last time I can remember anything that was like significant. And I'm sure that was around Alpha 14, wasn't it? I reckon it was around Alpha 14-ish. I played Albion Online a little bit as well, and it was not. No, I quite like Albion, but I like it for weird reasons. To be fair, who's this? Who's this? Hello, Mr. Buck. How are you doing, sir? Was okay in beta though, Dr. Gnosis. I beta tested it. Which game's this? Sorry, Dr. Gnosis. You love your drugs, Nix. You like drugs? What sort of drugs, dude? Do I want to drive? No, but if you want to, we can, bruh. Yeah, if you want to drive an old Zap, I don't. Yeah, 100%, dude. Is everything ready? Let me just check. We've got nothing. Yeah, do you want to split it? Yeah, do it, dude. I swear to God, right? What was that? I swear to God, right? If you lose this thing in quicksand, I will murder you, dude. Because I cannot be arsed. Oh God, in fact, yeah, because we can't take it out, can we? First thing I'd recommend using Jura for. The Jura Mark 5 repair tool may be good at grade, has a better repair ratio. Things last forever though, right? Does it really fucking matter? You know what I mean? Everything's... I haven't replaced a single vehicle yet. Can someone explain to me the difference between a spiritual successor and an actual practical successor? I think it's often IP related, to be honest, Pants. I think what happens is, like, you know, like you've got a dev team that has, say, made Ultima Online, and Richard Garriott and whoever it was all involved, right? So someone sets out to basically, but nothing's happened with the franchise. There's been no updates or, oh shit, you need access bot. Oh shit, how do I do that, dude? How do I change access on vehicles, lads? Vehicle management. Oh, add player? But if I type in but, does that work? Or does it have to be
in settings?
But I've got it, so I've got it. Add. There you go, bro. Can you get in there now? Oh, but I bet I'll have to give you a higher permission, maybe. Co-owner. There you go. If that don't work, I'm fucking stumped, dude. Yeah, so sorry, Pants. So that's the... I think, you know, in a nutshell, we were talking about its definitions. They mean different things for different people, right? But, yeah. I guess what we're saying is, like we don't own the IP. We can't just call it Ultima Online 2. And we don't want to. We actually do want to do our own thing with it. Are we not going the wrong way for aluminium? Is there any aluminium over here?
Well,
I don't know. Whatever you want, but I'm easy, mate. If you want to get Erythra, we can. Just be careful, quicksand. Thing is, the so-called new PvP games these days, they've got PvP, but actually none of the risk. Like in UO, you got killed, you lost everything, even your horse. Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? I don't think modern-day players... this is my concern for Ashes, dude. I just don't... I don't think Ashes is for me, dude. I just don't think it is. I think gaming has fundamentally changed. I think part of the problem is it's so easy now to get in massive groups. You know, it's so easy now. We were talking about ICQ yesterday. Like the alert would go out on ICQ that there was some like reds around, you know, the player killers. So you know the PKers, the PK hunter teams would go out and kill the reds when ICQ was used. And you know, with this idea, I mean, you have communities. You know, you've got a Twitch streamer, a YouTube content creator, right? Servers can now be dominated not by the lead team, but simply by who's got the biggest community, right? You know, we saw the mayhem it caused in New World, where a really, and this isn't the content creator's fault. You know, I'm not trying to you know, be accusatory in this. You know, if you are, you know, lucky enough, blessed enough, have worked hard enough to get a huge community of people into, say, YouTube channel, right? And 1,500 of those people join your server, but the guild limit is, say, 100 people or 200 people, which means you can make multiple guilds. They're all different names, but they're essentially all the same guild under one single banner. you own the server, right? There's nothing you can do to compete against that. You know, I think it's not just that games are different or that players are different. I just think the rules have shifted. You know, long gone are the days of ICQ and text messaging. You know, everyone's permanently connected. It's easier to get in Zerg and gank groups. You know, it's not so much that there's, you know, someone to blame or that. I think the world's just changed, hasn't it? You know, expectations. You know, I think a lot of the current player base are a lot older now. You know, if you're sitting here talking about Ultima Online and you played it when it first came out, you know, you were playing it back in the early days. I don't know how well that would make you. I don't know when the game first came out, but you know, certainly people that played World of Warcraft on launch, which is what, 20 years ago. Is that right? You know, you're a lot older now, aren't you? What's that, DZ? No scout. We're after aluminium, dude. Yeah, no, and sorry, I didn't quite finish the right plans. I think that's the point. I think sometimes, and this is what, sorry, I went off on a bit of a tangent. I think when we say spiritual success, I think a lot of the time it gets, I think people get confused. Do you mean it's just like, because you don't own the IP, so it's spiritually the same, you know, it's basically the same game, but it isn't, you know, we've had to change things. Do you mean that it's spiritually, like you said there, to use your sort of phrase, you know, is it the vibe of the game? All I can tell you is that Albion Online is nothing like Ultima Online. It doesn't share anything with Ultima Online, really, to be honest. It really doesn't. It's a completely standalone game. It's not a spiritual successor to Ultima Online in any way, more than any other game that's been made that maybe has some similar mechanics. You know? I don't even mind Crimson Desert being single player. That's exactly. Oh shit! Sorry. Oh, I'm not in the right seat, dude. I didn't realise I was down here. You're right, but I don't even mind Crimson Desert being single player game. That's exactly the way I played Black Desert anyway. Oh yeah, because Crimson Desert. Hang on, I'm getting confused. That's the single player role playing game, right? By the BDO devs. Yeah. What was that one we were talking about? That MMO recently. I refused to play on stream. What was that? What was that, Crimson Desert? No, it can't be, can it? What was that one? No, it wasn't. What was that one? All the content creators were making out like it was the greatest thing ever because they got a really big payday from it. You should have seen the fucking guidelines on that. Oh my fucking god. Chrono Odyssey?
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh shit, but have we got anyone's base around here? You can drop off the cliff and hit geckos if he's still around. $55 now. He's in my 20s in the UO days. Oh, but I bet you had it right. Do you remember a guy called Marquis Dragon? We were talking recently about real money trading in video games and things, and I seem to remember, because I did know some people that did buy gold. Well, they said they did. I was always too much of a... I'm not saying like I had a moral high. I was too much of a pussy to buy gold. You know what I mean? You know, I'll always say it straight. I didn't buy gold not because I didn't want to buy gold in Ultima Online. I'd been quite happy to do it. I always thought I'm going to be the one that gets caught. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to be the dude that gets his account mapped. So I just didn't have the balls to buy gold. But I know some people did, and he was very well known, Marquis Dragon. I don't know if he had a website or anything back then, but he was like instrumental on our server to buying gold. And I think he's become a streamer now. I'm sure he's either got a very successful YouTube channel or a Twitch channel or something. I'm sure he has, if it's the same guy. So you've forgiven me, Pants. Well, thank you. Yeah, you're safe when you are enclosed and sheltered. Yeah, we've got a base here, so you probably have been okay under the rock. Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to use someone else's base, isn't it? Yeah, Chrono Odyssey, wasn't it, Gimmer?
Sector weather alert.
Yeah, Mark,
A
he spelled
large
with a Q,
sandstorm
right?
is
He wanted to
approaching.
buy my animated smoke cloud. I had in my animated smoke cloud. What's that? Smoke cloud? What was that, dude? A purple animated smoke you could play. So, oh shit! I don't think I ever even saw that, dude. Might have been before my time, perhaps. I don't know. Good game though, man. I've got. Oh, I tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna grab a coffee. Give me 1 second.
Muted, bro?
He's back. Bro, how have you got the ceiling light? Oh, sorry, Lesky, that wasn't my base, dude. Did anyone see the ceiling light? Or I mean, some roguelike deck builds group, 100% no. No, I'm not a massive fan of roguelike, roguelite, or anything to do with cards. To be honest. Doesn't mean I won't sometimes step outside of my comfort zone, but they're not things that I would ever consider. They're just not my jam. You know what I mean? Did Grum toggle his mic? Might have, yeah. Oh, you mean as in it went quiet? Thought you could hear me having a piddle. It's a Twitch drop, the light days. You're not talking about the ceilings, are you? The observer ceilings? Maybe? Floors, wherever they are? Is that what you saw? Or? Bellatra. You haven't actually sent me Bellatra, have you? You do know I'll never play it, right? You haven't actually sent me, but please tell me you haven't actually spent money on Bellatra and sent it to me, dude. How much is it? I mean, is it like a throwaway disposable 79 pence game? In which case, like, I will accept the gift and add it to the many, many shit games I've been sent, such as Shower with Your Dad, which is never something I've really fancied doing, personally. I wouldn't play Bellatra, right? Dude, I didn't play Chrono Odyssey, and I got offered quite a lot of money to play that game, right? At least then there would have been a monetary, a financial incentive. I'm not going to play some old man fucking card game. You actually sent it to me on Steam? Oh, for fuck's sake. Have you really, dude? I'm going to have to send it back. You can get the credit back, but that money is now lost to Steam, dude. I need to heal, but I don't know about you. Yeah, you're just talking about the observer light. That was from Twitch drops, wasn't it? You talking about was it these things? Just to help him out. Was it the chains? Roofs in it. These things. The observer floors. They were a Twitch drop, I think. Enter vehicle. Is there any way to enter the vehicle straight into the turret? It doesn't look like it, does it? Sounds like it involves ladies. Why did you send me Balatro? I literally spent an entire stream taking the piss out of it because Hicks is playing it. Or do you actually think that I might like it? It's the last month's Twitch drops. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna say thank you in the weirdest possible way. You know me, dude. No, I'm not only a pussyfoot around. It's a bit like, you know, your mum buys you Lynx, you know, deodorant for Christmas. It's like, oh, cheers, mum, that's nice, because, you know, it's a can of Lynx, isn't it? This is more like your mum's bought you, like, a dog turd. And now I realise that my mum's got early onset dementia, and I go, oh, thanks, mum. That's like really good. Thanks ever so much, mum. You know, with a reasonable amount of effort put into my sincerity. So I'm going to say thank you in the same vein as that, Dr. Gnosis. I sent it when you were stuck waiting for Gin after giving up on Star Citizen yesterday. I think it was a really quick download. Could have found it and spent an hour slagging it off. I don't like slagging things off. I don't go out of my way to slag things off, dude. I've got plenty of things I can slag off without fucking spending money on shit to slag off, mate. Well, thank you for the gift of Balatro. I will send it back to you. How much is it? How much is it? How much did it cost you? What if you try it and get a hook grub? I won't, because it's an old fart card game, so it's never going to happen, mate. I know what I like, you know what I mean? I've tried hard at liking things that I don't like. For example, turn-based games. I've really tried, right? But I don't like them. I don't get on with them. I find them very snoozy. I turn off. So yeah. I do know what I like. Occasionally, I will think, I don't fancy it. But enough people suggest it and say, nah, Grim, go on, give it a bash, bro. And why is it not? What's going on here, Buck? I'm overheated, apparently. Maybe you can't, like, start at distance and then move in. You know what I mean? Narcus, thank you for the 71, dude. Thank you very much for the 71. 3 aluminium, poor efficiency. You taking the piss?
Ra, happy 48 years and you still don't look a day over 70.
Oh, thank you very much, Emmy. Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Thank you for the 4 years, Emmy. How are you, mate? How's the family? How's Mark? How are you enjoying the weather? You're still waiting on your friend to play sex with dictator from the last century who caused the world war. What the fuck's that? From the last century who caused the world war? Hitler? It's the first one that springs to mind. Mussolini. Why have you typed all that out? You could have just said it's Hitler with a capital H. I'm still sorry, lol, it didn't cost me. I had credit sat there from selling off all the bloody trading cards I built up over the years. I'll send you your credit back, mate. See, the problem is X might see it in my Steam library, and I'll never live it down, mate. It'll call me a secret Balatro player, you know, a Balatro denier.
4 years ago you were playing Conan.
Was Was I really? Was I really too? What? How did you know that, dude? Oh, is that because that was the first stream you joined us for? God, is that when I last played Code? Or is that... Oh, God, Jesus. Time flies. Thank you both for the 4 years of support. Narcus, rookie... well, I was going to say rookie numbers, boys. Narcus 71, look. How are you, Narcus? You alright? Yeah, Sex with Him. Is that actually a game? Is that actually... See, this is where I think Steam is a joke. So I'm not a Steam fanboy, right? Best thing I ever did was stop buying games on Steam and just get them wherever they're cheapest. 9 times out of 10, I still get a Steam code anyway. You know, putting dumb shit like that on Steam. I know, but it's not Steam's, you know, role to, you know, police gaming and all the rest of it. Nah, man, I'm sorry. There's dumb fucking shit, right? The world is full of dumb shit. And I don't need it on Steam, man. Steam is full of highly dubious shit, dude. Like, highly dubious shit. It's a rabbit hole that I'm kind of... I kind of wish I'd never gone down it. But at the same time, at least I'm now better informed at what a clusterfuck Steam really is. From all the fanboys that cream their pants over how great it is. I think it's a fucking focal point for fucking deviance in some ways, man. It is a very disturbing online store. And I really do feel like there should be... I don't know, dude. Freedom of speech. Fuck off. There is some dumb shit on Steam that shouldn't be on it. End of story. Yeah, I think so. Divine sent me some nice ones involving cows. I have no idea why. I don't know if Divine likes cows, or she thinks I like cows, or maybe there's just some shared cow love between us. I don't know. But I've got quite a few cow games, apparently. And I've not played any of them, I'd like to point out. I feel bad about that. I do get a bit guilty about it. There's a whole genre of sex with dictators on Steam, is there? Amazing, isn't it? Amazing. If you keep Balatro, download it and leave it in the main menu overnight, you can tell Hicks that you've tried Balatro. Oh, we could proper troll him, right? I could play it just long enough to get a basic understanding, yeah? Oh shit, dude. Yeah, I don't worry about the validation. I think we could troll the crap out of him. I can set up a Balatro section on Discord. Oh dear. You've never been at the risk of cribbing your pants. You see, this is the bonus of having no pants, isn't it? You see? You gotta embrace the pantsless nature of life, man. Faith gifted me a game, Sex with Friends. Ragdoll characters where you control each limb. Oh, I think I've actually seen that. I think I've seen a YouTube short of that. I think I've got an idea what you mean. Yeah. Is it one of those things like you know, like you get like these, like imagine you've got a piece of cardboard, right, and you get a cut out of a torso, yeah, and then you add like the legs, but you have like pins in there, so like the legs can like be articulated on that 2D plane. Yeah, so that there is a joint at the hip, and there is a joint at the knee, and there is a joint at the ankle, and there is a joint on the shoulder and the elbow. Is it like that? I think I've seen that. Probably like milk. I don't actually do. Oh well, I shouldn't say that. I used to love milk. I used to really love an ice cold glass of milk, but I don't drink milk anymore. Oh my god, time, dude. We've not, dude. Come on, boy. I give you 6 out of 10. Can we save these jokes on Twitch under the header dad jokes? Really? Dad jokes or just shit jokes? Weather can do one. Mark's leaving, the weather is making him ill, and you and Liv have just got back from getting honey from school. Oh my god! Is she alright, dude? What fainted like dehydration and heat and things, or fainted for some other medical reason? Are you sure? Right? I can't believe we're still not full. I thought we would have been full ages ago. One of the things I should go and do is get that second planetologist tier done. Am I in tier 2 of anything? Skills-wise. I'm noticing this weird flickering. Are you getting it as well, Bot, or is it just for the person in the turret? I keep getting this weird flickering in front of my reticle. Driving hot ego. %50 health. Not sure, but she's upstairs making bracelets at the moment with the fan on full blast and some icy water. Well, I hope she's alright. Hopefully just the weather, right? Yeah, it does, yeah. That would make the buggy... I was saying earlier, the buggy actually is quite boring. It'd be kind of neat if we could have a gun turret on it, wouldn't it? To at least, like, engage with these. Could be the flappy jacket. Do you think that's what it might be? Yeah. Hey, are there any new games out at the moment, guys, or anything coming out over the next week or so? Have we got any? We got anything exciting happening? Gatling would be nice, wouldn't it? That would be kind of cool. Or a little soft missile launcher. Well, you can. But so you can actually do that, or is that just something you can sort of like maybe get in the future? I suppose the problem is then you won't be able to mine with it, though, right? Would it replace the mining laser? In which case, there's not a lot of point, really, is there? We just need something so the gunner could sort of like, you know, just make like a small automatic weapon or something. Very nice, Buck. Very nice. Just move the hands and feet, which articulates the limbs. Oh, it's not. It doesn't sound like it's the one I've seen, man. Dragging yourself around awkwardly makes for some comedy. Nah, it doesn't. It just doesn't. I just have to disagree. I'm not so... It's like Pete. I'm not so bored that I have to scrape the barrels of dumb fuckery to enjoy life. You know what I mean? I think there's a commonality between people that enjoy certain things, and it's like they need to get the fuck out more. Get the fuck out more, right? What the fuck are you doing, dude? What an absolute fucking abject waste of fucking time. This is where, you know, like, old people like my dad. My dad, oh, you still waste time playing computer games. Yeah. He has actually got a fucking point. Some games are literally that. Fucking waste of fucking time. You're scraping the bottom of the barrel. You need to fucking admit you're just trying to pass time. Get the fuck out and you're gonna do something fucking interesting. Don't do something fun with your life. Sitting there fucking playing boring ass games. I'm gonna be honest. This is starting to feel a bit like it. Because there's like no engagement whatsoever with this game, is there? It's just like trundling around, aiming a red beam at a rock. We're full, dude. I can still destroy, but we're actually full. I think you can transfer a bit to your own inventory, can't you? This radial menu is really weird, lot. If you take a bit out. Nice. It's nice when you escort a carrier, but the way the deep desert is set up, having buggies around in the deep desert for a week is a kind of waste of time. Yeah, I'm starting to doubt I'm ever going to get to see the deep desert at this rate. Have you made a bit of room, Bob? Do you know what Grum said to his doctor about his hang on, what caffeine addiction? I haven't got a caffeine addiction. I literally gave up caffeine. What the fuck? What's this? Fucking Jack and Ori time in Twitch chat. The grinding gin is kind of too much to...
We should have a bit more.
Oh, sorry, what? The grinding gin is kind of too much to even have PvP though. What if lost the PvP in a game like this? Replacing lost gear shouldn't be a full day's job. See, so that's where Albion Online... We should all play Albion Online for a week. See if we can get like a badass PvP posse together. We'll get absolutely destroyed. Like absolutely fucking destroyed. So the best PvPers I've ever seen in that game. There is an inherent knowledge of every mechanic and little... No, I wouldn't even say exploit, to be honest. You all think I am beautiful. You wouldn't if you saw me. There's a reason there's no fucking camera, mate. I have to get me back on Warframe. I have thought about Warframe a few times. I have thought about Warframe because I understand the story is very good, isn't it? Yeah, but Buck's driving them, yeah. Do you want to drop off like half of it at yours? What? Oh, hang on. Sorry, you think we've got some more? Oh shit. How big are your pockets, mate?
Yeah, I'm good, mate.
You sure? Say, drop off and split it if you want, mate. You played 2,000 hours and then 3 years of nothing.
I'm going to drop us off the wall, though.
Sorry about it. What was that, mate? Oh, you're going to drop us off a wall. Sorry about it. You alright, Yessie? Bribed him with a Snickers. Ooh, I tell you what. Oh, has anyone ever had an ice cream Snickers? Oh, dude, it's been a while since I had one. Ice cream Snickers. That'd be lovely today, wouldn't it, in this heat? Ooh. What about an early finish, a Beck's Blue and an ice cream Snickers? Fucking dream, right? You miss eating carbs? Well, if you gone like, if you gone all like keto diet or something, right? Actually, it's barbecue weather, isn't it? That's why the phone was going mental earlier. Let me have a look. I put it on charge, didn't I? Oh, God, fucking hamstring. Jesus, fuck, dude. Oh, it is. That's fucking why. Oh, man, the Carling Black Label alerts are out. Oh, there's deals on crates of Carling, lads. Yeah, it's barbecue weekend, isn't it? Ooh, nice, boys. I'm just going to have a heel buck. Fuck! Don't leave me in the middle of the desert. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, you can get straight in, that's alright. Diabetic type 2. What's that? What is diabetes type 2? What does that mean then? Does it go up or down? You got like diabetes, what, type 1, type 2, type 3, have you? Or is there more than that? Is one like bad shit, or is 3 bad shit? I assume all of it is not good. No, I know what diabetes is. I'm not asking that. I'm saying, like, say if your diabetes type 2 is that like less problematic than type 3 or type 1? One's worse. So if your diabetes type 1, that's bad, yeah. So you're probably my girlfriend's mom had it's weird because she was like the tiniest person I think I've ever met, and she was like a skeleton, but she had I don't know what it was. I think that might have been type. Did she have injections? I don't think she had. Did she later on? She died ever since. don't know. I can't remember if she actually had injections, but I don't think she did. I don't think she did. So type 1's really bad. Type 2's like so is type 2 you can sort of can you control type 2 just with diet then, without any sort of like injections. So yeah, so like one's pretty bad, yeah. Oh really? Well, that sounds good. Is there a type 3 diabetes? You know, is type 3 like, you know, things are not great, you know, you're building up some sort of like resistance or whatever it is, you know, bad diet, and type 2's when, you know, you've got a bit of a problem, is it? Because there's like, you can have injections, pills, or food. Fine. You know, so some diabetics are completely fine as long as they just are very careful with what and how they eat and how regularly they eat. Some need a pharmaceutical intervention in the form of pills or a supplement in the form of pills, and then you've got full-blown insulin injections and things, haven't you? So type 2 you have too much. So type 1 you don't produce any insulin. So, whoa, that was fucking scary. That was fucking terrifying, dude. Jesus Christ, did the same thing happen to you then, Mark? Dude, I was about to rant at you for going into quicksand. So type 1's genetic. You literally don't make any insulin, or at least very little. Yeah? Type 2, you are insulin resistant. Well, hang on. You both just said two different things. So Tay said type 2 is insulin resistant, and you said type 2 you have too much insulin. Is that because you produce too much insulin because you're resistant to it? So your body keeps producing it? Is it the same thing? Type 1's often, yeah, type 1 means you're born, but type 2 means you've developed it over time. So I made some type 2 myself in February. I'm still having that bond and metformin meds. What's that problem? What's that? What, your dick don't work, or? Yeah, diet and pills. Type 2 depends on how resistant you are. You can do it with a low carb diet if you're not high. What's the first indicator that you've got like a problem? Like, so presumably you were diagnosed this year, yeah? Was that just part of a health checkup, or did you know something wasn't right? You know, I understand like peeing a lot, always being thirsty. There's a whole myriad of things, but like for those of you that didn't just have it discovered through other medical checks, you know, like I don't know if you're 50, is it, or something, I don't know. You get like health checkups, don't you? I think in the UK at certain ages, and badass or whatever. So for those of you that have been diagnosed with diabetes, what was that first thing that made you think, shit, I think I might have a problem? It's very high. You need so if it's really high, you need meds to keep your carbs down. You need meds to keep carbs down. How does that make sense? If you're insulin resistant, your cells can't absorb the insulin. Yeah, that's right. And that's the other thing with being overweight, isn't it? There's too much fat in the body, so the insulin's just not working. Right? And your cells can't absorb the insulin. You need to break down sugars. Yeah, it starts fucking hypo and hyperglycemia and things like that. Isn't it? You mostly see it with thirst and peeing. So I haven't to find out because I've got an insane leg cramp. I had to have morphine. That's when they checked my long-term blood sugar. It was off the scale. Oh right, so it was actually really bad for you. Jesus. It's always worth sharing. You know, like I always like these discussions because, you know, if it helps like someone go, actually, you know what, fucking hell, I didn't even think about that. Better get that checked out. You know, it can make all the difference, come on. Because let's be honest, most of us being blokey blokes, it's like, yeah, whatever. See, we were talking about this. See, this is interesting because that's exactly where I was going to take this, Tay. Because I was going to say, right, it was only a couple of weeks back, right, we were talking about, like, people getting old, yeah? And one of the things that I was flabbergasted by was how often some of you get up in the night to go for a piss. But that had nothing to do with diabetes. It's just because it's blokes getting old, and I think the prostate gets a bit bigger, doesn't it? So, I don't know, dude. I mean, you know, who knows, mate? I think if you're getting on a bit, like, you know, 50s, whatever it is, and you're getting up a lot during the night to pee, it's not necessarily symptomatic of diabetes, is it? No, I think if you're in your 30s and you're getting up a lot in the night to have a pee, you're either, most likely, an alcoholic. Because you've drank so much fucking Coca-Cola or whatever it is, you're jamming down your fucking neck in the middle of the night because you don't want to wake up with a hangover. Or you're a diabetic, right? I don't mind talking about diabetes too. I had it for 4 years now. All under control. I mean, you know, for all intents and purposes, lead a completely normal life. You know, just a bit careful about what you eat. So that problem with the metformin. So what's metformin? That's something you take as part. Is that the pills for diabetes? Is it? I know why they prescribe diabetes meds for weight loss, stomach cramps, and what I'll politely refer to as pissing out of your. Oh no! Oh, that's disgusting. Asked to be checked. Have had a feeling for a good 10 years or so. Had real issues with tiredness and flaking out all the time, and realised at some point last year that I could knock myself out for an hour or so with a Mars bar. What? Really? Fucking hell, dude. So you've been diabetic for a long time then? Just like I said, being a typical blokey bloke. Yeah, that's alright, mate. It's normal, mate, innit? It took me 30 years to get diabetes type 2. Probably gonna. Is there no diabetes type 3? Just to clarify, yeah? It's type 1 or type 2, yeah? Probably gonna take me 30 years to get off metformin and sort my insulin. Fucking hell, that's mad, isn't it? Hang on, didn't you say you were already 55? I admire the optimism. I was worried about prostate cancer as my dad has it, but I saw the GP and it turned out I'm type 2 diabetic. Because you were peeing all the time, yeah. Fucking hell, dude. Hey, well, at least it weren't prostate cancer, mate. Sorry to hear about your dad, man. That sucks ass, dude. I can't take that out, but tell you what I'll do, I'll pop it in. Thank you very much, Buck. Always a pleasure flying, or in this case, trundling with Buck Travel Services. Oh, there is a type 3. All right, so what's type 3 then? Is type 3 just like, nah, stop bitching? Stop eating so many fucking Arabos. You're 55, yeah. So by the time you're 85, you'll have solved your diabetes. Always look on the bright side. Sorry about the dodgy hip, the failing eyesight. There's a type 3C. There's a type 3C diabetes. I know this is I work in a coroner's office. What's that then, Tay? So you've got type. So is type 3 always type 3C? It's just that we abbreviate it, or is there a type 3 and a type 3C? For Alzheimer's? What? Hang on. What's? Hang on. What? No, sure. You can't, type 3 diabetes isn't Alzheimer's, right? It better not be. Otherwise, I'm getting a fucking refund, dude. Yeah, I can get off metformin now, but then I'm gonna have to stay on the keto diet, i.e. the 30 carb. What's that? 30 grams of carbo a day? Is it carbs a day? So type 3 is like a pancreatic disorder. Oh, really? I didn't know that, dude. That's interesting. So, okay. Well, we've thoroughly explored this, then, haven't we? So you can't have more than 30 grams of carbs a day. I knew something was up for about 10 years. Did get in touch with the doctor back when it started, but got diagnosed with other issues that contributed to the tiredness, but never completely sorted it. Having been bloking it for 4 to 5 years, I'm not asking before as I just wasn't ready to actually deal with it. Yeah, it's just another fucking hassle, isn't it? Bury your head in the sand, ignore it, it'll go away, right? Type 3 diabetes is a term used by some researchers to describe the theory that insulin resistance and insulin... Oh, so it is something to do with Alzheimer's. Holy fuck. Alright, let me reread then. Thank you for that. Was that you, Tatty? No. Who was it who said that? Pants. So type 3 diabetes is a term used by some researchers to describe the theory, so it's a theory, that insulin resistance and insulin-like growth factor dysfunction in the brain may cause Alzheimer's disease. So is there a high correlation between people with diabetes also succumbing to Alzheimer's? Fucking hell, that's a bit fucking worrying, isn't it? Did anyone know that? Hang on, we've skipped type 4 now, Caskell. We can't just go straight to type fucking 5. Type 5, this is getting interesting. What happened to type 4? What did type 4 do to upset you? Type 5 diabetes is also known as malnutrition. Ah, malnutrition-related diabetes. I never thought about that. Ah, of course. Severe insulin-deficient diabetes, known as SID. Oh, I know this. I know this shit, dude. SIDS. This is why people that are fucking anorexic, right, can't just suddenly start fucking eating. Oh, fuck, I know loads about this, bro. Got you. Newly recognised form of diabetes linked to chronic undernutrition, especially during childhood or adolescence, is distinct from type 1 and 2 diabetes and is characterised by insulin deficiency due to impaired pancreatic development. Yeah, fucking hell, bro. Man, full circle here. No, thanks for that, but no, I appreciate it, mate. Yeah, so 3C specifically is about the pancreas. Yeah, cool, man. You're off to the hospital in a few minutes, Tatty, for my diabetic eyes. Yeah, because it can affect your eyes, can't it? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, diabetes ain't great. We knew someone who had diabetes and he ignored it, and then he had his fucking leg chopped off. Basically, started off with a toe, and then later on he had his whole fucking leg off. And I think he lived 3 years after he had his leg amputated. You're right, Ghost. Hope everyone is healthy enough with all this talk. I happen to see my current favourite game. Thank you for the drops. That's alright, Ghost. Yeah. Grum MD. Yeah, you see, well, we're getting to the bottom of it. Type 4 is only proposed and not officially... Oh, right, okay. So Type 4... So why do they just skip to Type 5 theoretical SIDS then? Insulin's a hormone, so yeah, exactly. Yeah, it does. Diabetes is super... I think a lot of people probably understand diabetes or fail to see the long term and so it's a very complicated thing, the human body, and you start, once one thing's out of sync, everything's going to start going a bit AWR, can't it? But diabetes is extremely debilitating, isn't it, if you're not careful, man. It does need managing. You can't just fucking ignore it, right? Bad shit's going to happen, innit? You've got bad eyes, bad knees, and bad teeth, Pants. What are they all like things, are they, around it? But bloody diabetes is a freaking pain in the ass. Have you got it as well then? Yeah. Is there anyone here in chat that hasn't got diabetes? I haven't. It's not that hard to manage, really just need to change your life and diet. Yeah, but you've got to do it, right? That's the point, yeah. That's why I got testing in February. Got a second test in 2 weeks to see if there's been any improvement. You'd have to unpropose Type 4 to then recategorize Type 5 as Type 4 and then propose the current proposal of Type 4 as Type 5 proposed. Yeah, or we could have just made it Type 4 when we came up with Type 5, couldn't we? Because we could have gone, what's the current status of diabetes, Dr. Caskell? We've got a Type 1, mate. That's genetic, that is. We got a Type 2, and that's, you got to watch what you eat, bro. And we got a Type 3, which is a little bit tricky. It's, we think it may be having an impact on the likelihood of you getting Alzheimer's. That's very interesting. What's the next number? 5. Are you sure? I think it's 4. We missed out number 4 for our theoretical discussion around SIDS. Yeah. Fucking idiots. Can't trust doctors these days. Can't even fucking count, mate. Shocking. I think, yeah. But basically, like, if there's anything the matter with your teeth, or you get up a lot and have a piss, or you get a little bit dizzy, or you feel like you're eating too many carbohydrates, I think... A fucking nightmare, bro. I haven't either. I have so many other things, but not that yet. There are reasons I'm not a medical professional. I think you make a great... I reckon you make a great MD. I like your bedside manner, Caskell. So you and Mark are both type 2. Fucking hell, dude. There's a lot of people with fucking diabetes, isn't there? Both got eye tests. Okay. You don't need to do it. You can keep going with higher doses of metformin. Yeah, but then you start squirting shit out your ass, according to Dr. Gnosis. It's a great birthday present. Hello, Dr. Gnosis. Welcome to your medical consultation. We'd like to inform you've got top 2 diabetes, mate. Your cholesterol level is 8. Is that bad? What's cholesterol level of 8? It's a little bit on the how the fuck are you still alive side. What, is it really bad, Joe? There's a thing that is shocking is that 8% of people in Western countries have got metabolic syndrome, which is the start of insulin resistance. Yeah, well, that's because we all fucking eat too much shit, basically, don't we? Let's be honest. I bet most people know they don't lead the fucking best. What was that dude that... Do you remember the Twinkie diet? Remember that dude? How long ago was that? He decided to eat nothing but Twinkies, corn crisps. What was the other thing? He had a bit of a mix, didn't he? I can't remember the 4 things that he had. But anyway, so some dude thought, right, for however long it's going to be, like a month, wasn't it? 30 days, he's going to call it the Twinkie diet. And the only thing he's going to eat, and I think, but he had a calorific deficit. That's crucial to this discussion, right? I think he worked out he needed, was it 1,800 calories or whatever it was? So he ate 1,000 calories of nothing but sugary junk, yeah? Corn crisps, Twinkies, whatever it was, yeah? And after 30 days, right... He'd lost weight, his body fat had significantly reduced, his good cholesterol was up, his bad cholesterol was down. He was sleeping better, he was looking better. It's like, well, it proves a fucking point, doesn't it? You know what I mean? Stop eating so much shit on top of what you're fucking already eating. You want a kebab? I'll eat a kebab. Oh, I'll go for a kebab. Can I have a Dr. Pepper? A nice cold Dr. Pepper and some cheesy chips as well, yeah. Reply to you said you went from 8 to 30 and I don't get it. I think it might have been a response to someone else. Oh, was that Tate? Sorry. Take a frozen pizza with 340 gram size that is 150 to 200 grams of carbs in one small portion sliced pizza. I don't really eat pizza. Pizza's too fucking expensive in the UK, to be quite honest with you. Right, let's go and see what the... can we make this death still yet? I really want to get these death stills made, boys. This is no longer working, which I assume means we've run out of water. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe not. Duraluminium. Let's make some duraluminium. Very nice. If I've got... Here's a question. I keep asking this because different games do it different. If I've got steel in here, yeah, will my game enable me to use it from the output, or do I have to put it in a box? I think we can use it from here, can't we? Yes, we can. We can. Oh no, maybe not. Refineries. Death still. There we go. I can make a couple of these then. Where am I going to put these bad boys? I mean, we could put one up here and one on the other side. That might look quite nice, right? What do you reckon? Should we start with a couple of death stills? It's on the top landing now. It'd be easy to drop in on the ornithopter and get them filled up, wouldn't it? Very nice, boys. You miss carbs. What? So do you not eat carbs? I don't really eat a lot, so I don't really worry about fucking food, to be honest. I do like naughty things occasionally. Well, I say that. I don't know. I mean, I like ice cream and I like chocolate and I like obnobs and. I'm quite happy to go without it. I can't remember last time I ate a piece of chocolate. Just not something that I go out of my way to get. You know what I mean? If I'm in a shop, I don't just, oh, I fancy a bar of chocolate. So as long as its output is set to 1. So it's like, think of the gun as having an input from output 1 then, Dick, yeah? Is that the way of looking at it? Oh shit, yeah, we've just lost all power now, haven't we? What were we gonna make to resolve that? I can't remember now, dude. Did it go down when we built this one? Shall I get or did it go down when I built that one? I mean, if I demolish it, I get everything back, yeah? Oh shit, still got no power, have I? You can tell because that's not lit up. So what's the best solution for power for me here then, guys? What would it be? Utilities? These things. I need some more cobalt paste. Fucking boys, the fucking fuck boys. All right, let's scrap the death stills then. Let's take that out. Let's do that. Let's demolish that. All right, so I need a cobalt run then. I need some erythrite. Erythrite. What's the best way to go and get erythrite? Go in the ornithopter or the buggy. What's the best way to go and get a shitload off? What do you think? What do you reckon? Go in the what's it one or? Yeah, I need to put all that back, don't I? Yeah, good point actually. Yeah. Should I go in the buggy or down into the rift in the ornithopter? I'm going to assume the ornithopter, right? But go storage or not? I mean, I don't need that much, do I? Oh, hang on. Let's go up top. What if I put in the third of the new storage units? What's in this one here? Oh, yeah. So I'd tell you what, I might put ingots in there. Maybe. Oh, God, I've got to put that away as well. Oh, yeah, I suppose so I could have just turned them off. Oh, hang on, then. I never thought about that. So, is that... So you're saying if I go and make a death still, which is where refineries, death still. Wonder where it's going to pull those ingots from. How does he tell me which box it's going to pull the first ingots from? Has anyone ever tested it? Is it like the first one you made? General settings, disable. There we go. I forgot about that. That's actually a good idea then. At least I know they're ready, right? Ready to go online. Manage, disabled. Oh, that's quite cool as well, because you can see the count that way as well. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. I quite like the look of it. It's my first time seeing one. Got a very old, you know, it's even got like the Fremen engraved, sort of almost like hieroglyphics. I don't know if you can see it on the stream, but you know, along here, look, along the edge, not in the main bit, but along this edge, and on that, like head. Well, I suppose that's not the headrest, but yeah, just in there. See, sort of like engraved stone and things. It's quite cool, isn't it? It's like a blending of the new and the old. I like the design, dude. Go for the Orny. Yeah, Orny and storage, right? There's a tunnel right by your base. How am I going to know which one's your base, Darth? Is there any way for you to tell me? I know I found a really good one that was like one of those moisture caves a long time ago, and I forgot to mark it at the time. Oh, there's an advanced one that's... Oh, really? Oh, that's kind of cool. I must admit, massive kudos to the devs for their, like, asset design. I'll pop some spare fuel in there. What am I thinking? I'm thinking I'm forgetting something, but I don't think I am, right? So, thanks for that, team. You right, giant shrimp? Wait until you put a body in it. Oh, I never thought about that. Do you actually see the body? Yeah. So it's not just like oh, that's how you got me quite intrigued now. Darth, how would I know where your base is, bro? Because it doesn't actually say the name, does it? Unless you've renamed it. You shall not pass Geordieland, L's Big Old Place, Dr. Nose, Skrilla Villa, east of me. Radically Awesome 2. Alright. So somewhere over there there's a load of aerofoil. Am I looking for a moisture cave? Hey, cheeky monkey. So that's your base. So just east and north. Oh, I think I can see it. Maybe over here? No. Oh, yeah. Probably is. Oh, I missed. So get up. Ah! Alright, so this is the Erythrite cave, then, is it? Erythrite crystals? Let's take some of those. I did not see this. Problem, bro. Shit. That's the wrong gun. That is the wrong gun. Oh man, rusty dude, rusty. We need to do more combat, man. It's been too long. Because we've been fanning about, eating rocks with lasers for way too long, dude. Is it worth picking up the crystals? Probably not, is it, really? I don't think this is gonna fill me up. What the fuck? This is nothing. There's 2 fucking nodes in here, dude. Or does it go deeper? Naughty. You're so naughty. Oh, it looks like it goes down deeper. Oh, nice, boys. Haha! I suppose I should start getting blood as well, right? It's all about the water now, yeah? Hang on, is that fucking it? It's a dead end. Hang on, let me go back. There's got to be more to it than this. What was that? Sorry, so this will drop you down into the rift. Well, that's no fucking use because my ornithopter's up top. Those wind farm things are more efficient, but I find the regular ones are simpler to keep things running. What do you mean? What do you mean the regular ones? Do you mean like just the generators, or do you mean like a regular wind farm? The power ones. I've shifted. Yeah, the ones that just use the fuel cells.
Sector weather alert. A large
Oh,
sandstorm is
you
approaching.
absolute piece of ass! This was a terrible fucking idea. I should have just gone to the rift. Now my freaking what's-it's gonna get murdered, innit? How do I get out of here, dude? That's my ornithopter stuck outside, innit? Oh, I don't know the way out. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, boys! Let's go! So my base is over there. So, no. I fucking hate the ornithopter with that. I don't know how, I just don't know how you can play the game with that beast. This thing is so fucking boring.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm
This just like
approaching.
ruins the game for me. I need the boost on the ornithopter. It just makes it so much fun. This flying around with like a big bag of dicks stuck to the back. I suppose at least in the rift I won't take any storm damage. Was there anything else I needed to do from when we had? Let's just go and put all that away. We got 122. Yeah, because the ornithopter's safe inside the rift, isn't it? It takes 15 more minutes to get the lube going. Oh. What siege one? We're on
Sector weather
Grumman
alert.
Tabor
A large sandstorm is
TABR
approaching.
siege. Vulture mode. Press shift or its controller current to enter glide mode. Yeah, we know how that works. I've been playing the game for like fucking weeks, dude. I'm just saying, without the boost, the whole ornithopter is just fucking dull, dude. I really like the boost, man. It feels like, I don't know, it just feels like you're fanning about a little bit, you know? Just like holding a button down to get altitude and then gliding. It's just like, there's just like, it just doesn't feel like I'm interacting with the game. It's already starting to feel like I interact very little with it anyway. It's all getting very clunky. It's very ploddy. It's starting to feel like fucking PAX Day. Bit rude, not gonna lie. Probably an unfair comment. But there's an inkling. Yeah, it's not about keeping the glide. That's my point. You know, the beauty of the boost is, you know, I can glide with boost on. I can accelerate up in the air. I can do a little bit of spinny rolly shit. You know. It's just nothing but gathering fucking materials, isn't it? Just an endless gathering of rocks, bro. Can't they like make a dungeon where when I get to end of it I get 1,000 erythrite? or do a PvP zone, like a PvP open world dungeon where if you make it to the end again, like Squid Games. I've got everything I need there, yeah. So if I just go and hit the rift. Oh, it's going to take so long. Just drop him down there. To grind. But it isn't. Again, we've already said this. No game just sets out to be a grind. There's a fundamental difference between a game that sets out to be a grind and a game that sets out to be a fun grind. And that's where it's getting lost in translation. Yeah, but not for farming erythrite. So again, it's not about that, is it? I'm not even in the deep desert. I've not even hit the actual grind yet, have I? So on the assault, you can have boost and storage. What? Oh, dude. Now, hang on. Now we're talking. I did not know that, right? For real, dude. The assault ornithopter can have storage and boost. Are you sure? That seems like super cheaty, dude. So is it boost and storage or boost and missiles? Ooh, dude. I like the sound of that, mate. I like the sound of that a lot. Colour me intrigued, sir. I mean, is it, you know, I assume it's like somewhat limited storage. I'm quite, that actually excites me. So, is the, I assume that's going to be duraluminium for an assault thingy, is it? What did we decide the most important thing was to spend the first batch of duraluminium on? You know, what would be a good recommendation? Something that is, obviously we want something that is going to help us expedite the rest of the material gathering, yeah? So the first batch of duraluminium, what are we going to go for? You know, is it like a tier 5 cut array? You know, any recommendations? Oh, you cheeky rascal! You cheeky rascal! So the assault. So oh wow. So the assault. Oh yeah, of course. Sorry, because I keep forgetting it's a scout. Yeah. Sorry, that does actually make sense. Yeah. So it's going to be double the scout, and we get a booster on it. Oh, that's good. I like the sound of that. I never used the buggy though, dude. The only times I use the buggy for farming at this stage in the game is to get the aluminium, dude. You know what I mean? Like erythrite, I tend to come in the ornithopter. Iron, I use the ornithopter. What else do I gather? Flower sand, I use the ornithopter. I'm not sure what I'd do with a better tier 5 buggy at this point in the game. I'm not saying later on I might use it, but right now I just don't think it's worth it, to be honest. Yeah, erythrite's probably the most challenging thing to get, but I actually, you know, it's not just in and out, in and out, in and out. At least I get to shoot things now. You know what I mean? At least there's a bit of combat mixed in with this. Okay. Oh, I just saw him as well. Oh, close, bro. Very close, boys. Do not get the Mark 5 cutter. You can just farm the tall cut array. Oh, is this a unique cut array? Is it? What was that one everyone was telling me about yesterday? That still suit. We figured it out in the end, didn't we? It was near the Dick and Tits, yeah? Well, maybe we should go and get that still suit as well today. What do you reckon? And then try and get a really nice cut array as well, just to help us out a bit. I'm sure I remember there being another dude somewhere around here. I'm gonna make sure I'm reloaded or two more shout at me. Farming jasmine and erythrite with the buggy gives you so much. Oh, there's just no reason to. The jasmine's so easy to get in the ornithopter. There's no way I'd take a fucking buggy in there. I don't even know you can do it in a buggy over there. You got a island up, haven't you? The jasmine's the easiest thing in the world to farm. It takes like minutes. We did it for like, what, half an hour or something, didn't we? And it was like, oh god, there was so much of it. Saves you 5 to 6 trips of the ornith. What is, sorry? Time flies in here. So, yeah. You're right, Pants. I always forget about that sniper. Yeah. There's one other one that I forgot. The assault ornithopter is better for the future in the deep desert. Yeah, I do find I quite like the idea. I really hate flying the ornithopter without a boost, man. I just find it so dull. I do find it very dull. I'm sure there's another dude up on one of these. Not that it matters, but it's always nice to get him, isn't it? Right, let's grab ourselves some erythrite then. See, I didn't even know I'd get I mean, how would I even get a buggy here? I mean, just out of interest then. I mean, if you're saying like... Oh, what the fuck, dude? How are you supposed to get that? Like say I... Really? You having a laugh, bro? Yeah, like say I was here with a buggy. How the hell am I going to farm this shit with a buggy? I'm not, am I? I'd have to go somewhere else. There ain't no way I'm getting that up there with a buggy, am I? Not unless the laser's got a hell of a range on it that I don't know about, in which case I stand corrected, but... There are places I can get a buggy. What for erythrite? Ah. I only know these, like, chone facilities, you see. This is not... This is alright when there's a bit of combat. I swear there were more dudes in here last time I came here. I genuinely thought there was more. I think there's different facilities though, aren't there, if I remember. Oh, no. You cheeky monkey boys. At least I feel like I'm playing a game doing this though, to be fair. Oh, backpack's full already. Yeah, so sometimes when I'm just trundling around in the buggy zapping rocks, I just feel like... At least with this, you know, I'm using my sugar wire, I've got a few dudes to kill, you know what I mean? The assault is like... Who's that? The assault is like a glad... Where did I put that? Oh, fucking, I thought someone at Grand Theft Auto had my ornithopter then. The assault is like a gladius versus a Connie. With the gladius being the scout, yeah? Hang on a minute, where's my bleeding ornithopter? Is it out here? Yeah. Why would he put his cutaway away? Oh, man, that is a delayed holster, isn't it? Yeah, I think I know what you mean, Strix. Like the ones on the outside, yeah? That's not my fucking ornithopter. What the fuck, dude? Jesus Christ, bro. Yeah, I'm trying to think where that is. Is it down there? Where there's like a bit of... Let's go and have a look. Let me throw this in. Throw that in there. Well, I might as well just throw all of that in as well. Yes. Bring on fuse. Should probably fuel that. Oh, it's getting tiresome, lads. It's getting tiresome. Refuel. Thank you very much. All I can think of, I've got to do this, then I've got to do aluminium, then I've got to do jasmine, and then I've got to do some more iron. When do I get back to actually shooting shit? Do I ever get back to shooting shit? Please tell me I do. Yeah, I'm starting to think the same thing, like maybe some short consolidated like runs. And then play something with a bit of pew. The shame Star Citizen's not in a very good place at the minute. I mean, I say that. I mean, it's not bad, but... See, so again, so you're saying, so there's a place where I could go with a buggy, yeah? Where would that be? Where could I go to get Erythrite with a buggy? Because all these nodes seem very spread out. I assume I'm just in completely the wrong area, am I? The problem is, T, you see where there's a fundamental flaw in what you're saying. See, what I'm worried about is if I break off now and go and do the main story, right, and then I know that's the end of the main story, I don't have, like, you know, like when you were a kid, right, and your mum and little dad would say, that's it, little Mr. T, if you don't eat all your vegetables, you're not getting any chocolate mousse for pudding. What I'm extremely concerned is if I go and do the questing now, right, and then all that's left is this grind, I don't think I'm carrying on playing, bro. At least I've got something to look forward to, you know what I mean? Why is that not oh, what the hell, dude? Is anyone else on this server? I'm starting to notice like everything's like really delayed. Like even like getting in the ships, like, you know, it's like taking a few seconds to register. I'm not really seeing anywhere here, man. So this would just be a bad place. So you see, the problem is, like, this is obviously a slow grind the way I'm doing it, but even the fast grind with Jasmine is so fucking boring. It's taking forever is the problem. What do you mean? It's outside nodes, not huge clusters. We are 3 people in buggy. It's outside nodes, not huge clusters. What, for Erythrite? There's a super clean route you can take the buggy that ends with 2... is it near my base, Strix, or...? Yeah, I mean, let's go and learn that route then, or at least if you can try and help me out, because it's just getting dull, mate. It's just getting dull, dude. It's like there's no pace to it now. It's just gathering for the sake of gathering. See, this is what happened when I played Once Human the first time. Because the game had so much there's no defending it. I know people don't like it when you sort of have something somewhat negative to say about a game that they're enjoying, but you know, facts are facts, man. If you go and play something like Once Human, right? What was that other game we played recently as well? So some games just let, you know, like if you need some iron, you go and hit 3 iron nodes, you know, and you've got enough iron to last you the rest of the day, don't you? There's a commonality between games that just have you just constantly farming for resources, and you know why? Because there's nothing else to do, dude. There is no other content in the game. PAX Day was the worst I've ever seen for it. Now, I think Dune is a really good game, but there's so much just like not doing anything. It's just brain dead gathering. That it definitely has an impact on you. You know, even the most vigilant of fanboys, I think, would have to understand that it's not exciting gameplay, is it? It's just gathering. I mean, I even like the fact that they've made at least a little bit of an effort to make it interesting. Like, you have to follow like the little, you know, the little fisher line, don't you? It's better than just hitting something with an axe over and over and over again. Which is as far as a lot of fucking games do that, right? But it would be kind of what I'd like to see is like, I mean, I'm not saying I could make the content myself, but you know, like you battle through like a dungeon, like an actual cavern with Erythrite in it. Like you battle your way to the end, and there's something at the end that gives you some good rewards, or that this is roaming around. I think it hit me first with Jasmine. Did anyone else feel the same when you went and got Jasmine? I just don't understand the purpose of that whole zone. You get an ornithopter, you fly in, you get some, and you fly out. There's like nothing else there, right? All it is just like, don't stay too long or you're gonna die. I think that's when I first saw like a disconnect, if that makes sense. It was like a weird feeling. It's like, is this not fleshed out yet, or am I missing something, you know? I was quite excited to get into the radiation zone. I thought there was going to be like, I don't know, I'm going to be honest, I think I was hoping for some like weird fauna or something in there. You know, some sort of like, you know, some sort of like desert rat that had become some hideous fucking prehistoric rodent death creature or something. But from what I can see, it's really just puddles of green goo with a rock in the middle. Do you know what I mean? You know, don't get me wrong, I'm not expecting them to like go batshit crazy on the lore, but you know, I'm gonna be honest, right? You know that scene in is it Prometheus where all the black goo's on the floor, yeah, and that like penis tentacle comes up out of the goo, yeah, and it sort of spreads its like cobra-like hood, yeah. I thought that was going to be what was going on in the mutated, in the red zone. That's why I honestly thought. I thought there's going to be radiated sort of pools. I didn't think like one big consolidated pool with a rock in it. I thought, you know, we're going to be walking through these areas and like these things might be coming up. You know, these radiated creatures. And maybe there is. I mean, don't get me wrong. You know, I've only ever been there once. But there didn't seem to be much going on really. It just felt it felt like quite compartmentalized. Away from the rest of the game, almost like maybe it was meant to be something else, you know, PvP zone or something. Yeah, gather more resources, but now with radio. But at least, like, I suppose what I would say though, at least with the other stuff though, DJ. No, to be fair to the game, like if you're gonna go and get iron, you know, there are caves to explore near it. You know, so you don't just have to go and farm. That's down to you as a player. You can't criticize the game for being boring if you ignore, you know, every cave that you go past while you're trying to get iron. Yeah. You know, if I go Erythrite, you know, at least there's a few dudes to kill and a bit of parkour, isn't there? You know, it's all right. Yeah, I can deal with it. But yeah, the radiation zone just seems to be literally flying and fly out. Unless I have missed something. You know, again, I'd happily stand corrected. Have I gone down into the tunnels underneath the radiation area rock piles? No, and I haven't done the wreck. I'm just talking about the resource gathering. So I'm not on about saying there is. I am. So to be clear, we're not saying there is. Well, I'm not saying there's no content in the rad zone. What I'm saying is the exploration of the areas where I'm getting the resources. Does that make sense? So like I said, if I go to get iron, there's like caves and enemy camps. If I go to get aluminium, the same thing. You know, on my route, there's enemy camps I can stop off at and laboratories nearby and things like that. Whereas the Jasmium zone, it does feel like maybe there was a plan there. There was something that hasn't quite come to fruition yet. You know, it's just like isolated islands with a pool and a rock in it, you know. There are caves with jasmium as well. So if I go, so that's what you were saying, Wolf, about the tunnels underneath. I'll have to have a look for them then. Oh, really? Oh, they sound cool. Oh, I like the sound of that then, Wolf. Beware of getting... you know what I was just about to say, dude, right? If they're that big, like, how the fuck do you get down? Do I have to wait until I've got, like, a better rad suit or something, dude? Because, like, honestly, I take so much radiation damage, dude. Like, I can't stay in that zone for long. I really can't. That sounds cool. I really like the idea of spooky, radiation-infested caves and things. Maybe there is shit down there. Try and make resource set landing, not a job. Yeah. Time to have co-pilot with my mid-year self-assessment is rate farm spice than that. You're right too. Body Jasmine is in a buggy is much better. I'm just trying to think how you'd farm. I'm actually at a loss how you'd farm Jasmium in a buggy without just abusing the respawn. You know what I mean? Like, because I was originally going to set a base up in here. One of the first things I said was like, you know, if I set up a base up here that's got a roof on it, am I protected from the radiation? And someone said yes. And I thought, I'll set up a base in here then, right? Because I know I'm going to have to farm a lot of jasmine. But then I realised, like, there isn't really any point. Like, I come over here, yeah? Because we got like a little base over here. And I fly in. And by the time I've done the scoop here, I'm full. So I have to fly out anyway. Well, if I'm using my boost. I don't think there's any reason to take storage at my level, because I'd never fill the storage up before I needed to leave anyway. So in and out with the boost actually is faster than going in there with storage. So how would you use a buggy? Would you just make a base here and just farm those nodes every 10 minutes or something? Is that what you mean? To just abuse the fact that it's on a fast respawn? Or do you actually cross the desert in the buggy? You know? Like start here and then trundle the buggy up here and trundle the buggy up there. I assume you can get in these areas then, can you, if that's the case? Yeah, I know about the iodine pills, yeah. The loot down in the cave tunnels is pretty good, but there's usually only one real exit and lots of false pass. Oh, right. Woof. So you can actually get lost down there and run out of time. Oh, wow. That actually sounds mad, dude. Yeah, I was going to say, so it sounds like something that's maybe get a better rad suit before I think about that one. You go in from the north, there's a circle down to the big wreck and back up to west of Vermilion. So yeah, go a completely different route. Yeah, I know. So someone else mentioned about using the map to cheat going out. I say cheat. I mean, everyone's entitled to play how they want. I just don't play like that. You know, I just don't. I don't. I tend not to play in that way. I'm either enjoying the game or I'm not. And I think the problem is I'm just finding that I just find getting stuff is just, God, that's all I do, man. I want to go exploring tunnels. I want to fight for my loot, not just drive around in a buggy zapping rocks, you know? The crash ship down in the south corner. That, presumably, is it? That's where I placed the base and used the off-world map. Yeah, I'm not playing like that. Yeah, each to their own. But yeah, I'm not playing that zoom out here, go to the world map, and then come back near my base. Rad Suit 5 and Rad Pills make it pretty low stress. But again, you've got to get there to make the Rad Suit 5, haven't you? Which I'm not at the minute. So if I was going to go and get erythrite in the buggy, yeah, how would I do that? Let me go and get in the buggy. Where am I going? Am I going to head towards the rift first? Yeah. Let me... No, I don't want that. Let me grab that. If I take that and that out of there and then go back to my backpack, I can then just take that out of there, can't I? Maybe I should take that out as well, because I think that goes in there, yeah? These are quite good, right? 684 out of 1,750, so they are quite a lot better, actually. Yeah, let's go and see if we can find a better way to get erythrite, because it looks like I'm... Why do I need erythrite? Why am I making it? I need cobalt paste, and why do I need cobalt paste? Oh, for the wind turbines, which I need to power my death stills. Yeah? So we've got a plan. We've got a plan. There are lights that mark the ramp. Yeah, I know about the little glowy bulbs. But where am I actually going? Shall I just go? So shall I just go to the southern tip then? Because that's quite close to me. Shall I just do that? Yeah. So just to clarify, we're trying to find good deposits of erythrite that I can get from a buggy. That's going to make this more. Oh shit. I didn't empty out all that aluminium ore, dude. Why have I got so many welding torches? Shit, let me go and empty that. Yeah, so yeah, I need the cobalt to make the turbines, then I did, and then the turbines to power the death stills. So... Oh, I can't. I've already done it. I've just literally got some Strix. Right. Scout ornithopter. No? Buggy. Dink, dink. That's not... We're never going to fit all that in there, are we? Let me take that out, then. Let's throw that in there. Buggy. So... You're not leading me up the fucking garden path here, right, chat? There is a place I can take that buggy in the rift where I'm going to get a shitload of erythrite, yeah? Like, faster than the way I was doing it in the ornithopter, yeah? You don't fucking let me down, boys, or I'm fucking turning it off and uninstalling it. It's that fucking simple. Good point, Strix. That's actually a really good point. How do I check that, dude? We have got a... I've got a cut array Mark 4 on it. Shit, do you think that's good enough? Cut array... Buggy cut array Mark 3, cutty bug array Mark 4. Cobalt it doesn't say. Yeah, carbon and erythrite, dude. Yeah, good check actually, mate. Yeah, it does. It does aluminium and erythrite. So yeah, we're good to go, mate. Good call, Strix. That would have been a pain in the ass, wouldn't it? So we need to go. So, shall I head to the bottom of the rift down here? Because it's quite close to me. It's just a little jaunt around here, yeah? So, shall I head to the southern edge of the rift or not? No. This is what I'm saying. But people are telling me there is a faster way to get it. It's not about going on an adventure. Chat have said there is a much better way to get erythrite than fucking about with the ornithopter. Should I just head towards that southern end then, guys, or what? I think we might be getting guided by people in chat who have no idea about my unnervingly excellent digital GPS. Yeah. I literally could walk into a digital room, right, in a first person or third person game, yeah, through a door. And it could be a 1x1 cubic room, right? And I would come through the door and the door would close, yeah? I can guarantee I could get fucking lost in said room, alright? You have no idea how utterly incompetent I am in terms of digital cartography. I died again. No, I fucking haven't died. Thank you very much, Pogba. I haven't died for, like, forever. I've never died in a video game yet, mate. Much to your annoyance, I guess. I've spent too much time trundling around doing nothing to die, dude. The most likely way I'm going to die is if I fall asleep in the top of this buggy and accidentally laser my own face off, dude. I think. Oh, that's got to be an abandoned base, though. Oh wow, look at the damage to it. That's kind of cool. Well, that's neat. Look all the. Oh, let's have a little look at that. That's the first base I've seen that's like on its way out. Oh wow, man. Look at this. What a crime against humanity. Look at this flooring, dude. How do people live with themselves? How do people log out of a game and not just like stress out, bro? So if you were to take, oh, so you can't take over that base yet, or can you? I don't know. Be warned to exit. I'm starting to feel like you're all telling me there's a better way to get erythrite in the buggy when there actually isn't. You're just talking bollocks, yeah? I'm starting to have deep suspicious doubts about the authenticity of... This is going to be one of those things where everyone says it's easier, but really they just duped loads of erythrite, yeah? I'm starting to feel like this ain't going to happen here, lads. Hey there, baby! Nice to see you, the old mucker. Right, to the rift, boys, to the rift. Erythrite riches await me, alright? I can't go wrong with Twitch chat guiding me deep into the endless, cavernous, labyrinthian hellhole that is the Rift of Arrakis. I have faith in you, chat. Left a bit Grum, right a bit Grum, just over that bit of desert Grum. Head towards the sand Grum. Oh, I can see it now. Oh, fuel for the buggy. Ah. Now, there's some... I've got 3 cubic bollocks of fuel, dude. So probably not, actually, no. Alright, actually, I've gone the wrong way, haven't I? I've gone the wrong way. Alright, fear not, boys. The buggy can make it. The buggy can make it. Watch this. I practiced this earlier. That's it. It's me and Brad Pitt. We're going to be in a feature-length film. Buggies of Arrakis. Alright, keep going down here, yeah? We've got water. We've got a still suit. I've got a Dick John. All is looking good, boys. No worm activity. Yeah, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking about how much erythrite am I going to need? Is erythrite going to remain like a pain in the ass? So it's around here then, yeah? Just a bit further around, yeah? You're not inspiring me with any confidence here, Wolf. I did a trip in the dark and got my buggy stuck in a hole. I had to disassemble it to salvage it. Yeah, I did. Alright, where am I going then? This is the entrance to the rift here, yeah? I think. What the fuck is that? Hello? What's this bollocks? I told you we were going to be fucked. Alright. So, straight on, yeah? I'm going to memorize this. I'm going to memorize it. Right, I can see lights. There's lights there. Should we ignore those lights for now? Why do the lights go up there? What the hell, dude? Straight into the rift. Alright, Robs. Straight in, yeah? Just keep barrel rolling down, yeah? So just got... Ooh. What the hell? Hang on. Haven't I gone wrong already, dude? Does it loop round? Shall I follow these orangey sparkles? Lowest path. Oh god, we're going deep, man. Are you sure? That looks like a bit of a dead end, boys. Keep going, yeah? We don't seem to be going down. Really, do we? Well, I think we're going to be going back up now. Dude, if I end up like lost down here for the next 3 hours, I am going to rage so hard. That could be my only thought to knowing. Just hold down one button and I escape, right? Oh, hang on, look. A node. I found a node. I found a Nodey McNodison. Should I not have seen something saying, congratulations, you've got some stuff? That didn't seem to happen, did it? 121. Okay, so obviously we get a way more per node, don't we? We should I don't know. I find with the headlights on, right? I sometimes find it harder to see in the rift because of the way they've done their sort of like fog. I find it actually blinds me more, to be honest. No, not so much here because we can see, but you know when it's like quite dark, it's like. Whereas before I could see twinkly lights in the distance, if I put the headlights on, now all I can see is like fog 3 feet in front of me. Shall I carry on then? I have got vehicle mining, yeah. I have got the base vehicle mining, but I haven't unlocked the tier 2 of the planetologist, I don't think. I'm not so much worried about, like, that, so I'm more worried about just trying to find a good place to farm Erythrite with a buggy. Because otherwise I could just do what I normally do and come down in the Ornithopter. But if there's a better way in the buggy, I'd like to know it. Oh, there's more inside. Well, I know there's more inside, but I can't get any of it with the buggy, can I? So we've literally just been in there with the what's it? Just get the two early nodes then, yeah. If this turns out to be one of those fucking jank things where the buggy's like teetering on the edge of shit, I'm gonna be deeply fucking disappointed in you boys in the chat. I think there's a couple of nodes like as I first go in, isn't there? There's like a little camp of dudes on the left hand side. So I suppose that's 2 nodes on the outside. But I could have got those in a fucking Ornithopter in like half the time, couldn't I? But probably at what? 1/4 of the output? What about that out there? Do you reckon I can reach that? Before I get in that. When I do aluminium, it tells me how much I get on the right hand side of the screen. Why is it not telling me that? It does, doesn't it? I get like a congratulations. Normally it says something like inefficient gathering. You know, 180 aluminium. It's not doing it with the Erythrite. Right, so that's the only one that I can think of that I could have got access to. So I really don't know what... hello? Shall I go in there or not? Or carry on down there? Lots of room for bodies. Oh, now that is a good... Oh, dude. Now that is a good idea. I never thought about that. Ah, so 2 birds, 1 stone kind of gameplay. Oh, dude. I like that. That's actually a good call, man. Drive on. So drive on down here. Yeah, go deeper down into the facility. Okay. Stop shooting me, Bobs. Yeah, okay. I think this is where I thought... Oh, hang on. This is where we were in the Ornithopter earlier, isn't it? Okay. So, I'll go and get that one over there, then we'll come back across here, yeah. Alright, yeah. This is going alright, lads. This is going alright. I love the idea of getting some bodies in for the Destils. That's a 10 out of 10 tip, that is, mate. That is a really good idea. Oh, shit, my bad. And I can shoot some bad dudes. So I'm kind of in my happy place. Definitely seeing double animations on things. Alright, let's grab it. But yeah, this is a really nice way to get Destil shit, isn't it? This is cool. Alright. I'm in the game. I'm moving in my seat, boys. I'm in the game now. Drag that down there. 353 out of 2250. Hang on. How much? And I've already got 484 Erythrite. Oh, chat! You outsell? Oh, well, outclass and what's the word I'm thinking of? You excel. You excel in your combined fucking genius. It is. It's such a massive difference from the handheld cutter ray, isn't it? I don't think I was really taking that into account, to be fair. I'm just thinking of nodes and nodes. And if I got that planetologist thing, it's going to make a huge difference. And I can do a little bit of pew-pew. I can do a little bit of gathering. I think I saw some aluminium on the way as well, you know. Oh, careful, oh. The pennies just dropped. You know when you said the only thing is you got to be careful you don't drop down into the rift? I'm thinking, what who cares? You just use your vehicle gun, don't you? Oh. No, you fucking don't, Grub. Oh, I see now, dude. Yeah, I need to be a bit more cautious, didn't I? If I had to right down in the bottom hellholes of the rift, it could be a long way back up, couldn't it? And you could run out of fuel, right? So hang on then, we came in from through that area, yeah? So should I carry on? Carry on deeper in? Oh yeah, this is a good dude. This is awesome. This is loads better. I'll keep an eye on that fuel, right? This is awesome. I'm actually super chuffed with this. I'm sort of like glad I listened to you. I'm going to be honest. I thought some of you might have been talking a bit of bollocks there. Not going to lie to you. Can I reach that? Oh, I think I can. Oh, oh, dude. Colour me impressed. I bet you're all sitting there now, aren't you? Going, fucking hell, this is a good fucking route. I've done this hundreds of times. He's figured out a right fucking good route there, hasn't he? Fucking hell. If he'd gone the route we were going to take, he'd have been ranting his fucking little balls off, mate. Oh, yeah. Come at me, boys. Come at me, boys. To the radiation guys. I'd love to. You've actually, because I'm going to be honest. I mean it when I say, you know, I think a lot of people just say, like, you know, would say, oh, you just be negative about it. But I genuinely mean what I say. You know, I'm not trying to find fault. You know, when I heard about the radiation zone, I was like, oh, okay. Well, that surely there's got to be like, that's the whole point, right? You can't have a radiation zone and not have some like weird, grotesque things. You know, I know they've got to be careful because, you know, you also have to remember I don't know the lore of Dune, so I don't really know, like, if such places exist on Arrakis. But, you know, even from my perspective, I love this, getting these bodies, man. I was surprised to see so little in the Jasmine area. Now I know there's some tunnels to explore. I look forward to that. Doesn't look like there's much up there, but we'll keep trundling along. But yeah, I think to get into the radiation caves, I probably really do want to get some better. I mean, even maybe get some iodine pills, and get a better. Certainly need a better rad suit, right? One thing I'd like them to add is a hotkey instead of a radial menu for moving seats. I really... Anyone else feel the same? I mean, as much as I think radial menus are fantastic, you know, they can make all the difference in the game, I do feel like, you know, just an F1, F2 for, you know, whatever switch they want to add would be a really nice thing. It definitely takes me out of the game, just a smidge constantly. I don't think I'm going to get that one, but I'm going to try. Just out of range of it. Oh, dude! Oh yeah, because I've already put one in there, right? So Anita. Yeah. How much damage does the buggy take if it's taking small arms fire? Is it something I need to consider, or just don't worry about it? Is it an idea maybe not to be using it as cover? Definitely a dude right here. Oh shit, what was that? There's one behind me, isn't there? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Dudes! Oh no, boys! There's one of them sniper mofos, isn't there, with the poison darts. Oh, dude, that was close. That was close. That was close. Now this is more like it, boys. Now this is more like it, lads. Is he up on the right? I thought he was up on the right. Oh, hang on.
Attack!
Right, sorry, I just had to mute out. Where's that sniper, dude? I can hear him reloading, man. Dude, where are they, bruh?
Identify yourself.
Not that one all the way over there, is it?
Reload.
Oh shit, they're up there, look. Oh no!
Who's that?
How are we gonna do this, lads? How are we gonna do this, boys? Nice, lads. Nice! Oh, wait, oh, hang on, there's a treasure over there. 579 Solari, very nice. I don't think we're going to get some of these nodes, though, are they? I mean, is it worth hand mining those? What, you know, while we're down here, perhaps, and dropping them off in the buggy? Because there ain't no way I'm getting a buggy up here, is there? What do you think? That don't sound good. Oh shit, Lord is that. Oh, it's poison. Yeah, no, it's nice gas. But we tried Star Citizen earlier, dude. I can't remember what happened now, gas. I left after an hour though, sadly. What happened, guys? I hit a fail state, didn't I? My own fault. But what happened? Oh, dude. We did a bunker, bro. And we did one bunker. It went fine. And then I did another bunker. And it was like, it's impossible to tell who the good guys are, mate. I'm telling you now, man. Because they're outside. You know, like in the security bunkers before, you could actually see them, couldn't you? You could see if they got a purple mark or anything. Because you're relatively close to them. But because you've now got security guards outside, and because like everyone's got laser pinpoint precision aim, yeah, you can't really get close to them. So I ended up shooting a security guard, dude, which resulted in my ship immediately being destroyed. I just couldn't be fucking arsed, bro. I just could not be fucking arsed with jank, bro. It's my, you know, to be fair, it's my own fault, you know. And one could say kill all the dudes on the outside with your shit, but that just sucks balls, right? Is there like a better way to like get a good angle on these things? I really struggle with some of them. Yeah, I can't go pop because I don't have the angle of the dangle. So the handheld scanner, what would show? Oh right, that would actually show the enemy, so I'd be able to see the sniper. That's cool. So just do F, yeah. Oh. What the fuck? Oh, so it's not. Oh, it's not showing anything to do with the erythrite. It's not just in the buggy. Like any transfer of erythrite is not showing up on the heads-up display. Then, yeah. So if I did that, let me just check it. If I was to split that and put that in there, yeah, and then press F. Oh no, it did it then. I don't know then. The Dead said they will add a hotkey to change seats, but sadly we're still waiting. Yeah, that would be really nice. Yeah. I understand the need for the radial menu. I think the radial menu is fine. But you know, I think you know, like they've got a good, you know, a good-looking game, haven't they? You know, I think the game is more than acceptable visually. I think it, you know, you're up against it a little bit, aren't you? You know, it's a desert. You know, everyone creams their pants. You know, I'm really outspoken on this. We've played so many survival games over the years, right? And everyone will sit there in chat going, "Oh, it looks so good, Grum. It's like gorgeous, mate, isn't it?" And it's like, dude, what the fuck? It's just trees and grass. There's nothing special here. You know, this is exactly what Unreal Engine's designed to do. You know, good-looking trees and good-looking grass. You know, why are we so overwhelmed with this? I fight the fight on that. I think it's quite hard. I think, you know, like, how are you going to make a desert interesting? You know, how do you make a desert visually, I guess, enticing for a player to explore? And I think they've done a really good job in this game. You know, I don't think it's the easiest thing to do at all. So my point being is if you've gone to all the trouble of making a good game, you know, you've sat there, you've project managed it well, you know, your art team are working well with the content team, you've got some really nice, there's no bad dudes, you know, you've got some nice visuals. Why hide it by constantly having your player base go in and out of a radial menu? Like, anything you can do to keep your players in the game is a good thing, right? So just a hotkey for that would be a lovely little addition, wouldn't it? Is it going to completely change the game and revolutionise it? No, it isn't. But enough little things like that, and you start getting, you know, that you know, like, you know, when Blizzard was on 4. You know, when you picked up a Blizzard game back in the day, and you knew you were going to be getting something special. You know, there was attention to detail, this laborious, like, dissatisfaction with anything that is anything other than perfect, you know? You know, I think Dune's got a really good foundation, man. Have I ever done Fallout 76? Fallout 76 is awesome, dude. It's absolutely awesome. In fact, just this week we were saying if they were to do a Fallout 76 PC remastered, yeah, and give us a decent amount of genuine graphical overhaul. Yeah, I was actually saying, because we're talking about Starfield, so if they were to take the creation engine as we know it in Starfield, which isn't terrible, right? It's got some pretty good lighting there. Where do I go from here, lads? I'm feeling like we should leave it there. Don't you? Don't you think that would be the end of our journey? Because that's easily memorized. I've got, let's have a look. I've got 1583 error throw, which is a decent amount, right? I reckon we call it there, unless you can tell me that there's a reason to carry on. So yeah, Fallout 76 is a solid game, dude. Now, I'll be the first to confess at the start, you know, at a technical level, it was a disaster on launch, mate. There's no excuses for what happened. I mean, like, literally your movement speed was directly related to your frame rate. Oh, what the hell? How does that get into a video game? Yeah? The higher your frame rate, the faster your character moves. Like how? Like the lighting was just fundamentally broken. You know what I mean? So even without talking about the game, you know, as in what we do in it, it was a pretty rough launch, wasn't it? But like many of them, they have they've made Fallout 76 a pretty cool game now, dude. It's just it is old because it didn't look great on launch, man. So, you know, the game is very flat. The lighting's very flat. It's not, you know, for those of us that like an immersive adventure, the visuals are what actually let it down more than anything, I think. Ooh, so now we've got a respawn on the way out as well. Look. Nice. But yeah, I'd give it a bash, dude. I think I'm going to put it into the category of games that say they're largely free to play, but they're fucking not. I include Elder Scrolls Online and Fallout 76 in the same category. We all know you can go and buy Elder Scrolls Online for a really, really stupidly cheap price, yeah? I'm sure you can get Fallout 76 for a stupidly cheap price, but basically borderline free, right? But you really do need to pay for the monthly subscription if you're going to pump any serious time into it, because the inventory management is just laborious without it, bro. You know, there's a point where I can honestly say, like, for the sake of selling yourself 10 quid or whatever it is, like, why are you bothering, dude? You know, £10 for a lot of people that can afford to play computer games for a month of gameplay. You're just going to get so much more fun with the game, you know? That's where you end it, Robs. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. And the pace I'm playing at like that, everything's respawned anyway. So pretty cool, right? Yeah, 16 times the detail. I would definitely play Fallout 76 again. 100%. I'd go back, fresh character. I mean, I do believe you can use reshade. I'm sure last time I looked into it and actually played, I'm sure I used a reshade and it was confirmed by the developer. And I don't know if that's Bethesda directly or whoever manages the project these days, you know, an account level. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! No! Oh my fucking dick's on stick! Oh my god! What the fuck happened, dude? Holy shit! All the hairs on my arms just when I've gone all clammy. Oh my god! What happened, dude? It just went mental, mate. It just went mental. Jesus! Oh god! Oh my god! What, dude? Is there a problem with it? Dude! Holy balls, man! That was fucking terrifying. It's all gone so well as well, you know. That I thought I'd gone as well. Even I was like, no! I thought, oh, no! I thought, no, we ain't gonna make it, are we? Oh shit, bro. Oh, I need to pay more attention, man. Don't roll it. I'll probably roll it right off the cliff, right? Oh, that was. It's weird. I didn't even like make it like a heavily evasive maneuver. I just thought I was trundling along like I normally do, and it just suddenly went whoo! It was like a Mario Kart banana attack, dude. Whew! You got 2,000 hours in Fallout 4 due to mods. When you say mods, though, what do you mean? Because you can't mod it in the conventional sense, can you? Because you're going to get banned. So when you say mods, what do you really mean? Because there's not many that, let's be honest, are meaningful to the actual game, are there? You know, that there are some graphical things and, you know, quality of life things one could argue. But it's not like Skyrim where you can completely overhaul the entire game. Because I know there was a nice texture pack. Oh, Fallout 4. Sorry, you were talking about Fallout 4. I was going to say, Fallout 76, there are quite a lot of mods, to be fair. I did look into them. Including some textures and things. But I think they were in a bit of a... I think you're in a bit of dicey ground with some of them, to be honest. Personally, let's put it this way. I would not have streamed with them active. Along with some map changes as well. Some texture overhauls. But obviously nothing like, you know, like Skyrim mesh improvement mod and things like that. There was nothing like that for Fallout 76 that I'd have touched with a barge pole. But yeah, and that's my point. I think that is my point as well. The other thing I used to say about Fallout 76, one of the things I would have loved to have seen is like, okay, like look, you know, I understand you've got to monetize your game. You sell a lot of products and a lot of cosmetics, but if I could pay for a private server, so again, more money in your pocket, but allow me to mod, I guess at a graphical level. So like adding an EMB, a mesh improvement mod, a texture mod. That would be pretty cool, man. That'd be pretty cool for Fallout 76. Right, Casco, you started playing it again. Try the last few nights to go on and build Chateau de Casco. My mate keeps on inviting me to go on expeditions with him. How are you getting on with it, dude? I mean, it's a good game these days, isn't it, dude? You know, it's got all the Bethesda jank. You know, don't expect to go and play something that is revolutionary in the Fallout series at any level. But I think it's good, man. You know, I would happily entertain a revisit. I think if we could just get it not looking like ass, really. And don't get me wrong, it doesn't look that bad. But it is a Bethesda game. You know, when I play a Bethesda game, the first thing I think about is what can I do to make it look better? You know, Skyrim, most of my mods, you know, base mods before I start playing are quality of life and visual overhauls. And then, and I normally have a baseline for that. And then what I do is that's when I start looking at game overhauls. So I've got the game looking how I want it, quality of life how I want it. Now, how do I make this playthrough, you know, unique? You know, with a combat overhaul or a magic overhaul or whatever it's going to be. Am I going the right way? Does this feel like the route out? I feel like it is, but I could be wrong. Yeah, you don't want to be modding everything in Fallout 76. No, you're going to get, you're going to get banned. Because that's the whole point. That's their monetization. If you start hacking in, you know, in-game items and things, you know, but you can say that about any games, so it doesn't matter, does it? It's a moot point. But I would love to play on a private server where we had some control over the. Is this the thing where I always go the wrong way? Like, I always go right and I'm supposed to go left. I think it is, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It is. I'm sure it is. Left leads me to that, like, little dead-end cow. I need to get top up fuel, don't I? And what's weird is, when I think Wolf told me to come down and go straight ahead, I was like, are you sure? Because it feels like I'm going like completely the wrong direction, but actually it was 100% the right direction, wasn't it? I think I've just done I've just done a run on the Rift. Obviously with the help of chat, well, with the extreme guidance of chat. Thank you very much, guys. I actually felt good. I'm back in my happy grind place there. So there's the risk of the buggy going off the cliff. There's some things to shoot. There's a little bit of parkour. We also get bodies, which is just kind of cool from a role play thing. I like that, dude. You've given a breath of life back to Dune with that. That's carbon, isn't it? So I might as well grab it on the way home. Definitely noticing some weird flickering, which I don't think I've noticed before. Let me just get down there. We're never going to make it home. Grab some fuel. Refuel. Let's go. That's why I want self-hosted solo servers for this game. I'm not going to buy... hang on, I'm confused. What do you mean? What do you mean? If you rent a private server on it, you'll be fine, dude. It's like Nitrado and G-Port, isn't it? I don't think they're exactly dubious, are they? I've used them before. They can't make it single player, dude. If they make this game single player, they might as well kiss all their hopes and dreams goodbye. They've already had to start backtracking on their deep desert plans. You know, I understand it was, you know, a big part of their vision. But, you know, at least they've had the balls to admit that vision's never going to happen. But players just don't play that way. But if they make it single player, I just think the game's gone. I think that'll be the death mod, to be honest. See, if you want to play private, you can't you? You can play on a completely private server, but at the moment you can't because of the deep desert. So if they make games go fully private, yeah, and potentially soloable or even private in the deep desert, that is the end. That is the end of their deep desert dream, right? Now, I'm going to be honest. I don't think it's necessarily that bad an idea. I think they have massively overestimated the power of PvP. So, I'm kind of with you on it, really. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think that would be the final admission that our idea fundamentally doesn't work. And I don't think they're ready for it yet. Oh shit, that's my door. Keep left and go. Yeah, thanks, Robs. Yeah, that was a good run, dude. I tell you what happened. You know when we went in? So when I came in here, and the way I think of it, I always think of coming like that. And I think I said to Wolf or something, because he said keep going. So when I keep going, I actually go this way, don't I? And then from there, I go down into the rift. So that makes sense. On the way back, yeah, when I see that bit, at least I managed to spot it. I used to come right. And it's a dead end on the buggy. There's like a little cavern up there, isn't there? So that's actually cool. I actually learned a lot more about the rift than ever before on that route. I'm pretty chuffed, actually. I feel quite confident about that. And in fact, I would even go as far as to say I look forward to another Erythrai run. Marnik, thank you for the 2, my friend. Thank you very much for the 2. Buggy grinding more fun. Well, yes, because it's not just buggy grinding, is it? This is what I'm saying about the Jasmine. As long as I can mix it up. That's what I was saying about, you know, if I go and do iron, I can do some caves, do some enemy camps, and still bring all my iron home. That felt alright, man. I'm pretty fucking chuffed with that, lads. Pretty chuffed with that, to say the least. So yeah, thank you. They can make the vision up if they make faction-based NPCs and war in the deep desert. Oh, so you're talking about making PvE deep desert? Yeah, I just think I think that dude really know it didn't work. I think their vision was this. I know it's awful to say, but what did they think was going to happen? Say you know nothing about the deep desert, right? Let me just tell it, factually accurate, right? We're going to make a game that is a survival crafting game. Forget Dune, all right? Just forget it being Dune. Let's give you a project pitch, right? We're going to make a crafting survival game with pew pew, all right? Some guns and some vehicles. Same old shit you've seen before. The players gather shit and they make new shit with that shit, and then that shit lets them get to another place and they can now make the tier 2 stuff, right? You've seen it 1,000 times before, right? And we're going to say the first, let's just say, 60 hours of the game is going to be like 99% PvE. 60 hours, pure PvE. And then they're going to hit the end game. And the end game is like basically a PvP zone. It ain't never going to happen, is it? It fundamentally isn't going to work for the vast majority of players. The PvPers probably don't want to put that sort of effort in just to get to the PvP. And the PvEers don't want a PvP end of story, right? So the whole thing was kind of... I mean, the writing was on the wall, wasn't it? I know you think your game is so special that even PvEers are going to enjoy PvP. Nah, they just don't work like that, does it? Not for the vast majority. Not for your average gamer. So, you know, we've already seen a fundamental change to how it works. It wouldn't surprise me if at some point it does just completely change. I wish them all the best. You know, whatever happens, hopefully I'll still get a game that I very much enjoy playing. But I think they bit off a bit more than they can chew with that. And the problem is well, once you've got, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I was just about to say, actually, exactly, the PvP is worse than the PvP. Yeah, so what you've got is you've got a PvP crew that have, like, you know, worked really diligently and to be fair to them, really efficiently to get to the PvP endgame. But who's there? You know what I mean? Like who's there? You know, most people are just running away from fights, aren't they? The PvE is just dash off, you know. I don't know. Would it not have just been better? Like, it's a genuine question. I'm not saying it's right. I mean, I have a discussion around it. Would it not have just been better to make the whole map to some degree PvPable, or larger areas of the map PvPable, and have a PvP server and then have a PvE server? You know, and obviously a lot more thought would have to be into how that's constructed, but would it not just have been better to have PvP and PvE? Surely that is far more likely on paper to work than having a 99% PvE game that then turns into 100% PvP. Personally, if I was a gambling man and I had to choose one or the other, I know where I'd go. Most PvP is just people trying to gank. Yeah. And this is what I was saying. You know, again, the ideology that they've, you know, come up with about how PvP works is great if PvP was PvP, but it isn't in modern day games. It's normally PPPPP versus P, innit? You know, more often than not. You know, it's just like you're just outnumbered, right? You know, and that's not saying that those PvPers are bad people or evil people or malicious people. You know, some of them may be, but so are PvEers. It's just how it works, right? PvPers tend to attract to the PvPers, and they've got good voice comms and good coordination, and they're really hyper focused, and they have really cool meta builds, and yeah, it just don't work, does it? Zone's like, yeah, you know, I mean, you know, again, tight, you know, we can have a long discussion about how you create a PvP, you know, a pure PvP map, but I think it would be a lot better than trying to make this really pipe dream of the deep desert work. I just feel like the PvEers aren't particularly happy, and it feels like the PvPers aren't really very happy either, to be honest. Whereas if it was a big PvP shitfest, yeah? I think the PvPers would be quite happy, wouldn't they? Swarming around the server, to taking you out. I mean, no different to Star Citizen. Like, literally like Star Citizen is, yeah? You're out in your buggy on Arrakis, yeah? And someone flies over in a missile gunship, yeah? That's exactly what happens on Daymar in Star Citizen. And yet Star Citizen players are still insisting that somehow it's going to be a PvE viable game. It fucking won't be. Wake the fuck up, dude. All the design is made for that. Everything's out in the open. Hack control zones. Yeah, you know, they could even like do it like factional zones, couldn't they? And yeah, I mean, who knows in the future? You know, defense systems and all sorts. I think what I'm saying is, and I could be, you know, again, I could be talking shit. I think they could make a really good PvP version of Dune, like a really good PvP version of Dune. And a really good, because they've already done it, PvE version of Dune, right? I think I don't think a lot of effort would have to go into it, and you'd have a great PvP experience and a great PvE experience. I think it's a bit like Scum. Scum is a terrible PvE game, and it's not the greatest PvE game. Better than it was. But its insistence on being a PvPvE is, to me, is why Scum isn't any more popular than it is. Dune's a big planet in the lore. What? Dune? Dune's not a planet. Arrakis is the planet, right? What? Hang on. Have I missed something in chat? Dune is a big planet in the lore. You're talking about Arrakis? That's just what the Fremen call it, Dune, right? What's that got to do with anything? Have resources in PvE area, yeah. All the design is made for that. Everything is out in the open. Heck control zone should be hidden deep into no-fly zones. Yeah. I mean, yeah, control. Yeah. I mean, like, so you're talking about like regional control of zones that you have to fight for. I mean, they could even go down like a New World sort of system, perhaps. You know? I mean, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know enough about the deep desert to even talk about PvP in this game, to be honest. Yeah, what do you mean by Dune is a big planet in the lore, Ty? What's that got to do with anything? Have I missed something in chat, dude? I'm kind of not sure what you mean. Did they ever said they want other planets in the game? Oh, you're talking about other planets. Yeah, well, apparently we're supposed to be getting... Arrakis, Dune, whatever, it's supposed to have a polar cap, isn't it? But it has one polar cap, right? And I do believe we will be seeing the polar cap at some point. I thought that would be really cool. Because, like, it's another quite barren environment, isn't it? And this team's clearly been able to make what I think, we were talking about earlier, Ty, a really visually interesting game in what is basically a desert, right? So the thought of going, like, to a barren desert that actually looks really cool to, like, a barren ice cap that is also kind of barren, I think that'd be really cool, right? Star Citizen's going to be a slaughter. I've only just started realising. I'd say only in the last like 3 to 4 weeks I've started realising like what the final product of Star Citizen is going to be like. And I'm not saying that it won't work for me. I think it will. It's just that I think I've just had the wake up call. Yeah, I've not been able to see any further than the end of my nose with Star Citizen because it just seems like such a clusterfuck of a game that, you know, I can't really see launch ever happening. But actually, now that I've started seeing some significant improvements, I'm starting to realise like how utterly delusional I am about what Star Citizen will be. And then I started thinking about like how the game's developed, how the content is so PvP focused. They clearly want it to be very heavily PvP focused. And it wouldn't surprise me if the reason for that is because they're going to monetize the shit out of it. They've already started doing it with blades, haven't they? Might be fairly insignificant benefits to ships now, but dude, the writing's on the wall. You'd have to be a fucking madman to not see where Star Citizen's going. And I like Star Citizen, remember? So this isn't me being anti-Star Citizen. I fucking love the game. They could even just add PvP flagging as an option. Yeah, there you go, dude. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Yeah. Dune's the Fremen. Yeah, Arrakis is Dune. Yeah. I just wonder why you suddenly threw out Dune is a big planet in the lore. I mean, it's literally the name of the whole fucking IP. It just seems a bit obvious. Do you know what I mean? It was just like, it was a bit like sort of saying, did you know the Earth is round? Maybe I missed something in chat. It just seemed like a really weird thing taken out of context to say Dune is a big planet. The whole IP is called Dune, right? Written by a dude called Frank Herbert. Or whatever his name is. You want to see more story as well? Yeah. They can keep the deep desert as is, but they should also add instance faction PvP battlefield style. That way, oh, that sounds interesting. The fight will be over spice or resources. Even the losers will come away with something for their effort. Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, so it's not a win all and take everything. Yeah, that's a nice idea actually. Zones for PvP like Guild Wars. I'm not up to date with Guild Wars, Ty. Is that something that would work? Yeah, I know you make Guild Wars too. Yeah, don't worry. Sorry, I'm just misunderstanding you, man. I do apologise. There's control zones in the game already. Voluntary zones. Fremen Penguin hit squads. The Realm versus Realm. Is that what that is, DJ? Yeah. Or you bet there was a lot of regions got yes. I was just like, sometimes I've got so many conversations going on in my head. I was like, what the fuck, dude? PvP flag tail. That cheers, Tom. Dagger Azura Rogue called Stabs a lot, and my Azura Necro called Dr. Malpractice. I like it. I think Larry might be having a crisis. He's just sitting on the floor in front of his guy. He's had enough of grinding in this game, and he's like in this really difficult position now. Like, I could log into Star Citizen and fly a real ship, but it is Star Citizen, right? You know what I mean? It could be great, you know what I mean? It's like going on a date on Tinder, isn't it? You know, you think you know what she looks like. When she turns up at the bar, it's like, fucking hell, bro. That's hilarious. You don't know, mate. Star Citizen or not. Do I play the game that works? It's, you know, not quite as exciting at this point in the game. Arrakis is actually a small planet, only the size of Earth's moon. Oh, what is it? Is it actually quite small? You know, in a stellar scale, is it? No, it's not you, Ty, mate. I'm fucking hell. I'm so tired. I haven't fucking slept for God knows how many hours now, mate. Right, let's have a look then. So we did a really good run there, didn't we? So obviously we're gonna make some more. What do I need to make these? Are these aluminium? I think these storage containers are the secret to my my long-term success. If things are organised, I tend to be a much happy camper. That's erythrite. So the buggy has got... I mean, so I got 172 on a really quick ornithopter run. So this was hugely... That's more erythrite than I've ever... probably 10 times what I've ever farmed in the entire game today. I feel like these boxes are too fucking small, dude. These boxes are too small, man. They need to increase this. You know, why not? You know, you're just making me go and grind more so that I can grind the other stuff. Just fucking double this, for fuck's sake. It's fucking ridiculous. You know, I don't want to grind so that I can build things to hold the things that I fucking grind. The balance is out of whack, dude. What else have we got in the buggy? Yeah, everything needs like fucking doubling in my opinion, or at least at this level of the game. Easy peasy. No, I'm not going to get any more bodies. I don't think. I can't. I mean, how long does a body last in a death still? Is it like? Is it an hour? I'm sure someone mentioned something about an hour at some point. But yeah, there's just no reason. You're just making the game less fun, aren't you? But by having such restrictive storage, man. You know, just chill the fuck out, bro. Give us a bit more room, man. I've still got one left in there. Oh, hang on a minute. Can I put a body on a death still, even if it's not powered? Oh, I've got that bug where I can't press escape. Look, it's when you hover over... Oh, I'll show you when I do it. It seems to when you put the cursor over the name tag. Manage. Death still. Oh, no, you can't. You do need power, which makes sense. So 50... I've only got the steel one. I don't know if that is the same as what you mean by a large one. Alright, let me throw that back in there then. Alright, so what next then? What's next? What's next on our list of things to sort out, lads? We were gathering erythrite in order to make cobalt paste, which is done on the chemical refinery. And we were doing that in order to be able to make the wind turbines, I believe. Is there a better chemical refinery? I never thought about that. Do you think I might have unlocked a better refinery? Anyone know? Spice refinery, power pack Mark 5, cut array Mark 5. Shit, I probably should make one of them. Doesn't look like I've got... Oh, there's a medium one. Take spice. Right, okay. So don't worry about it then, yeah? Okay, thank you. So water is becoming the problem. So hang on, how much paste can I make? That's going to make 113 paste. And my... My bad. My turbines are going to cost me 65 each. I also seem to only have 45 steel ingots, which I'm extremely concerned about, because I thought we were making a shitload of steel over here. What's happened to that then? Oh. We didn't actually make any steel. Probably because I've got no cotton. For fuck's sake, I need to go and farm fucking carbon. Oh my god, there's so much fucking farming, bro! There's just farming all the time! It's just endless farming of resources, dude! Water's the main thing next you want it. Yeah, I am trying to get the stills. It's water. Yeah, we know it's for... Well, it's not water. I also don't have carbon. Nowhere near enough carbon. So I do need carbon. The water's going to get solved with the death stills, or at least partially. But I can't power the death stills until I get the wind turbines, and I need the fucking cobalt for that. So who's that? Oh shit! You coming in? No, I didn't have carbon. I had 250 carbon. I am able to read. I need a lot more fucking carbon, dude. Are you coming out or in? So I come out, yeah? It is a very vicious cycle, yeah. Power can become quite... What? Are you okay? Who is this? Do you need anything? You okay? And get some calm. The water will come in anyway, because we've got our things up top. I mean, I can always pump some more in with the blood as well. Oh shit, I don't need to see the back of my eyeballs. What the fuck, dude? That's the bridge. That looks kind of cool. I tried to land on one of those, didn't I? But it just like punted me off it. I don't know what I thought I was doing that. It could have so easily just been like an instant destruction fail state, could it? All the bots are left in pieces plummeting to the ground at terminal velocity. Actually, should I go and pop the blood in the water anyway? Because the water we're going to be gaining passively from the filters, aren't we? So we've got an input of water, but we don't have any carbon. Because I'm sure I've got a load of blood bags, lads. So we might as well pump them in, right? Oh, you know what? Oh my! Did we top up the filters today? We did, didn't we? We did it yesterday, yeah. So yeah, they are, yeah. We should have water coming in from the stuff upstairs, yeah. I don't think we'll need that many, will we? Might be worth us checking. I'm sure we played yesterday. We did play yesterday, right? I'm sure we topped up the filters in the wind traps. Because each morning I log in, I always have full water capacity, don't I? Regardless. I don't know how much surplus I manufacture. So I don't know whether it's worth adding some more. I mean, do you think it's worth adding some more storage for water or not? Let's not worry. Water's solved. Water's not going to be a problem, is it? Yeah, the wind traps use the filters. That's what I mean. I'm sure I topped them up. Is there any way to tell from here? Because those move, don't they? But the wind traps, I'm not so sure about. Is there any way to tell visually if they're functioning? Is that... Hang on, is that mine? So, we might as well do everything. So we've got carbon, we've got erythrite, we've done aluminium, we've done iron. What else is there? Well, what else could I need at this point? Jasmium, we've done jasmium. Well, not today, though. Not today. Why is there no carbon anywhere? Wind traps are 75 power. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm all right with the 2 wind traps. The 2 wind traps, like if I log out and I've got no water at the end of the stream, right? When I log back in the following morning, I've always got max water, and that's always been enough to do whatever I need to do for that day. But obviously now we've just hit this duraluminium period, haven't we? So obviously my water consumption's gone through the fucking roof, which is why we're focusing on getting the death stills up and No, I know how to tell if it's working, Pad. And that wasn't the question, mate. I was asking, can you tell visually if they're powered? I know how to tell if they're powered. I could literally shig a wire up and have a look, mate. That's the wind traps. It's got nothing to do with power. The wind traps are for water. And that's what I meant. The wind turbines I know are fueled because they're turning. But the wind traps, I don't know. Like, I always imagine like there might be shutters. You know, they have like an intake, don't they? Thought the shutters, like, you know, in some games might float up and down. So at least visually, I can tell that at this point in time they are actually doing something. What game am I thinking of? Oh, I know what I'm thinking of, Ty. No Man's Sky. Do you remember the atmospheric refiners? And they used to have like vertical slats, didn't they? And if it was working, you could see that the flaps would go up and down, wouldn't they? It was like quite cool, right? Sorry, pads. Sorry, pads. You don't use passive water. They're really bad, DJ. They're really bad. But, you know, for me, you know, just so I can come on the stream and know I've got full water. You know what I mean? It was really handy because I haven't had death stills up to this point, dude. So, they were quite expensive. I think at the time of the game when I made them. So they're definitely not, you know, probably not, like you said, not the most efficient way to do things. But it's just nice knowing that I've always got full water. What I've been trying to do is each one can take 5 filters, but then an extra one, so it's 5 in storage and 1 active, so you can always make 6 filters per wind trap. So every day I try to make 12, and then and they last 2 days, you see. So I've always got, well, if I ever actually stick to it, I always end up with more filters than I could use in that 2-day period. And it's just been like a really nice sort of passive income of water then. So yeah, I've been quite good at getting blood from my enemies, as you can see. But I've got tons of iron, or we will have tons of iron, but absolutely no carbon. I think we're down to 250 carbon. So we might as well get it. I feel like I'm going to be using some steel in the coming days. More, yeah. Well, that's what we know. That's exactly what we're doing, DJ. That's exactly what we're doing. We're trying to get 2 death stills, because that will be a huge increase for what I've got. I know it won't be enough, but as soon as I built them, the whole base powered down. I just don't have enough power. Which is why we want to make these wind turbines. I'm not sure where to put them, actually. Something I haven't really thought about. I quite like the towers I've built to house them. I guess one thing I should do is prioritise the next time we go out and about to do things on an adventure is actually get the planetologist level 2. So I'm more efficient at gathering. We might as well get more bang for buck, right? But I have no idea where to go for that, so at least not yet anyway. Where's that dude gone? My base is right next to aluminium, so running 2 of the passive wind traps with aluminium filters while I'm offline helped a lot until I got multiple advanced death stills. How much water am I going to get from the death still? Like, I don't even know what my maximum storage capacity is. I mean, is it a huge amount of water? The thing is, you've got to keep them fueled. You see, I know what you're saying, that like the wind traps are probably not efficient, but they are passive, right? That there's a very small amount of downtime making the filters, yeah? But the thought of having to top up death stills like every 50 minutes sounds like a major pain in the fucking ass to me. But I suppose, you know, at this point in the game, I'm constantly coming back to base. Because that's all I'm doing is gathering. Before we go out for a whole 7-hour stream, right? Wouldn't even go back to base, really. Drop off a bit of loot and straight back out. Oh, really? So is that why I've not stumbled across it? The second planetologist? Because it's really obscure? Yeah, that sucks, man. He just waits in random survey stations. Oh, shit. I thought I got a quest where he told me where to go and meet him. Yeah, I definitely need to do that, DJ. The vehicle will upkeep skill from the planetologist seems helpful. Everything in the planetologist seems brilliant. The planetologist is just like a no-brain, just quality of life. Everything's better, right? You're driving a vehicle, it uses less fuel. You repair a vehicle, it repairs better. You gather things, you gather better. It's just all round. Everything to do with the planetologist tree is like, you'd be fucking insane not to go for it, right? Well, I'm going to be honest, the rest of the skill trees are just sort of like, yeah, you know, it's, you know, choose a sort of build. But the planetologist is just like, give me more of that, please. What's that? Is that just a dude? I think what's weird is we saw the planetologist originally, didn't we? Just up near, was that like down in the original starter zone? And then we found him at a test laboratory, remember? And then he told us to go back and meet him somewhere, so we did. I can't remember where we got to. Oh, shit, I keep getting out of the vehicle to harvest for something. So you get 25,000 per hour. And that's almost doubled for the... I'll have to... see, that doesn't mean anything to me. There's no point of reference for me. What I'll need to do is see... like, what my current storage is in order to be able to have, like, a point of reference for what that means. Does that make sense? Well, I suppose one way of looking at it... say you're going to make aluminium ingots, yeah? If one death still can produce 25,000 water, how many aluminium ingots does that equate to? Anyone know off the top of their head? We can have a look when we get back, because otherwise it's just numbers. You know, there's no frame of reference, is there? Think about 75. Fucking hell. That's actually really good then. So it's like one body in 50 minutes we're getting 75 aluminium. I suppose actually, is that good? I don't know if that actually is that good now I think about it. It's got to be better than what I've got though, right? When you're in the buggy and drive between the high rocks and it says enclosed, does that mean the buggy won't take damage from the sandstorm in that spot? I don't know if it will take no damage, but I think it will certainly take reduced damage. So I don't know, someone will be able to answer that better than me, Barlow, but... there's three things, aren't you? You've got unsheltered, sheltered, and what's the other one? Water... it's not watertight, is it? What do they call the third one? So I'm sheltered. Well, I was just sheltered there for some reason. So unsheltered, sheltered, and then I can't remember what they've got a cool word for it, haven't they? Can't remember. Oh shit! So sort of reminiscent of you know not losing water right here. I'm gonna assume shell. I don't know. Unless someone can chat there. If it's saying it's enclosed, so it's safe from damage when it says sheltered or above. Water sealed, that was it, DJ. Thank you. Yeah, water sealed. So you've got sheltered. Oh, sorry, you've got sheltered, enclosed, and water sealed. So as long as it says so if there was a sandstorm, oh god, is it that easy? So if a sandstorm's coming in, right, and I go here, it says enclosed. Am I safe from the sandstorm then? Or only my vehicle? Am I okay? Can I stay in the vehicle? Oh shit, I didn't know that. I thought I'd have to leave the vehicle and then I would have to personally get out and end up in, you know, like a more of a cranny. Because look, it still says unsheltered for me. It says sheltered now, unsheltered. So, if a sandstorm hit now, I would be fine, my buggy would be fine. Jesus, that's a lot easier than I thought. Or you're enclosed in your buggy. It can't be though, can it? It can't be. I mean, I know what you're saying. It counts as being enclosed, but yeah, that's not what that's not what the enclosed moniker means, is it? And obviously you're not enclosed because there's no fucking doors on it. But. And there it says sheltered. So unsheltered, sheltered, enclosed, and can't think of the other one. Water sealed. Oh, bottom right. Oh shit! I didn't even see that, dude. I didn't even see that. How did you get them to show? T? Oh, so in the vehicle you are classed as sheltered. Ah. So it's not that easy then, because the vehicle's not sheltered then. But there's no chevron look. So it's not that simple. So what would I do for sandstorm here then? Everyone's just told me to just nudge up to the rocks. That don't seem to be a fucking thing, boys. I'm not seeing any chevrons on that thing on that bottom right hand corner, lads. So you've got to be under proper cover. You can't just hug a wall. Dude, thanks for I didn't even see that chevron in the bottom right hand corner. I just thought it was that's why I was getting confused when you said sheltered, like when you're in a vehicle. So it all makes sense, wouldn't it? Unsheltered, and then the minute I get in, closed. But now it says unsheltered. What the fuck? And that's because I'm in the turret. And I do that, I'm enclosed. I beg to differ. I think maybe we should have some doors on this thing then, right? I don't consider that very enclosed, frankly. You read it a few days ago. I didn't even see it, dude. Well, I obviously I did see it. I just thought it was just to make it fucking look cool, like. You do know I'm completely lost. I have no idea where I am. Let's go down here. Dude, I call it streamer blindness, man. Honestly, the amount of times. There's so many things to take into account, right? I'm not even kidding you, right? I swear to God there was a game I played, right? I know it's a ridiculous thing to say, but like say I'm out here, right? Just travelling around, yeah? And like you can clearly see, like, what is it? We've got a power bar, a stamina bar, and a health bar, yeah? I fucking swear to God, right, there was a game we were playing, yeah, and it was only as the stream was ending, right, and I was quitting the game, that I think I even saw, like, a stamina bar or something, dude. It was like, I didn't even realise I got one, bro. It's like, how did you not see it, dude? There's been so many examples of that, mate. So many examples of it. You do. You just get. Oh, you know. I've even started making a point of it now. Occasionally, we'll start a brand new game, like an early access game or something. I'll say, okay, let's go through the heads-up display. Let's make sure we don't miss anything important, right? Just in case. Just in case. So anyway, yeah, it does seem a bit sucky, doesn't it? Like if you're in the back, you're fucked. But if you're in the front... I suppose you're right if you're two-player. I mean, it'd be nice to know if the passengers still count as enclosed. I'm going to assume so. It's only in the turret or the back. Well, is there even a back seat? No, I don't think there is. It's only if you're in the turret then that you count as enclosed. Sorry, it's unsheltered. Yeah, it's happened so many times, Mario. Honestly, so many times. Oh, a really good example. I think Larry and I, you and I both, Larry, had a bit of a giggle, didn't we? Because I think you said like you weren't entirely sure you'd seen it, and it was the aim down sights. So like, you know, like when I've been playing the game, I mean, this game literally has a really good example of it. So you see here, like how many rounds have I got? 24. Yeah, reload 45. Yeah, I was thinking that's a shame. Like, you know, when I've got this out and I'm aiming down sights, like I don't have like, an ammo count. I only spotted that. I swear it was either this week or last week, right? Hundreds of hours in the game. I didn't see it, dude. I just didn't know it was there, bro. It's pretty fucking obvious. 2 out of 268, right? I swear to God, I did not see that. I even said, like, did they add that in an update? I think the verdict was no, they didn't grow up. It's been in since day one, mate. But it is, because you hyperfixate. You know, what do? You know, when I'm here, yeah, and I do that, what am I looking at? I'm looking at that reticle, ain't I? But how the hell I didn't spot that in my peripheral vision? But it does go to show how fucking tunnel visioned you get. You can also make a landing pad tuba 2 and part your Thopter in it with the end sticking out, and it'll be safe from a storm. Alright, so is there any counts as like collision on that main centre part, is it? You amazed by that? So yeah, it was. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it, dude? Crazy, man. Yeah, I can understand it to a degree, you know, but the fact that I'd even consciously thought like it'd be kind of nice if there was some sort of info on current ammo count on ADS, and hey ho presto, there it was, like literally staring at me. Alright, so look, water, not a problem. Erythrite, we've done. Jasmium, we've done. Aluminium, we've done. Carbon, we've just done. So that will keep the steel production going. Is that right? I need steel. Why do I need... Hang on, why the fuck do I need... Why do I need carbon? Oh yeah, for steel. Steel. I think we're gonna need a bigger box, boys. These are already all full, man. And you know what's gonna happen now? So now I'm gonna go in here, and it's gonna say how much to make a box, and it's gonna say more iron. Or is it aluminium? It might be aluminium actually. Storage box. I can make one. I can make one more storage container. Ugh. I don't know how to split them up in like banks of 3, so at least I sort of... Yeah, I'll put one bot right in the middle there. Look. Okay. And that can be... buggy... Yeah, carbon ore, yeah. That better all fit in there. Seems to have gone a bit overzealous with those, don't I? Alright, so carbon. So we won't need to do carbon for a while now either, will we? Let's go and have a look then. So you're saying 25,000 per hour. Ish. And these can hold... My total capacity is 103,000 milliliters. So... So I would fill up after 4... Well, if I can get 4 death stills. Yeah. I would be at max capacity on every hourly rotation. I don't think we need that much water, do we? Or do I? At this point, I mean, I'm not talking about endgame. I'm not talking about endgame. It does seem like water is the one, isn't it? He's scratching his head. Look, he's going, I don't know about this, mate. We might need a bigger fucking base, mate. All right, okay. So what do we want to do? We want to make a wind turbine, don't we? Which is classed as a utility. That's the steel ingots, which we can't produce at the minute. We might have to just wait until tomorrow for those. Get a big batch of water up. Might make a ton of steel tonight, yeah? What could I do to expedite that? Let me just check as well, because I know sometimes that this box over here has been notoriously problematic as not being registered by my construction tool, even though it does say Circuit 1 on output. Look, this box has been ever so weird. I think it glitched out. I noticed this has stopped working. Steel 231. Perfect. Easy peasy. Just needed a bit of carbon, lads. Power on the desk still and throw a body in it. Well, I think we're all right now. The carbon's nailed it, innit? We you know, we got enough water. Got enough carbon. Got enough carbon for a while now, hopefully. So that's going to make us 224 steel ingots, yeah? So that is definitely going to... I'm going to make one destil and one power station. So we will definitely have enough for 2 more of these, won't we? I'm going to need more cobalt paste. Did we not start making cobalt paste? I thought we did. That was the erythrite, wasn't it? Why are we not making cobalt paste? Was that water as well? I mean, I've got 140. I need lubricant, don't I? For those wind turbines, yeah? And I can either make industrial grade, which ain't going to happen. Low grade is fuel cells and some silicon. Let me guess, silicon also uses water. Fuck me, is water for everything? Can I not just make something that doesn't use water? I'm going to go and get some more flour sand then. I need 250,000 water storage. Oh my god. Oh, well, hang on. I've already got 100,000, so that's not that much more, is it? And presumably, well, once I get properly into duraluminum. Right, I'm starting to realise now, right? The pennies just dropped as well. There ain't no fucking way you're getting back into this game if you take a break, dude. You know all this bullshit people are spinning about, oh, you know, just put your ornithopter in your... Dude, there is no fucking way you're going back through this all a second time, dude, if you lose your base. No way in goddamn fucking didgeridoo hell, right? If you take a break from this game, are you coming back to go all the way through this? Not in a... You are living in a cuckoo world, and please send me some of the drugs you're on. If you think for 1 minute you're going to do this a second time, dude. Not in 1,000 years are you doing this again. Is that storage on this thing? Where have I put all them welding tools? I left them all downstairs, didn't I? God damn it, son of a bitch. Really do. Yeah, I couldn't go through this a second time, man. It's not about the time building the base, is it? It's all this resource gathering that you need to get back in the game, you know? It ain't happening, bro. Right, so if I say... I think they were on here, weren't they? Wonder why we sometimes don't get the full mesh and texture stuff on there. I'm gonna put the I'm gonna put the boost module on it, I think. Like the low level game. What, you've actually started? There's no way I'll make a second game. You are either mad and clearly doing some amazing drugs. I don't see any reason like why I'd want to start a game personally. Like, why would I want to start again? What is the second playthrough going to offer me that I wouldn't be better off just investing in my current playthrough? Is it the metformin? Yeah, I could understand it if it's drug focused. I couldn't go back through this. Like some games, I really like the restart. Like Once Human, I really like the soft reset. In 7 Days to Die, I used to love the soft reset. I couldn't go back to a single like little base down in Aga Basin South or whatever it is. I just couldn't do it, dude. I just couldn't do that, dude. No, I couldn't. There's too much resource gathering. Sell everything at the auction house for 50% price. Bank your Solaris. When you come back, you can buy the stuff from the auction house. Buy Thopter and Reputation. It's not about that, though, is it, Gale? It's not about that. It's getting everything else made up, dude. You know, it's a pipe dream, dude. It's so much. No matter how you spin it, right, to come back into this game once you've lost your base for whatever reason, whether it be, you know, deliberate, taking a break, the amount of effort to get back into it. And you take any other game, Warframe, drop it for 6 months, come back exactly where you were, yeah? Once Human, at most, you just reset the server, yeah? Destiny, you name any other game, Conan Exiles, straight back where you started, right? Dude, the barriers to entry for players on this is fucking through the roof, mate. I think it's going to really hurt them, man. It's like a really weird game, dude. The thing is, it doesn't matter, because hopefully I enjoy it enough that I'll never take a break. Or at least not a long enough break to lose everything. That's my hope. But, dude, there's going to be people that love the game. They just go, ah, nah, fuck it, mate. I can't be asked to do all that again. But the buggy, yeah, the buggy just seems to be this gravitational sort of like black hole for all my welding tools, Wolf. You've been watching a streamer that's been having to do everything 5 times. What, is he just that shit? Why would you have to do everything 5 times? What do you mean? Do you mean like run? Do you mean just like grinding for Aerith, right? Or do you mean like, is that to restart the game 5 times? When I moved my main base, getting the water storage back up and filled was the big challenge. And why is that, Wolf? You know, if you got rid of water storage, you know, presumably, or you know, you get all the construction parts back. Yeah. So what was the problem with getting it? You know, surely, you know, I'm just thinking like, you know, 4 death stills. You know, that's 100,000. What's that? 100,000 water just in a single hour. You know, it doesn't sound like it's a problem. So you clearly experienced something I'm not able to sort of process. You know, if I've only got, I mean, I've only got 100,000 water. So if someone said you need about 250,000 storage, which with a couple of death stills, you know, isn't that long? Or presumably 4 death stills isn't that long, or is it? I already said they need to rella the resource growth. So I'm not sure what you mean, DJ. Completely disagree. Depending on the amount of storage space you get in the bank, I haven't looked, but assuming you have enough, you don't get a lot, dude. You don't get a lot. If you think for 1 minute that having an Orny in a buggy gets you back in the game, you're fucking out of your fucking rocker, mate. So you can disagree all you want. You're just fucking wrong. If you came back to this game in 4 weeks' time and all you had was an ornithopter and a buggy, dude, you've got fucking hours to get back. Fucking hours to get back in the game, mate. It's not a case of agreeing to disagree. I despise that. If you're a flat earth, right, you say the flat earth is flat. I'm not going to agree to disagree with you. Absolutely not. I'm not agreeing to disagree. There's no way you can get back into this game after a 4-week break and be back up and running with an audience. You're talking hours, dude. And like, I'm talking about a frame of reference, like picking up Destiny or Warframe, where you literally just log back in and carry on exactly where you were, dude. You've got hours of getting your base rebuilt, Delarop. You know, it doesn't even take a blueprint of your crafting. So you're just wrong. You're just wrong, dude. I got bored just playing the game the first time, saw the second time. What, did you just not enjoy it, Wookie? Yeah. Did you just, like, completely tire of it? How far did you get, dude? I'm going to be honest, right? I think if you can get to the Ornithopter, I honestly think the game really opens up, mate. I really do, dude. I think it really, whoosh, yeah, you're back up and running. You know, it's fun with the Ornithopter. I give myself limitations, only melee, no shield. Oh, so you're just, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like Borderlands. Mara, you did a Borderlands run once with pistols only, didn't you? Yeah, I could not restart this. No, I couldn't, no. I need to win the lottery, bro. I'm getting too old for this working outdoors. How's it going? You're doing a pile driving and fencing, aren't you, Rusty? How are you, mate? Don't forget to stay hydrated, dude. I want to start a new character, get to level 5 of traders and betray and go to Harkonnen. Is that, why is that? So you can get, like, the cosmetic stuff a bit cheaper? You're helping another player with my main character. Chat's moving in real life. Going to be over a month, so I'm refueling her base. Yeah, I think we've got a few that might help one another out if we take breaks. So I'm up for it. You know, I can help out as much as I can if anyone wants to take a break. The only way my opinions get back is if you mainly operate from a guild base that's constantly active. I agree, Alarian. I think it's the fallback, isn't it? I think that then Delarop would have a point. I think if you've got a guild base as a base of operations, you can get your own independent systems up and running. But if you think you're going to be back up and running in a few hours because you banked an Ornithopter and a buggy, in my opinion, you've not played the fucking game. I get that why they made it that you lose base even though only a month after launch. My server is like some cyberpunk city. Doesn't feel so much like Dune anymore. I still don't understand why they don't go down a once human route. That's the thing that I don't understand. You know, in once human, like, if you're not active on the server for like 7 days, yeah, you don't log in for 7 days or whatever it is, yeah, your base just vanishes. It's no longer there. Yeah, you lose that part, that slot, that plot, whatever you want to call it, on that server, yeah. But what you can do is you can just click a couple of buttons when you next log in, and you can just place your base exactly as it was, with all your gear, everything exactly where it was, all your inventories exactly where it was, wherever you want. You just got to find a new place to put it. Yeah, why don't they just do that? You know, obviously put it on a time. Like, you see, the only reason I could think of yesterday when we were discussing it, why they wouldn't want to do that, is because it means that people could move their base anywhere they want on a server. Because people then, it wouldn't be a safety net for people that have taken a break. It would be something that could be open to some degree of abuse. Do you know what I mean? By being able to just immediately just place a base somewhere. But you can sort of do it anyway with a fucking blueprint, right? So I don't understand why they've made it so punishing. You know, punishing for someone that... You know, I mean, dude, there's so many things that could cause you to take a break. You know, you might you get bored of the game. You're waiting for new content. You might end up in hospital. You know, real world happens. I just think they're going to lose players that come back and think, oh no, I can't do all that again, dude. Yeah, I don't know. Well, the only thing I would say is if I take a break when they add new content, they'll come back and you wouldn't need to do a starter base in the Hager base and South. You have the base stored up, the mini scout, everything you need. But it's still going to take time, Delarop. This is what we're saying. It's still a barrier to entry above and beyond what most other games have. Like, even Once Human just lets you click a button and have your base back. Yeah, you know, you've got, you know, you weren't active, so you can't keep that place on that server. But it's just really brutal, dude. Restart the game 5 times because of server issues. I call bollocks. I just call bollocks. Who has heard of anyone having to restart the game 5 times in succession because of server issues? That's just fucking ridiculous. Why would you even need to restart the game because of server issues? And what are the chances of that happening 5 times? I just call absolute bollocks. You can't easily move lots of water from base to another. You can move everything else. Oh yeah, so getting it all up and running, but actually getting the water. Yeah. I slacked on the last drop. Well, no, it's not. It's about what's factually accurate, and you're wrong. So it's exactly like Flat Earth. I wouldn't mind it as a day's work, actually, but I'm not. I got an MK6 focused cutter. It gives 3 times per aid of the cutter you have. Yeah, but I haven't. That's great. But I haven't got that, have I? This isn't a. Sorry, but there is ways to make it a bit better. I need to research if I failed auctions. Stay at marketplace screen infinite time. Oh, sorry, I didn't. So, yeah, if failed auctions stay at the marketplace screen for an infinite amount of time, that way I can sell stuff for like 100% price if they don't sell. Yeah, and this has been used in other games, hasn't it? Essentially to use the auction house as a limbo for almost infinite storage. Yeah, I played an MMO where that was done. Wasn't it something in New World? I'm sure there was something in New World like this. Didn't it get returned, but it returned to a limbo state if it didn't fit in your current inventory? So it was open to a lot of abuse, wasn't it? No, it's not, Delarop. I'm sorry. It's not about being stubborn. I'm just not listening to an opinion that is factually inaccurate. There is a barrier of entry to return to this game. And if you disagree with that, I can't help you, dude. But I'm also not going to agree to disagree. This game will lose players because the barrier of entry on return is significantly higher than others. Now, at no point have I said it's impossible. At no point have I said, you know, it's an insurmountable obstacle. But to try and suggest that you can just pop back into this game after 4 weeks right where you left off is simply lunacy, dude. It is. And if you can't see that, then I don't really know what the point is you're trying to make. You're just factually wrong, dude. I got into the rift area. I just found out there was not enough challenge in the dungeons. What do you mean? You mean in the PvE? Yeah, I mean, yeah, the combat's not difficult, Rookie. But then again, I don't know. I mean, what other games have you played where you say that there was any challenge anyway? The dungeons are a bit shit, to be honest, mate. Some of them are really short, and there's not a lot of enemies. The other problem is, Wookie, how many times did you do them? Because don't forget, sometimes you don't even see the full respawn. Do you know what I mean? Like, for example, I've done the test stations, or the laboratories, whatever they're called, dude. And there's been no enemies in there, bro. Because it's an open world dungeon, mate. You had 5 days off and lost your sandbike and buggy. Almost lost the assault Orny too. Would you have carried on? If you'd lost the assault Orny, would it have been fuck that? You know, fuck that shit. I ain't got time for that, mate. Why did you lose so much in 5 days? Is that because you didn't have the power, yeah? You've got a base storage tool room, but it doesn't save them. No, again, I know about the Solido or whatever they call it, about making a blueprint. Dude, I don't know. I feel like I'm beating my head against the fucking wall here. There is no way you can argue you can return to this game once your base has been vanished into the ether in the same way you can return to any other game. You just can't. You know. I'm sorry, mate. You can't. There's a mental hurdle to overcome. No one likes doing the same thing twice, do they? You know what I mean? You're taking. I'm not saying you're not going to do it. I'm not trying to say that it's an impossible task, but it's one of those things that's going to affect your enjoyment of coming back to the game. Oh fuck! I've got to rebuild the base. You know. I mean, it's like saying the sky ain't fucking blue, dude. I got the feeling. New World I used as a storage game, buying cheap mats for lots of money, then suddenly ended up with all the mats in my pocket and couldn't move. I'm not even saying it's a fucking problem. I'm not even saying it's a huge issue. You know, if you love the game that enough, you'll persevere. But I think a lot of players will have a go at the game, take a break, and then when there's a big content update, think, I don't know if I want to do all that again. I don't know if I want to build my base again. You know, I don't know if I want to go and start gathering all my resources again. You can't store an infinite amount of stuff in your bank, can you? You can't do it. You know you can't do it. You don't want to jump on every other week to paying taxes and fuel the generators. Yeah, I mean, I haven't got to that point because I honestly don't know how hard it is to fuel something like for 20 days. Because I wouldn't do it every week if I was going to take a break from the game. But this is my point. That's pre-planned break. I don't think most players take a pre-planned break. I think what happens is you're enjoying a game, so therefore you're not stockpiling it. You know, you're enjoying a game, so why would you go and put your ornithopter and a buggy in the fucking bank? You're not going to do it. Oh, it's a pain in the ass. Every time you log in, you're going to do that. Of course you're not going to do it. You're enjoying the game, you're playing it, but then something comes along. The sun's out, you have a barbecue, you have a beer, you have a fucking hangover, work calls, you've got a long day in front of you, 2 days turn into 3 days, 4 days is suddenly a week. Oh shit, my base is fucking gone. You know, I'm not saying it's not your fault. Of course it is. You've got to take some responsibility for that. But what you got to remember is every time this happens to one player, that's the one less player playing it, right? There's a lot of games that, you know, Conan Exiles, there's a patch in Conan Exiles, you just jump straight back into it with all the new content, don't you? Right where you left off, your base is where it is, or your thralls are where they are. In this, when you take a break from this, you lose something. You're going to lose some stuff. You're going to lose some progress, essentially. No matter how easy you think it is to get back to where you are, which I think some of you are delusional over, it's still going to be a mental hurdle, and they will lose players from that. That's my point. They will hemorrhage players from this barrier to return, and I don't want that to happen. So I don't know why everyone, well, not everyone, but I don't know why some people are so like adamant this isn't a concern. It is a fucking concern. I don't want players to leave. I want it to do well, you know. You got to log in, pay taxes, refuel, feel so fear of missing out. It's for metrics, dude. There's only one reason they can possibly be doing what they're doing, because there's way better ways around it if it's just stopping people taking up spots on servers. Once Human is a classic example of how easy it is to allow people to return to the game. The only reason they're doing what they're doing is for metrics. What is their concurrent player base? How many people have logged in? And if you can't see that, then again, there's just no point having a discussion around it. Because it's a negative part of the game, dude. It's gonna hurt the game. The metrics won't be in their favour, I don't think, ultimately. A bank base can be reduced to once every 30 days to maintain. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping, like, if I logged in, like, I'm looking at every 20 days. I'm not going to try and, like, min-max it. I reckon if I took a break and I was serious about keeping it active, I'd say 20 days seems reasonable. Like, every 3 weeks. And what I try to do is make sure I logged in every 2 weeks. And then I've got a buffer, haven't I? It takes me 15 minutes to make 14,000 for the taxes. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest, taxes definitely are not an issue. Forget taxes, right? Taxes are an absolute non-issue. I think the only concern is fuel, right? That's the only reason. I mean, taxes are so easy, but you do need to log in to pay them, don't you? Or do you? Did we ever get to the bottom of that? If you've got money in the bank, will it auto pay taxes? I'm not sure if we ever got to the bottom of that one. Do you know what I mean? But it doesn't matter. Taxes are like non-existent, right? Absolutely non-existent. So you know you're not going to give up your big main base and downgrade it to some shitty piece of crap somewhere in Hager Basin South on a small sub-thief, are you? That's ludicrous. You know, if you're going to keep in the game, you don't need a base at all, do you? You're just going to keep your main base ticking away, aren't you? Fuel, taxes, probably not a major problem, I wouldn't have thought. Time will come, so I always stockpile for 60 days. Have you got enough for 16 months? Yeah, I still have to do the tax every 7 days and 20 days. Is it every 7 days for taxes? Oh shit, I thought it was every 2 weeks. Is it every 7 days for taxes? Oh fuck, I didn't know that. I thought it was every 2 weeks, dude. Just break down to... Yeah, it's pointless, Squeak. There's just no point in doing that. Innit? That's like saving your washing up water. You know, to drink laterwards. It's just pointless, dude. It's just pointless. You don't need to do that at all. That's a complete false economy. The taxes are free. You know what I mean? You might as well log in and keep your hand in, keep your base going, right? If you're going to be serious about carrying on playing, just log in every couple of weeks. If you're just going to like go and have a no tax base, then you still have to come in to power it. So if you're going to come in to power it, you might as well pay the taxes on a big base, right? Literally makes no sense at all. Oh, it is 14 days. Yeah, I thought it was as well. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm sure it was. So even less. So I'm about right on my 2 weeks then, you know. As long as I try and set a target of 2 weeks, should be okay. But I don't know, dude. I'm gonna be honest, mate. I know. I don't know how many of you live in your own little wibbly wobbly worlds of make believe, because I know I did for a long time, and I'd say, oh, you know, that game, or I'll go and play that, or I'll go and do this. But really, I know deep in my heart, if I'm actually honest with myself, it's not going to happen. I'm going to straight up say it here, clear as fucking day, right? If I've got to a point, yeah, where I've stopped playing a game, and I'm only logging in every 2 weeks to keep things going, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to stop logging in. I am not a slave to a fucking video game. I'm not going to log in just to keep my fucking base. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say, fuck you, game. I've got better things to fucking do today. And that's the reality of the situation. Like, you know, with the best intentions in the world, I can sit and say, oh, I'm going to log in every 2 weeks. I'll still be here in a year. Bullshit, mate. I've seen it happen in thousands of fucking games that I've played. Literally, probably thousands of games. Where I say, oh, I'll keep playing it just once or twice a week. Yeah, fuck you. Never fucking happens, bro. Other games come along, and you know, you think about like how passionate you are about Dune, which is why, you know, this conversation's happening, because we really like the game, right? But another game's going to come along, and you're going to be just as passionate about that, and you're going to think, ah, fuck Dune. I could log in, or I could get another hour in my game, right? Yeah, it ain't going to happen, bro. And then that's where the problem will lie. I think they do need to come up with a better system. I think it's poppycock to pretend for the vast majority of players that they're going to regularly log into a game that they don't play just to keep a base active. I just don't think it's going to happen. Now, what could happen is they might, you know, start banging out content in the coming years, or months, let's hope, that makes us think, holy shit, this game's worth sticking around for. But right now, we don't have that to go on, do we? We have no idea. Some of you are already starting to feel like it's the end of the adventure as is. You know, you've got your tier 6 stuff, you've got your guild house up and running, you've had a bit of PvP shenanigans. What's the point in hanging around? There's nothing left right now. Let's wait for an update, yeah? And thus these discussions are, you know, becoming more manifest. But we don't know. You know, we have no idea of the output of content. You know, if they're doing regular updates, and we feel like, you know what, it's really worth keeping your base going. You know, they're really known for like banging out some significant content every 3 months. You know, it's definitely worth it, guys. But if it's going to be 6 months or 12 months before anything's substantial, man, you ain't going to do it, and you know you ain't going to do it. You can kid yourself all you fucking want. You're going to build a Java sandcrawler. The more I play, the more I think this is heavily focused on guild play and large groups of people. I think that was always the idea for the deep desert, wasn't it? The deep desert does feel like it is. Isn't it weird? I think that's a really interesting comment by Larian, actually. Not only do you go from a very satisfying, very, very well made single player, let's be honest, single player survival crafting game, yeah? The end game not only goes from a PvE game to a PvP game, it also turns into a group game as opposed to a single player game. It's kind of weird, isn't it? It's like, it's no wonder it's jarring for some players. Exactly, Wolf. And it's nice to hear that someone's honest with themselves about it. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, dude. You know, like, so someone will be sitting there talking about a game, and I'll say, oh, yeah, we'll give that a bash. Yeah, I'll go back and play that game. That's a good idea. I'd forgotten about that one. Yeah, dude, I even say these days, like, you know what, mate, I'm just going to retract that statement. It's never going to happen, dude. Stop kidding yourself. You're going to start playing once you're done with the story. Yeah, but, I mean, I think if I start playing today, right, I am reasonably... The thing is, don't you, some of you sometimes feel... I think this is an interesting comment as well. It's more about my personal mentality, I think. You know, like sometimes, like I think it might have happened with Red Dead Redemption. So let me give you a sorry, it's probably not 100% accurate, but as best as I can remember it. Red Dead Redemption 2, we were playing it online, yeah. And I think if each day you logged in, yeah, you got a bonus, and it was like a cumulative bonus. So as long as you went and did like a couple of things, like pick some hubs, shot this dude over there, there was like a few hoops you had to jump through. It was a real pain in the ass. It was a real fear of missing out if you didn't keep it. And if you did it on day 1, you got a little reward, and day 2's reward was better than day's 1 reward. And at the end of the week, you'd actually get something quite nice, like I think it was like a gold ingot or something like that. It was really worth getting your 7-day consecutive logins. Yeah, it was a real fucking fear of missing out bullshit system. Yeah, you know what I did? One day I knew that I'd got time to log in, and you know what I did? And I don't think I've ever thought about it before. I think it was like my own sort of self-conscious manipulation. I deliberately didn't fucking do it, dude, in order to break that habit.
Sandstorm is approaching.
Because once it was broken, I lost my week's worth of cumulative logins. And I'm sure I did it deliberately. Just to fucking not have the game have that control over me. Because once it was done, it was done. There was no going back, mate. If they bang out content, I'll be happy to play right now. I'm at the end, so I don't give a shit about the PvP. Yeah. I think the game, I mean, the most important thing, I think the reason all we're all talking about is what we have to remember is it's because we think the game's fucking amazing, right? The game is really, really good, right? We don't want to have an obstacle to returning, do we? You know, we want to be able to say, you know what, I fancy playing another game for a few weeks. I don't like fear of missing out and manipulation by gaming companies to keep me logging in for metrics. Yeah, I'd love to come back when there's some new content. I'm going to break from consuming while I play Dune. I know for a fact that I will play this game experience all I can. It's a really good game. It's a really good game. But you do know that you will say thank you and bye and not return. Yeah, there you go. Bit of self-honesty. I like it. If they bang out content, I'll be happy to play right now. At the end, I don't give a shit about
Sector weather alert.
Sorry, yeah.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
The first DLC was totally lackluster. 4 housing decorations. What, has this already had DLC? Hang on. Whoa. Are we talking about this game, Wolves? Solo had lots of fun, then joined a guild. Oh, shit. Is that a sandstorm? Oh, shit. This is a problem. I didn't hear it. Oh, no. We're getting there. That doesn't count. Oh, no. Unsheltered. Oh, fuck. I'm fucked. He won't bandage either. I'm never going to make it, am I? You are critically injured. You can't bandage through these, can you? Oh, shit. Fucking hell, dudes. So you're not being far too engaging in your conversation. How can the dude who's got the fucking flower sand farm on the server, did I survive? That's amazing. Not have a little shelter for us all, dudes. I think we should find out whose base this is and give them a thrashing. That's a I think we should give them a jolly good thrashing, sir. I always said, like, every base on the server should have, like, a little shed on the front. You know what I mean? So someone can stop in for a sandstorm. It's probably a bit too much to ask. Where's the flower sand gone? What the fuck? Am I even in the right place? I am in the right place. Dude, what, hang on, does the flower sand all disappear after a sandstorm or something? Or do I just have to wait for it to come back? That's quite, I've never seen that before. I didn't know there'd already been DLC, Wolf. That's why I did song. I had lots of fun, then joined a guild, lots of fun. Yeah. I think endgame multiplayer is going to be cool. Same reason I started playing Elite Dangerous Group. What was? Sorry, DJ. I've lost context. It's an email Funcom sent out before release. The DLC was supposed to be more animals and stuff. Looks like they just made it into cosmetics. So has anyone got a link to this DLC? Is it something that's just happened or just been announced, or you know what's the price? They put tier 6 loot in the safe zone of the deep desert. I thought tier 6 was the stuff we had to craft. That's why we needed all the spice and things. Yeah, sorry guys, I missed it. Day 1 DLC was statues. Oh, I think I've got those, because I think they sent me the sort of like mediocre edition. Not the big cheese edition, but the sort of slightly erect edition. Oh, I was. I didn't see. I thought it was. Didn't you have your cops on the roof? Yeah, it'll be all right. Sand moves each store. What, for real, dude? Mate, I have been here like every single time to get my flower sand. What? Every storm the flower sand moves? I did not know that, bro. I did not know that, mate. I have been to this patch for every single flower sand run since I started playing the game. I did not know flower sand moved. Wow. The amount of things I learn each day about this game. Shit, does that mean I actually have to do it properly now? Oh, fuck. So, how do I get flower sand legit then? Oh, I don't like the sound of that, boys. That's really interesting, you know, because literally, we did this run earlier today, right? And I literally said, I can't believe this hasn't been nerfed. Like, it makes no sense to me that this has not been nerfed completely. And lo and behold, it either has or it never needed a nerf. Shall I try this, or is this a really bad idea? Oh, God! I don't like the sound of this one little bit. This is going to go fucking really bad for me, isn't it? Oh. Oh, I don't... Oh, fuck that. I don't like the look of that one little bit. How much notice do you get? Like, when do I need to really panic? Like, when I see, like, what? A lot of red activity. Oh, that don't look good, does it? Jesus. It's a bit of a game changer, isn't it? That's actually really cool. I always thought that was like cheesy. Oh, hang on. Is it back? Maybe it's respawned. It looks like it, doesn't it? Give it a go. It was actually in the patch notes. It's back. Well, they didn't do a very good job of nerfing it. Try harder, Funcom. Suck it, bitches. Oh, dear. Well, that's that fucking problem solved, then, isn't it? Yeah, don't worry about it. I think they tried to nerf it and epically fucked it. There you go. That's that myth busted, bro. You gotta love it, ain't you? I have to say, I mean, like, I have to say, one of the wonderful things about this game has been all the discussions around it as well. It's been really interesting. You know, different opinions, some of which is shit. I still think some of the PvPers, man, I don't know. There has to be a point as a PvPer, right, where you start realizing that if you're just going to keep doing what you're doing, right, you are... Here's a question, right? Maybe I thought about it wrong. Is the ultimate goal of a PvPer to get you to stop playing the game? Maybe I've always thought of it as wrong, you know, incorrectly. You see, when I used to play Ultima Online, right, we used to have there was and I do mean that, a code of conduct amongst us PKs. Yeah. There was. You don't pick on the newbies. You know, let the newbies have some fun with the game. You know, so there's more of us at endgame. You know, even though there wasn't really an endgame in that, I suppose technically. But maybe, in modern day gaming, the most satisfying thing for a PvPer is to see someone rage quit. Maybe that's what they aspire to achieve. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'll never understand. I understand, you know, one-on-one PvP and two-on-two PvP, but when it just comes to ganking, I think, like Daisy said, the maliciousness of griefing. I don't know, man. It just seems a bit shit, doesn't it? I don't think there's any defending. How'd you stop doing that? That's going to get me killed one day, isn't it? This is when the low aggro compactor might be handy. I tell you what I should have brought every time I do flower sand. I've got these boots that yeah, I've got like quiet boots. Sand walking boots. So I'll make a little farm. Yeah, shades, look, I'm making a little crop plots here, look. Oh, let me get this. Sorry about that, guys. There is a difference between PvPers and griefers. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. You know what I think are some of the worst griefers? PvEers, dude. I stand by that comment every time we discuss this. I think opportunistic PvE ganking is pretty commonplace. I think a lot of PvEers don't like PvP because they simply don't like being proven to be outgeared, well, no, outskilled. They don't like it. Their ego doesn't like it. I get that. You know, we're here to have fun in computer games, right? And having someone that is simply better than you in a computer game, for some people, is a very unpleasant experience, right? And I think what happens is sometimes PvEers when they're thrust into a PvE VP scenario, I think sometimes it brings out fucking bloodlust in them, dude. You know, I've seen it time and time again with some of the people I play with, mate. I tell you what, the worst one, and I wouldn't go so far as to say I fell out with folks, but I'd never seen the people that I'd played PvE games with for years, right? All they'd ever spoken about was how much they hated PvP. Atlas, oh, dude, I have no fucking idea what happened. One of them in particular, who streamed at the time, turned into a fucking monster, dude. It got enough people around him, right, that he wasn't just PvPing, he was maliciously fucking other people over, man. I'd never seen anything like it, dude. It was like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde fucking scenario, bro. I remember talking about it at the time. Like, I says, I don't want anything else to do with Atlas. I says, it's brought out a nasty streak in some of the people I thought I was good friends with that I never thought I'd see, dude. It was mind-boggling, bro. But they do. I think a lot of PvEers, when they're suddenly thrust into a PvPvE environment and they suddenly realise there's 5 of them and only one other dude, it's like, that's it. Fuck this, dude. Let's have him. That's how Guild's got on toxic grief in gankers, but I guess it could be feeding into them. Yeah, again, there's no right or wrong, is there, mate? It's a computer game at the end of the day. Don't get too butter over it. Try shooting the same spot 4 to 5 times. Why? I can make pretty patterns. I've had a lot of so-called griefers rage quit in UO. We had a griefer leveling near the graveyard. That's what I remember, the graveyard. I've mentioned that a couple of times in the last 2 days, and I just can't picture it. But I remember the graveyard. This is where we used to go fuck up these reds, man. Yeah, it sounds like you knew it as well, DJ. Yeah, definitely. I think a few people have suggested that a structured factional guild versus guild PvP. Yeah, the current free-for-all model just caters to griefing. Yeah, I think you know, maybe they'll figure something out. I don't mind. I've not been to the deep desert yet. I think the game's pretty cool. It's sad that people like Wookiee haven't enjoyed it though. You know, it's interesting when you say you're not finding it challenging enough. I don't know. I've quite enjoyed the combat. I think it's the combat that's kept me coming back, to be honest. But I do remember I do remember some fun PvP in UO. Because it was high risk, wasn't it? High risk. Albion's the only one that I can think of that has you know, any draw to me from a PvP perspective, but the skill ceiling in that game is very, 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 very high. It'd be a bit like if you'd never played League of Legends and a team of complete and total noobs who've never played League of Legends played some like high-ranking super esports team. That's how the Albion player base is. End of discussion. So some of those PvPs, in fact, I would say even the worst PvPs in that game have been around for so long now, man. You're gonna have some serious problems, dude. The speed with which they assess your gear and know every counter and everything is mind-bogglingly distressing, to be honest. But the game is quite good fun. If you just like crafting progression. That's maxed out, isn't it? I'm gonna have to pop it all in here as well, isn't I? Jesus, I feel like I'm gonna be farming just to fucking farm items to make storage for the shit that I'm farming. They definitely need to change this. They really, really need to change storage capacity. Alright, so what was that for? That was for silicon, wasn't it? Snow, yeah, silicon blocks. I saw a video the other day where a carrier thopter was being griefed by a load of smaller thopters in the PvE deep desert. They kept trying to get him to land so the worm could eat him. They did it. They did it. We were talking about this the other day. So it was a team of ornithopters, wasn't it? That pushed the carrier down, and then one of them landed and put a thumper down, and apparently destroyed the carrier, didn't it? And that was in a PvE zone, Mr. Bad Habits. Not a PvP zone. The only challenge in this game is getting stun locked. Yeah, dude, I've been bad at times, man. I've been absolutely bad. But I've tried to play a bit of or use all weapons in each engagement. You know, whether or not I've made life difficult for myself rather than just going for one build, I don't know. But I've got caught out a few times, man. Especially by those freaking snipers with the spit darts. Someone on our server made an arena for casual PvP duels. See, there's brilliant. A coliseum. Yeah. But build a base that is a coliseum for dueling. And have some Solari involved. I don't know if they'd be happy with that, with gambling, but you know what I mean. You know, the winner gets all, like a gladiatorial, and even doing it 2 versus 2 and things. Be great as long as it's well policed and well admined, and you know everyone plays by the rules. That kind of stuff's really cool, isn't it? Oh, we can share the Mark 5 areas. Mark 5 areas in Hagar. What do you mean by Mark 5 areas? I'm confused what we mean by Mark 5 area. Yeah, we saw it on someone did the YouTube short in chat, Mr. Bad Habits. It was this week, wasn't it? Works out counter to that. Once the guild that has the carrier has the rest of the guild on the surfing on the carrier with tracking missile launchers. Oh, because you can stand on the ornithopters. Never thought about that. That's actually kind of cool, right? Oh, enemies are tougher. Yeah, I was going to say that to Wookiee, but it doesn't matter. I mean, Wookiee's got a point. If you're not enjoying it and you're finding it a little bit, you know, less than it. I always say that. I mean, too often it's like, oh, you've got to get to the end game before the game begins and all this bollocks. You know, I'm sorry, but if a game hasn't, you know, everyone's games are subjective, right? But if someone like Wookiee hasn't enjoyed the challenge of combat or whatever it's going to be, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but you know, and he's already got to the point where I can't remember what zone he got to, but you know, he's obviously put some hours into it. Like, he's got a long way to go, hasn't he? To get to what would be the challenging laboratories or test stations, whatever they are in the deep desert. You know, in other words, you're having to put a lot of work into a game that you know you're not enjoying just to get to the bit that you might enjoy, and that ain't right, is it? That's just not right. I've enjoyed the difficulty that I've faced because I've been able to focus. I don't go out just to do the combat. So you know what I'm like? I'll go out a bit like we did earlier. You know, I'll go out to get the Erythrite, and while I'm there, I'll do a bit of combat, and I'll also get the corpses, which is such a cool idea. Try not to fall. Yeah, I'm trying to mix it up as much as I can to keep interested. So I don't really want, you know, super challenging combat. You know, I have to be sort of hyper fucking focused on that and that alone. So it's worked for me, but I can definitely see why, in general, I would agree the game isn't challenging enough. I think for me, the mob density is the problem. Like, you very rarely are fighting more than a couple of dudes. You know, even if you alert a whole base, you know, they different routes to get to you. You know what I mean? So I do understand it if you're not finding it engaging in a combat way. Yeah, when you get the gear to survive, because that, yeah, this is the tier 6 stuff, isn't it? But I mean, yeah, I you know, I've been fine with the difficulty. I found it, you know, pleasantly engaging, to be honest. Right. So I think I meant to top these up, didn't I? No, we're still producing that. So we've already got another 15,000 mil. So what's so that is the total, isn't it? I mean, we might as well. Let's go and check those wind traps. Maybe I didn't do them yesterday. I remember the first time I fought one of the bosses in the beta. I thought, oh my god, this game's going to be a nightmare. I can't remember what or who he was, but he was in one of those really early testing stations. It was like a melee dude. And at that point, I think I'd really, yeah, completely misconstrued how you were supposed to play the melee. And I thought, I'm not going to enjoy this game. Like, I'm really not going to enjoy it. And then I played a bit more and it started clicking during the beta or the second beta, I think. And then I started finding that the aiming in this game is so bad compared to like a game like Once Human. I started thinking, I tell you what, I think I'm going to go melee when it launches. I did put some thought into it, and then I realised like, but I don't want to play melee as my main playthrough, you know, my first playthrough, because I want to play a game with guns. You know, for a long time I've wanted to play an MMO light or an MMO with guns, because we don't really get them very often, do we? Where am I going to put my wind turbines then, boys? Where am I going to put some more wind turbines? I mean, we could pop a couple up on the roof up there, right? I don't think they'd look grossly out of place. What do you reckon? Or do you think I should put another tower? Because I don't need this worm statue, but I don't think a tower on that corner is going to look quite right, is it? What do you think? You know, I could bring the corner out a bit and pop one in there. I don't know. I reckon we just stick him up on the roof, yeah? Because I do want them to be reasonably accessible. I don't know. What do you think? I need to do something with the front here. I keep meaning to do it, and I always sort of run out of steam. Because I could probably pop one here, couldn't I? Or do you think that will mess up our beautiful landing pad? On the middle underneath the hangar. The middle underneath the hangar. I don't know. Is that going to look a bit weird? I mean, in here. Just not really the place to capture wind, is it? I wouldn't have thought. But I suppose you could argue it's like a wind trap. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know how to like bring that corner out there and put another one on the front. I don't know. I haven't really thought about the building for a while. I mean, I could just stick them up the top for now, couldn't I? That's where I got yours. Sorry, got what? Melee with people understanding how to manage their endurance and how to slay their enemy will always be stronger than ranged. Which is probably why... see, this is the issue with making the game PvP as well, isn't it? I mean, is there ever really any PvP that isn't just ornithopters? For those of you that spent a lot of time in the deep desert, how much PvP is there that isn't really just ornithopter griefing or missiles? Genuine question. That makes no difference what the answer is. I just everything I hear is it's very much ornithopters, and no one's ever said, oh, I haven't heard a single person say that this game's a fucking sack of shit PvP. Such and such a loadout or build or whatever it is just completely broken. Yeah, 99% Ornies, yeah. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. That's the impression I was getting, yeah. Wind turbines under the hangar. Yeah, I don't like the idea of them being under a hangar. It just makes no sense to me. A turbine should be out and about, right? Yeah, 100 missiles. Basically, that's me with building for the majority of the time spent in game. What? Just jiggling things around. Like, oh, I don't like that. Get rid of it. I don't even know why I put this down here. But this happens to all my bases. I put something down as a bit of a giggle or a laugh, and it sort of becomes a thing, you know? It's like, ah, shit. Where's me worm gone, bruh? I mean, what the hell was that? It would make sense, wouldn't it? So have one there, and then bring this, like, corner out a little bit, yeah? I mean, it would make sense. How would I do that? I mean, for a start, we demolish that and that. And then we would build... how are we going to do this? Do I just want it to be like a little corner? I mean, this would only be one though. That's the problem. I need to probably put in another 2, don't I? What do we want? Structural. So let's pop one of those in. Hello? How do you rotate? I've forgotten. No. Like that. Okay. I don't know, I'm not sure if I'm gonna... That's not gonna work, is it? Because those... Okay, that's kind of wrong. Was that you, Doc's Notices? I've seen some PvP videos with 45-man teams of real PvP players killing off 10 to 20-man teams in the sky in a testing station. I have seen... Oh yeah, that's going to be weird. That's not going to work, is it? Oh shit. I've made a rod for my own back here, haven't I? Oh shit. This might not be the smartest idea then. Because I don't really want to take the base back any further this way, to be honest. I really don't. I mean... I don't know where to put them, dude. I really like the towers. I kind of really do want them on the towers. What about... I'm not happy with that up there, am I? So what about we... let's demolish. Let's rethink this. Was this just a square corner, or did I put a fancy corner in? Was it a square corner or a rounded corner? I think it was a square corner, wasn't it? Special. Hello, Mr. Cody's sneezing behind me. You alright down there, fella? What are you doing? Snorting away like a little piggy, bro. How do I do ornamental, is it? No, miscellaneous, wall deco. I'm not having the donkey looked fucking stupid. I reckon we put it like there, yeah. Put it back. So I'm thinking, let's go up the top. Gonna have a ganders up here because I think having 3 on the front is going to be a bit weird, isn't it? So 2 on the towers. And what about? Oh no, gotta go up a level. You're right, SCR. How are you, mate? How's things? What are you playing, bro? You up to anything? It was back when people were still trying to Goomba stomp with orders. I had one guy pestering me while I was salvaging wrecks, so I dropped a thumper, pretended to keep salvaging, and scarpered before they realised what was. Did you get him? You murderous bastard. I'm not happy with this front, dude. I'm just not happy with the front here, so I was thinking like maybe putting some... Ah, fuck that. I don't know where I want it now, man. You want thumper cluster bombs on my sky? Oh, that'd be cool. That is no. So at this point, actually, you know, like all this missile crap, yeah. Is there any like lock-on system? Like, you know, can we have like chaff and things like that? You know, so some sort of like anti-missile shenanigans, or is there nothing like that in the game? No matter how I look at that, I don't like that corner at all. I am right. There are no half-piece floors, are there? You know, like we've got a half wall, so half-height vertical walls. There are no horizontal floor or ceiling splits, are there? So no lock on the missiles, are just unguided, are they, Delarot? Well, oh, sorry, Delarot, I missed you in the post, mate. I do apologise. The time of day that you play PvP seems very quiet. I haven't done any PvP, dude, in this game. Yeah, I haven't done any PvP, mate. I've not even been to the deep desert yet, Delarot. I tend to play between 6 to 8 most days before work, and I'm able to get into PvP zone and find what I want without issue. Seems like most of the griefing's in the evening when the kids get home from school. Do you think it is? Do you think it's like a younger player base? Do you think it is? Do you think it's a young player base? Because this is only on PC, right? Do you reckon it's like a younger player group? I don't know, dude. I'm not sure. I always thought it'd be a slightly older player group, you know, like Conan Exile players and stuff that probably play. Is there anything I can do on that corner just to like make it look a little less shit? I always felt like I haven't quite finished that, and that's exactly how I felt when I did it. I thought, I'll come back to that later, and I never did. What time is it? It's already 3 o'clock. Fucking hell, dude. Let's go and top those water tanks up. Oh no, I don't need to. It'd be a waste of blood, wouldn't it? Because they're going to be full by tomorrow morning anyway. Let's go and see. Let's go and see if there's anything I can get manufactured ready for tomorrow. Oh, it's so hot, Castle. I can really feel it today. I'm really struggling today, mate. It's so warm in here. Yeah, no Half-Life. I didn't think there were a Larian. It's kind of weird, isn't it? It's like really strange, dude. Oh, there's a lock-on system for handheld rocket launchers. Oh, really? God damn it, Tim. It sounds like you're turning into nasty little PvE fucking griefers. Lands Rad, is it? Reward you can buy homing or guided missiles, but it's a hand-operated one. Are they any good? I mean, will they actually hit? And if they do, like, will it take an ornithopter out? Or is it like, you know, one of those things like it's really cool, but it's going to take 4 hits, by which time it's long gone? What's to stop me getting on your ornithopter, Starkey? With a guided missile launcher in my hand. Like, even if like you flipped upside down, what would happen? Would I fall off or not? Or am I kind of locked onto it? Like, I could be like your what are those things? PDCs in Star Citizen, right? Or whatever they're called. You know, like automated turrets. I could be like your automated anti-ornithopter air-to-air missile launcher on the back of your ornithopter. He's going full of zoomers, yeah. Are you right, Kason? I now say there's a 90-strong bunch of Russian griefers, but as you say, mainly evening. Jesus Christ! So you've got a coordinated guild of 90 players. I mean, are they even griefing? I mean, at that point, how could they not grief? Do you know what I mean? If you've got 90 lads that are all on the server, and let's just say like there's only half of them. Let's play the maths game. You know, let's say there's only like 1/4 of them. You know, and there's like 20 of them. Dude, that's still a lot of dudes, right? I mean, how can they possibly play together and not be seen as griefers? You know. It's not griefing if it's just, well, tough shit. There's more of us than you, right? It's not griefing, technically, is it? Or is it? I mean, you know, it's not our fault. What do you want us to do? Like all log out, so it's just 2 of us. It don't seem very fair, that, does it? You know what I mean? They hurt like mad. What? So the handheld ones, yeah. Cool, I didn't know that. That's quite cool. Oh, you do? You fall off, yeah. So it's not like you're mag locked to the roof, no? You can have about 4 people who launches on one if you're careful. It would be quite cool, wouldn't it? Like if you took off nice and steadily, and then like someone comes up behind you to take you, and you just like launch. I'm sure there's been some yeah, Grump Evil. I'm sure there's been some laughs with that, right? Yeah, do it on the carrier. Yeah. That's what you were saying. That was like your counter to that umbrella ornithopter forcing a thingy down, wasn't it, DJ? Just to have like loads of dudes standing on the back of the carrier, yeah. It'd be cool, wouldn't it, Larry? Just make the Deep Desert faction play joinable by solo players for team play. What do you mean by Zanjules? Make the Deep Desert faction play joinable by solo players. I didn't think there was any faction play. I thought it was just like do whatever you want. I know the lands rad each week is like Harkonnen versus Atreides, but there's nothing to stop Atreides killing Atreides, right? At least I don't think there is, right? So a lot of people go there solo anyway, right? I'm not sure how that lands rad control points. Oh right, so I don't know about that. So you can't do that as a solo player though. You can't do control points as a solo player. Like you can't be in House Atreides. Did you mean, are we talking about a solo player or are we talking about unfactioned players? Maybe I'm missing it. Because maybe it's a really good idea, you know? 18 degrees. What, is that all it is there? It's 34 degrees here, mate. How can it be 8? Oh, next to your aircon. I was about to say, well, what the fuck, Dr. Gnosis? You can try and do solo points solo, but I can pretty much guarantee the outcome. So that's what I'm saying. So you can do it. So what does Zanjules mean? But when it says like make the desert faction play joinable by solo players, because like if you can already do it, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't really know enough about the deep desert to be honest. Right, let's have a look. So duraluminium's the big goal, isn't it? But for that we need the aluminium. I can make another 82. Steel, we do want a lot of steel, don't we? To be honest. I think I'd like to get some more steel. I know it might seem like a bit of a waste, but I think a few hundred steel ingots, because I'm still very much at steel stage, really, for some of this shit. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. I think tomorrow I'm going to have a bit of an inventory clean out and then get really tunnel vision on what we need, because hopefully tomorrow the death stills will come online, yeah? So maybe in the morning what we'll do is we'll have a look at where we... I'm starting to think these look really shit here. What about I build a little temple down there? Like a little Fremen temple using the old building blocks, because these just don't fit, do they? This is that more like rustic stone, right? So right now you go in solo, but not part of a team. So what are you saying, like Angels? Like to be a way, like as a solo player, to team up, like a matchmaking thing, to team up with other solo players. Is that what you're getting at? Oh, you automatically join a server-wide team of Atreides or yeah, I see what you're saying. So a way for the solo players to become a group within that faction. Okay, yeah, I mean it totally makes sense. I mean I can't. It literally makes sense, doesn't it? Make a blood temple. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking about that, and then I thought, but then that's a day fannying about building, and I do kind of want to crack on. It's always the problem, man. You know what I mean? I love the building, but at the same time, this is one of those games where we can move things, isn't it? Oh, look at that, dude. I still find it so hard to believe that, you know, I play games like Crosswind and we still can't fucking move objects around in Unreal Engine. I think it's an abomination that a game exists where you can't do that. You know, just being able to pick up a box and just move it somewhere else. What the fuck is that down there? What's that? Must have accidentally clicked it when we were fanning about earlier, I guess. Blood for the blood god. Yeah, do you see what I mean though? These are like these are the original building material. Wonder if we could do like some sort of domed construct. You know what I mean? So sort of like a standalone Fremen temple. You know what I mean? Because unless I'm mistaken, let's have a look. It's going to be the Chome stuff, isn't it? We've got any like little half walls. Why is it not letting me put that there? What the fuck? Yeah, that's a bit... Well, I don't know. It's not that good. I don't know. Is there another type of wall? I don't know. Maybe that would work. Yeah, we do. Rather than those, a bit cleaner, aren't they? Structural wedge walls, roofs. Yeah, something like this. Like a round. What about like one of those Roman? I can't remember what they were called. You know. Circular base, because we could sort of do circular. Well, no, not really. I suppose we could do it out of triangles, couldn't we? We could do like a circular-ish floor out of triangles. And then some, I don't know. I don't think these are going to work, really, are they? Probably got some sort of dome structure there, right? You're basically playing as a vampire in this game. I still blood, refined blood, and dehydrate corpses. Fuck me. I started watching Preacher, guys. You know you told me about Preacher, yeah? Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. It's fucking awesome. It's so nice to see Vinny from Brassic again. Had no idea what was coming, dude. It's really good. It's kind of a little bit wacky, a little bit quirky, a little bit silly, a little bit dramatic, you know. It's light-hearted fun in it, but Jesus Christ, it's got some weird shit going on. Yeah, really good, man. It was a good recommendation. That was exactly what we were after. Just light-hearted, nothing too heavy, but constantly like, what the fuck is going to happen next, man? It was a good recommendation. I think we're like 3 episodes in, something like that. Yeah, it's good, innit? It's out of your Burko. Yeah. I've got to admit, man, I didn't know, you know, it was a mad explanation in chat about what it was about, you know, with the voice of God and things. Obviously, didn't want to say too much kind of stuff, but yeah, it's good, man. It's pretty cool, dude. And I had to Wikipedia the dude, and I can't believe that he's known as Arseface. And I'm not kidding you when you know when you nearly get coffee come out of your nose. There was a moment, mate, because I was like, how the fuck did they do that? I thought, man, is this, does the actor sort of look like this? Has he got a facial disfigurement? And if so, that's fucking amazing, right? I said, I've got to look. I don't like looking things up when I'm watching. I tend to do it afterwards, right? I didn't even know Vinny's tattoos were real in Brassic until a little bit into it. But yeah, after a seasonal change, we had to check it out. But yeah, and Wiki Arseface. I thought you can't say that. And yeah, I've actually read something now about like the makeup and how they managed to get it down to like 1 hour and 10 minutes and everything. It's fucking amazing. It's actually really well done, man. Same guy that cracked. Oh my god! Oh my god! Right, dude, is it just me? Yeah, or is Preacher based? And I mean this in the nicest possible way. Yeah, I please don't take this as like me being a wanker too much. Is it just me, or was the Preacher meant to be played by Carl Urban? Because that isn't Carl Urban, is it? and that's all I can think about. And at the time, I wasn't thinking about Carl Urban. I was thinking about the dude from The Boys, yeah? Which is Carl Urban, isn't it, yeah? Have I got his name right? I'm terrible with names. I might have got his name. But that's I just can't help but feel like that's who should have played him, dude. And I feel like I'm being quite disrespectful to the actor that is playing him. And sometimes I just think, oh, it's just a young Carl Urban. You know, because it is Carl Urban. I don't know, dude. But yeah. And that's really interesting that you said it's written by the same guy that made The Boys. It's definitely got that weird, wacky, quirky, what the fuck. And that, you know when shit happens? You know, like it's one of the, like, someone, let's just say, hypothetically, someone wants to get run over by a car, yeah? They don't muck about showing the aftermath, do they? You know, all the, you know, it's not just a corpse lying there, you know, looking pretty much intact but dead, you know, it's all twisted up and fucking, you know. It's really well done, man. It's really well done. American Gods. I think I started watching American Gods I think I started that and I can't remember what it was, but I didn't carry on. I didn't carry on with it. I don't know whether I just... Maybe I was watching it as it was coming out, perhaps. Yeah, I can't remember it. Is it Carl? Is that... Oh, did I get the name wrong? Carl Urban. Yeah, Carl Urban. Yeah. Carl Urban. I'm sure I started watching American Gods, you know, DJ, but I can't remember, like, why now I've got no real memory of it or why I haven't watched any more of it. I mean... the actor's Dominic Cooper, who also played Howard Stark in Captain America. Oh, you know what? That's interesting. Give it time. I think he was. Oh yeah, Doctor. This is what I'm trying to say. I really don't want to make it out like I think. Oh, it should have been Carl Urban. Carl Urban would have been better. It's just there's so many similarities, aren't there? You know, at times I actually sat there thinking, like, is it Carl Urban? You know, how old's this show? You know, maybe it's older than I think it is. And that's all I could think about was The Boys. But yeah, no, he is. He's really good. Yeah, I'm not trying to cast a shadow over his acting prowess or miscasting or anything like that. But there's a lot of similarities between him and Carl Urban. Certainly facially, right? And I think he's even got that weird look Carl Urban's got. I mean, you know, that kind of like stop fucking around there. Oh, he got cancelled. What, American Gods? That's probably why I've forgotten about it then. Yeah, don't drop spoilers. Yeah, no. We'll get there. The characters, they are, aren't they, Dr. Gnosis? Yeah, and obviously I don't know much about how the character evolution is going to happen, because at the moment, you know, you got to bear in mind, not a lot's happened, right? I'm sure, I think we're 3 episodes in. 3 episodes. So something like that anyway. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more. I really like seeing Vinny. I love Vinny, man. I don't know the actor's name, I can't remember. But Vinny from Brassic. It'll always be Vinny from Brassic to me. I have no idea what his name is actually in the show, to be honest. as in Preacher. But he's got that fucking banging Irish accent, isn't he? And he's such a jack, the lad. He's so cool, man. Joe Gilgan, is that his name? Joe Gilgan. Lovecraft Country, too bad it didn't get popular. And there is Penny Dreadful, really great series as well. I don't think I know any of those. Yeah, Amazon, Delarock. Yeah, Amazon. You can't get AMC in the UK unless obviously you use a VPN. So the only way to watch, oh my god, the only way to watch it, for me at least, is Amazon, dude. Let me just mute it out. It's alright, the girlfriend's just come in, so Toby's doing his little, oh my god, I haven't seen you for at least, what, 1,000 millennia. I need to welcome you back home after your long travel to other galaxies and other infinite realms, you see. She's been gone for about 7 hours. Penny Dreadful is set the Gaslight horror theme, girl. Really great. Oh, I might enjoy that then. I might enjoy that. Right, girlfriend's back, guys, so I'm going to go and see her because she's had a bit of a bad day today, lads. So we're about on time anyway, aren't we? So look, to everyone that's joined us, thanks for a jolly good chin wag. Don't take life too seriously. It's like lads around a pub, you know what I mean? We can all take a bit of a knock, a bit of a chin wag. You know, it's all right. All friends together, aren't we? Hey, you know what I mean? Have a good one, lads. Friday night, worked hard all week. Enjoy it. I will endeavour to be on tomorrow morning at 8:15 if all goes well. I hopefully everything will be fine. I've got a long night in front of me, but should be coming back about 7:30, so should be plenty of time to get a coffee, start up the stream, try and get a bit of Star Citizen on in the morning. I think, or you know, dabble for 45 minutes we lasted today, didn't we? And you know, I made a mistake, but you know, made a mistake. Time to leave. You know, it wasn't playing great, was it, in first person? But a bit of judder and a bit of jank going on. But lessons learned. We did learn another thing about security forces. Got to be a bit more careful. Definitely worth getting a scope. Don't know if there's anything I can do to cheese having a scope, but I need to be able to see the colours, don't I? Because that was a disaster today. Have a top one. Stay safe. Thanks for watching. See you soon. And thanks for the help. Seriously, to everyone in chat, thanks for getting me on that Aerothrite run. That was really good. I really enjoyed that. That kind of spiced it up a little bit, especially when I nearly rolled off the cliff. So yes, thank you. Good stuff, boys. Oh yeah, Shades, thank you for the bits. Oh, and Dirty, sorry, I missed Dirty. Shades, thank you for the bits. Buck, thank you for the 1 bit, you asshole. And Dirty, thank you for the tier 1, bro. Missy! I was just getting out of my chair there, Missy. You alright, Missy? Take care, Dick. Play some real games this weekend, Joshua. Real games, no bell rightness and those.
When the systems are messed, it's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Goodbye with the power.